The whetstone rasped, and the borrowed memories rose with it. For days ago, I'd gone to sleep drunk and woken in a stranger's world, lodged in the body of a man who shared my name. The place is Desway, a dynasty out of no history I knew, ruled by a fool, run by grafters, the rich fat, while the people starve and the bodies stack in the paupers' pits. The body's former tenant had been a small-time wretch, chicken thief, woman pesterer, who'd taken a club to the skull pawing at someone's wife and never woken. I had. First order of business was not starving. At least the body was born at the foot of a game-thick mountain. Food's ready. A girl of 16 or 17, plain and decent-looking. The sister, Zhao Xiaoya, who'd nursed me through 4 days flat on my back. 2 cracked bowls, blackened dried vegetable, clear herb broth. She watched me not eat. Third, Aunt found me work in town. 1,000 coppers a month. Then she eyed the cleaver, sharpening that to settle scores in the next village. Get someone killed, and there's no silver to fix it. I'm going hunting, I said, draining the flavorless broth. It's autumn, there's game. A few kills, and we're set for winter. You won't need the town job. She laughed coldly. She'd heard it before, never once seen me make good. I didn't argue. Doing beats saying. I'd been a mercenary. I wasn't going to molder through this life on radish and clear water. She washed up and went out, indifferent, half hoping, maybe, that the troublesome brother would die on the mountain and stop dragging her down. I understood. The old Zhao Yin had earned her hate. I packed rations, cord, cleaver, and started up the muddy track. She came the other way, stopped, and pressed 2 paper packets into my hand. Snake's up there. Got these on credit. 1 for poison, 1 for blood. Then, flat. I just don't want to pay someone to haul your corpse back. An hour to the foot of Great Dragon Mountain. The levee was near, 300 caddies of grain ahead, jail or the bandit life if you fell short, and we had half a handful of weevily rice. I tied a cloth marker to a branch. In tall timber a man loses his way. An hour up, nothing but birds. Then running water, where animals come to drink. I followed it southwest, found fresh roe deer tracks, and trailed them to a stream where several stood drinking. One would cover both levees. Pity I've no bow, I muttered. A mechanical voice spoke in my head. Host's wish detected. You have obtained the magic brush Maoyang system. A brush appeared in my hand. The one thing I'd always been hopeless at was drawing. I crouched and sketched a bow in the dirt, crooked, again and again, near 10 tries before it was passable, then a few arrows. The cleaver wouldn't drop a deer. This would. I hid, drew on the fattest, and loosed, clean through the head. It dropped, the rest scattered. As I reached it, bow and arrows are regulated weapons. Destroying now. The bow vanished from my hand. Desway made private bows a capital crime. I shouldered the carcass home. In the yard, Xiaoya strained at the well rope. I dumped the deer inside and went to help. She stared at it. You stole it. Before I could give my lie, a rasping voice came at the gate. A thick-set man swaggered in. Zhang Lauer, one of the body's old crowd. Xiaoya quickly hid the salt. Good news, Brother Yin. Someone's taken a liking to your sister. 10 taels. A runner for the big houses, skimming off the misery of farmers selling their children. I said one word, out. A sold girl in Desway meets a foul end, and whatever else the old Zhao Yin had been, I wasn't repaying the one person who'd nursed me with that. 10 taels of white silver, Brother Yin. Clears your debt. He grabbed my wrist. I kicked him flat. Count of 3. Walk. He swung. The cleaver was out and gleaming before the fist landed, and he froze, then spat a threat about levee day and stormed off. Inside, Xiaoya had heard it all, gripping the kitchen knife. No color in her face. She'd caught 10 and he's still not satisfied, and now wondered if her brother was only haggling for more. I didn't explain. I shouldered the carcass into the yard and set to skinning. 80 caddies of animal, 60 of meat. A caddy of venison fetched over 100 coppers, 5 or 6 taels for the deer, where a trafficker paid 3 for a maiden. A life cheaper than grass. Go boil water. We eat well tonight, stewed meat. She wavered, mouth watering, then turned it down. Better to trade it for grain. The levee was close. I cut a slab and tossed it to her. Eat. You're so thin a breeze would drop you. Her eyes went complicated. Too thin to sell well? Sell me and I'll kill you, she bit out. As a ghost if I have to. I nodded gravely. I'm terrified. Her ferocity collapsed. Mortified, she went to light the stove. That night, by the dying fire, we each ate a bowl of stewed venison, and after 3 days of clear broth it near brought me to tears. She ate daintily, savoring. I wolfed mine, then pinched her cheek. She flinched as if stung. The wicked brother image was too deep to shift with one meal. Late, thirsty, I called her to pour water. She ignored me until I dangled. I was going to ask what to bring you from town, and she shot upright. Really? No. Now pour my water. On her side of the curtain, she ground her teeth. Still the same scoundrel. At dawn, she'd already reheated the broth and hauled kindling. I bundled meat and hide, slid the cleaver in my belt, and made for the county seat, 7 or 8 li of bad road. Be careful, she said. Inside the walls, the houses turned grand, the autumn heat savage. Selling at an official stall meant half my silver to tax, so I waited across from the Plum Blossom Pavilion, the county's finest eatery, for its second steward, Kong Qingzong, who handled all its buying. Master Kong. Been a while. He didn't know me. The old Zhao Yan had only seen him a few times at the gambling tables. I hefted the carcass into view. Took a deer, want to trade for grain. You run the buying here. His face cleared. He pinched and sniffed the meat. 30 years of buying. He could spot tainted carcass at a glance, and had it weighed, tossing me a pouch. 8 taels. I pressed 2 back into his hand. My respects. Times are hard. You taking my goods is a real kindness. His coldness thawed. You've a head on you. Bring future game straight here. Say you're my relative. The price won't shortchange you. That sentence was what the 2 taels bought. Strictly, it was smuggling, but my relative made our trades gifts between kin. From the cloth street, I bought blue cloth for Xiaoya, a plain, and rice at a ruinous 30 coppers a caddy, and shouldered it home. Near the village, a crowd was knotted outside my house, shouting over screams. Zhao Yan, men from Shangshui came collecting a debt, dragging Xiaoya off to settle it. I bolted. Inside, big men were hauling her out trussed like a parcel. I planted myself in their way. Picking on my sister while I'm out. From behind stepped a gaunt, milky-eyed man, Wang Matzi, a lone shark who ran an underground den. You owe 4 taels, over a month past due. We take your sister. The old debt of 1 and 2 had compounded to 4. I threw 3 silver ingots over. Count it. He gaped. The crowd murmured. Nobody expected a man like me to peel off that much. Then he grinned. I miscounted. 10, not 4. His men closed in, smirking. I tossed the whole pouch on the ground. Take it. A man lunged for it, and caught my boot full in the face. Bone cracked. He flew back and dropped, out cold. I drew the cleaver. I said, take it. You reached. 5 men came swinging clubs. I slipped the first, drove a heel into one man's groin, down folded like a shrimp, flung dirt into a second's eyes, and put 2 fingers in, blood running. 3 down in a breath. The last 2 rushed me. A club caught my shoulder, this body too weak to slip it, and I put a fist in the man's flank and dropped him, then rolled clear of the last club, wrapped the shin, and wrenched. The ankle went with a crack. The final man held his club over my head, terror on his face, the cleaver already at his throat. Swing. Whose is quicker, your stick or my blade? He swallowed and looked to Wang Matzi. Then 4 hangers-on shoved through with forks and hoes, all noise and indignation. They'd watched from the back and only jumped in now that I had the upper hand. Had I been losing, they'd have stamped on me with the rest. I didn't bother exposing them. Debt's fair, I told Wang Matzi. But you took the money and tried to gouge more. He yielded. Done. No medicine money owed. And turned to leave. I caught his collar, hauled him up like a chicken, slammed him down. You marched into my home, terrified my sister, and you'd stroll off? 10 taels. Pay and crawl. He shrieked that a girl sold for 3 and they'd not even touched her. I had the hangers on. Men he'd fleeced before. Fall on him with real enthusiasm until he scraped together 10 and shoved it over. Come again, and 10 won't settle it. He stumbled off through the village's laughter, leaving his injured men where they lay. I cut Xiaoya's bonds. It's over. She was still trembling. As I bent for my bundle, her hand locked on my arm. Then she caught herself, flushed crimson, and fled inside. The hangers-on wanted drinks. I sent them off without me. Since Wang Matzi, the village had turned civil, and her name for me had shifted from Zhao Yin to brother. Hard fists by respect in this age. Inside, I told her to turn down the town job. The levy was handled, I'd earn. Then I unwrapped the bundle. Rice, cloth, and she froze at the hemp cord, tongue oil, and plain. You're not making a bow? They behead people for that. A bow makes the hills easy. One deer buys 300 caddies of grain. I wet my lips. You've seen the paupers' pits, Xiaoya. The ones buried there were the most law-abiding farmers alive, and they starved or were beaten to death for failing the levy. In this age, the honest don't survive. I'd rather live 3 good months than wither 30 obedient years. She only wanted to live, had never thought about how. If we're found out, we're both dead. The world's wrong. To live even a little better, we take the risk. She went quiet. I understand. Just be careful. The system destroyed any weapon I drew, so I'd make my own. I soaked the cord in tongue oil to braid with deer sinew, planed a sour jujube stave, and had a rough bow. For arrowheads, no smith would risk forging them. I ground down old doornails. Before light, I tested it. True at 30 paces, drifting past, anyone's guess past 50. Then deeper. The 10 tails off Wang Matzi and 600 caddies still left a gap. At the stream, the old bloodstain had darkened, and beside it lay fresh tracks. Wolf, I judged from field training. A wolf's nose carries blood for miles, drawn by the old kill. No deer this time, but a fat hare lapping at a rock. First live shot for the new bow. It went wide and took the hare in the back, and it bolted across the stream carrying my arrowhead. I followed the blood to a warren, plugged all but 2 burrow mouths with stones, smoked it, and the cleaver took the hare as it bolted. 7 or 8 caddies, my arrowhead still in it. Then 8 smoke-choked kits tumbled out, half a month old. I bound their legs to raise. Rabbits breed in waves and meet the whole year. The mechanical voice, illegal manufacture of regulated implements detected. Punishment administered. Ghost pepper chilies appeared in my palm. I won't. Refusal noted. Escalating. My body locked rigid. A wolf howled nearby. Frozen, I'd be its meal. Fine, I'll eat them. Consent registered. 10 now instead of a few. The thing held grudges. I fed them in, chewed, and near died of it, the swallow like sulfur. Punishment complete. 500 chili seeds awarded. Let this be a lesson. A packet of yellowed seeds. Chilies hadn't reached the central lands. Grown out, they'd be worth a fortune. I took 2 grouse and 7 eggs more, and the kits stirring in my pack. Then a cry from off in the trees. Help! Anyone, familiar? I stowed the bow and followed it to a muddy slope where a woman in rags clung to a thin vine, sliding toward a drop, by Fei, a Kaoshan girl whose veteran father had come home crippled to die poor, leaving her and a blind mother to beg. I reached down branches and hauled her up. She collapsed sobbing. What's a girl doing up here alone? My mother's gone 3 days without food. I came to dig medicine herbs. Her basket held a few cheap weeds, 10 coppers worth. Lucky this time. Go home. Then, I heard you squeezed 10 tails off Wang Matzi. Lend me a little. So the rescue came with a request. I'm short on my own levy. Refused. She pulled at her garment, baring her shoulders. I won't take it free. I can repay with my body. So thin a long underfed girl that her waist looked spannable. A stray thought crossed me, and I caught it short, and pulled the cloth back over her shoulders. You think I'm ugly? Tears welled. No, I just can't help you. Another man would have taken what was offered and walked off owing nothing. She had no one but a blind mother to call him to account. But I couldn't. I tore off most of the roasted grouse and pressed it on her. Take this to your mother. Her stomach growled at the smell. You saved my life. I'll repay it, she said, clutching the half-bird, and stumbled off. Tangle with her and a child, and the burden tripled. I finished the grouse, wrapped the bones for broth, gathered jujubes for Xiaoya, and before heading down set 12 snare traps at the watering spot. Slip knots sprung off branches, tightening the more the catch struggles. I waited for full dark to come home by a back path. A bow's a capital thing. Brother, you're back, Xiaoya said at the window, relieved, worried for me, it turned out. I hung the hare and grouse. Barely a tail, far short of the deer, but she beamed. We were close to the levee. Then I tipped out the kits. Her eyes lit. Sell these too. Too small. Raising them pays. 3 months and they breed. Litter on litter. She took charge of feeding. I'd grab Clover on the way, the best feed. Supper was thin porridge and the leftover grouse. Tomorrow I borrow a cart, sell the game in town, bring back grain. I'll come. No, I'll bring Jiang Yu's lot. The hangers-on who'd thrashed Wang Matzi had been pestering me for lessons ever since. At dawn I called 4 or 5 over. They chorused that with numbers they'd fear no one and swore to call me boss. I need a hand today. Call it training. At the word teach, Jiang Yu, the broad, dark-faced one, the supposed best fighter, a title I'd taken, slapped his chest. I'm buying rice in town. Cart's ready. I need someone to pull it. Whoever pulls, I teach. The others found sudden excuses, a pot boiling, a father's grave to tend, and fled. Only Jiang Yu stayed. He came clean. On the gang's books, reward scaled with risk. 10 coppers to stand and shout, 80 to charge and be dropped, 300 to drop a man, 3 taels a month at Red Staff. He put himself in the traces. I need the money. I want to eat meat every meal. I respected that, greed that acts, unlike the daydreamers who'd run. Let's go. You're willing, I'll teach you. While we were out, Xiaoya planted the chili seeds and built the rabbit hutch. At the village edge, a sedan chair caught her eye, blue-green, gold thread at the canopy, for match porters. Such a thing in this poor backwater was strange, but it could have nothing to do with her, so she filled her clover basket and turned home. Behind her, the chair's curtain lifted a crack. That's the girl, said an old voice. Passable. A touch frail. A steward bent to the chair. They'd checked with the Kaoshan headman. The birth characters matched. She was the one. Who else is in the house? A brother. I hear Zhang Lauer and Wang Matzi both came away empty. The brother's a lowlife, turned protective of late. Guards her like a dog over its food. Holding out for more silver? Doesn't seem so. Zhang Lauer says he never raised the price. A long silence. I don't care how. Within the month, I want her brought to me. Yes, the steward said, bowing lower. In town, my game went to the pavilion. Kang's word made it smooth. As I left, he stopped me. Can you get deer antler velvet? Young stags, for preference. I nodded. I'll keep an eye out. The grain store next. 400 caddies, and as we turned to go, a bold beggar snatched at a sack. I drove the cleaver into the cart shaft and barked, off. The blade flash drew them back. We made the gate. 2 hours out and the loaded cart half home, even Jiang Yu blowing. We rested, and a ragged woman stepped out ahead with a child, eyeing the sacks. Mercy, my child's starving, just one bowl. Clear off, Jiang Yu said, schooled by the gate. She dropped to her knees, dragging herself forward with a broken bowl, pleading on the child. Not yet 6, never a full meal. He's never eaten his fill? I said cold. She nodded eagerly. I kicked the bowl from her hand. These two aren't mine. Whether they live is nothing to me. The bowl shattered. Her face went flat, then dark. Come out. I told you this wouldn't fool him. From the brush rose 20-odd beggars, green-eyed, ringing us in. Jiang Yu grabbed the 2 children and gripped their necks. Back off, or I throttle them. The woman only smiled. Go ahead. 2 fewer mouths. His grip slacked. The children made no sound, eyes empty as wooden dolls, and a gust opened their rags to show their arms twisted like wrung dough, deliberately maimed. Kaixingjiga, children crippled to drive them out begging, milking pity for coin. Half the rice and we're gone, she said, smiling. Otherwise it's your lives or ours. 23 or -4, clubs ready, and I'd left the bow behind. The silence stretched, her patience thinning. My father taught me a wise man doesn't take a beating he can avoid, I said. She bloomed and stepped forward. Sensible men, rice and silver next to a life. The cleaver took her across the throat before she finished. Forgot to mention, I never listened to my father. I kicked her down, and the 2 children shrieked, wetting themselves. Even the beggars buckled. Standing there? Move. Desway's runners would come over a murdered subject for the look of the thing. But these were beggars beneath even the wandering poor. Dead, they'd be missed by no one. Jiang Yu yanked his gang club and swung hard. 7 or 8 went down howling, and the mob, no nerve, broke. A few fled, the rest knelt begging. Jiang Yu came back with 700 or 800 coppers of broken silver, grinning. I decided to strike the moment she'd asked for half the grain. One more day of yielding only marks you as easy. Who leads you? A gaunt man rose. The child maiming, your idea? He cringed, smiling. Times are hard. I kicked him into the mud. I love helping people. Break his arms and legs. I told Jiangyu, so he can beg better. His screams rang across the waste. I beat the rest around each and drove them off. No fear of revenge from men with no spine. Back home, Jiangyu helped haul the grain in. Brother Yen, the boxing win? He feared me a little now, more than admired. He'd seen killing, but never a man chat one instant and behead the next without a change in his face. Brother, why are you covered in blood? Xiaoya came out alarmed. Not mine. A stray dog came at the cart. I put it down. Right, Jiangyu? He nodded fast. After porridge, I set my stance in the yard. This is Sini Lioha. Heart with intent, intent with breath, breath with force. Quick to learn, brutal in effect. As a special forces man, I'd stripped every ornament and kept only the cruelest core. I moved, tiger over a ravine, swallow across the sky, then stood. Run it. Ask what you don't get. He began, lit up. The town's martial halls cost 3 taels a month, beyond any commoner. Then a woman's voice at the gate, second aunt, a stout village wife, all smiles, eyes already on the rabbit hutch. A clan aunt the 2 households hadn't visited in years, near strangers. Brother Yen, you grow more capable by the day, and you gave half a chicken to that blind woman's girl. Never a thought for your uncle and aunt. What brings you to my poor yard? We're one clan. You give to outsiders and not your own. Funny, I said, rubbing my nose. When my father died too poor to bury, you said we were 5 degrees out. No kin at all. Her face cracked. 10 years back, when their father died, Xiaoya had gone to borrow burial money and got a slammed door and a cursing through it. They'd wrapped him in a straw mat and buried him themselves. She recovered. I said that to spur you on. Then she lunged for the kits. 3, just 3. I pushed her off. Grab them, and I'll see you before the magistrate. She dropped and rolled, wailing about a nephew beating his aunt, until a crowd gathered. With an audience, she demanded 100 caddies of rice and the rabbits, or the yamen. Desway's law punishes a junior who offends a senior regardless of right. Go and report me. Let's see what your mouth alone proves. She flung a hand at the onlookers. They all saw you hit me, and they went cold and scattered, none willing to testify, and then face me coming for them. She ground her teeth. This isn't over. Mind the step. Jiangyu offered to have her thrashed. No need. There'll be plenty of this. It's only the start. A poor man come into money draws envy. Beggars don't begrudge the millionaire. Only the beggar who earns a copper more. In a house across the village, her husband, Zhao Yuan, the lame clan uncle, nursed the embroidered tale and the grudge. The aunt wept at her husband. I'd looked down on them, said I'd feed the grain to dogs before giving them any, that we were enemies, not kin. She'd die with her eyes open if he didn't avenge her. Zhao Yuan looked troubled. The boy ran with loafers and had put down Wang Matzi single-handed. Coming at him head-on meant a real beating and no face regained. His eyes rolled, and he found another way. At supper, Xiaoya brought out sesame flat cakes fried in lard, traded from a neighbor. Whoever marries you is a lucky man. Jiangyu mumbled through a mouthful, half a day's boxing behind him. She flushed and told him not to tease. After, he counted 50 coppers onto the table, meal money. I pushed it back. Offer me coin, and you're saying we're not brothers. Bring it up again, and you can stop coming to learn the fists. He gave in, then offered instead to rebuild the collapsed north room with brick and timber the next day. That suited me. Xiaoya was 17, and brother and sister sharing one room would set tongues wagging in time. I pushed the rest of the custard to her. Run the forms I taught you a few more times. You've a gift, 3 months, and you'll be something. No empty praise. That afternoon, he grasped each movement in 3 or 5 tries, faster than veterans I trained. At dawn, I ran a set and took Bao and Cleaver up Great Dragon Mountain. The levee near, grain prices rising. At the half-slope, 2 snares had sprung, a hare and a grouse. I rebound them, then found a third sprung empty. Anchor branch snapped, something large escaped, and beside it leaf-shaped slots in the mud. Sick a deer, exactly the antler velvet Kong wanted. But the ground hardened ahead, and the prints faded. Autumn's the rut. Rather than chase, I'd call a stag in. I rolled bark into a cone and gave a long, soft doe's cry. Years of field training made beast calls easy. A stag stepped out. First growth velvet is the most potent and dearest, The window 2 or 3 months. I sighted, called it nearer. 50 paces, 30, 15, and it froze, scenting the blood on me, and bolted. No more waiting. I rose and loosed. The wooden arrow took its back, then a second its leg, a third its neck, and it dropped. I wrenched the neck. It died. Congratulations, black iron chest obtained. A chest floated up from the carcass, invisible to anyone but me. Before opening it, I cut branches, drew the arrows, and plugged the wounds. A deer is all treasure, the blood a tonic, not to be wasted. As I reached for the chest, something came at my back, fast. Instinct rolled me forward 3 steps. An arrow stood quivering where I'd crouched. A graze had opened a shallow line below my left ribs. Quick on your feet. 3 hunters stepped from the trees a dozen yards off, one lean and dark with a longbow, the shooter. This is Zhao family village's ground. Leave the deer and what's on your belt, and we'll spare you. I scanned their spacing. I never heard the mountain was carved into anyone's grounds. Game goes to whoever takes it. A companion snapped to kill me. Wolves would strip the corpse in 2 days, no trace. From the first arrow it had been about my life. We both knew it. The bowman drew again. I rolled, swept the cleaver across the deer's head, 2 bloody antlers in my hand, and ran for the deep timber. The third man stayed with the carcass. The other 2 came after me. I ran flat out, dead leaves cracking, the wounds seeping, their curses closing, and the longer quiet blood warmed. The more dangerous it got, the cooler I went. I read the ground like a hawk for a place to turn. 1 arrow left, 2 pursuers. It would have to be a clean kill. You can't run, boy. The velvet, and I'll make it quick. One jeered and loosed at my back. I twisted, and it grazed my waist into a trunk. They split to flank me. We know where your house is. Got a sister. Zhao Xiaoya, isn't it? Once you're dead, we'll look after her well. I said nothing, but it set a question in me. Their village and mine had no traffic. How did strangers know me in such detail? This was planned. I waited in a wall of vines, and as the second came through, the cleaver took him. Blood flooded his windpipe before he could speak, and he dropped, convulsing. His elder brother arrived to see it, eyes near splitting, and hurled a spear with a bellow. He was thick-built and dark, the muscle bunching like an enraged bear's. The spear came fast, and I scrambled back, losing the chance at the dead man's quiver. No grappling him. I broke off, drew my last arrow, and loosed. It took his shoulder. He staggered, then came on to his brother's side. Little too. He tore his shirt to stanch the bleeding, but it was past that. The man's pupils were blowing. Brother, you can't beat him, run. His head lolled, and he was gone. The elder felt the body stiffening, his eyes red, tears welling but not falling, and rose, face working, the hatchet's edge catching the light. 20 years leaning on each other, and now he dies by your hand. Hard lives are no concern of mine, I said, hanging the bow on a branch, drawing the cleaver. You came at me first. He came like a maddened animal. I flung a stone. He slipped it, and hatchet met cleaver in a shower of sparks, his strength jarring my arm. To break his reason, he was a seasoned hunter, hard to take quickly. I told him coldly what I'd done to his brother before he arrived, and his guard went all fury and no thought, openings widening. When you're down, I'll grind his bones to ash. Ah. He hacked down, and his motion ceased as the shoulder wound tore wide. I swept the cleaver up into his belly. You've lost. He grinned and raised the hatchet. Slow now. I slipped behind, kicked the back of his knee, locked the arm, and wrenched, and he went down half kneeling, the hatchet falling. I set the hatchet to his nape. Answer me straight, and I'll make it quick. Who sent you? He laughed bitterly. Just kill me. Suits me. I'll go work on the last of you, the one minding the carcass. His cheek twitched. That was his youngest brother. He yielded. A lame man from Kaoshan, Zhao Yuan, came yesterday. Said his nephew was unfilial, and if he died, the 3 mu of patty split half with us. Uncle Zhao. My face went cold. Him? I'd thought it was Wang Matzi. The plotter was the uncle with whom I'd had no quarrel. In this age, men are everything. A household without one can't hold its land on a girl alone, and stripping the heirless is common. The yamen parcels it out to the clan. Had I died, the uncle's family would have swallowed our holdings whole, and Xiaoyao among the property. I took my answer in his head and gathered the spoils. By the carcass, the youngest, Zhao Run, Paced, uneasy. Over an hour. No word. Then footsteps. Brother? An arrow flew from the shadows into his chest. I walked out. Where are my brothers? Don't fret. I'll send you to them. I drew and loosed again, the throat. Kill, and silence the killed. Cut the grass, pull the root. In this world, that's the rule for staying alive. The haul was rich. A stiff bow, 2 spears, a hatchet, leather armor, 24 iron-headed arrows, 2 packets of wound medicine, and best of all, a hand-drawn map of the mountain, every trail and game path marked, cliffs and bogs noted, the big beasts' ranges ringed in red. The map alone's worth the deer. I turned to the chest still hanging in the air and reached in. The brewing method for Senuekin obtained. A yellowed sheet. A high-proof liquor distilled from fresh sorghum. Fire from throat to belly. The head gone light as walking on stars. Liquor sells in any age. The craft here was poor. The good recipes guarded like suns. The people drinking cloudy, weak, dreg-thick swill. I fixed every step in memory, burned the sheet, and used the map to find a cave, an abandoned bear den, dry and roomy, the brothers' hunting bolt hole, stocked with water jars, salt, and sealed lard. I hung the contraband weapons inside, blocked the mouth, shouldered the deer, and ambled down. At home, Jiang Yu had spent 2 hours mixing mud and straw into brick shapes drying under the eaves. At the village corner, he'd caught a figure skulking, Zhao Yuan, peering into the yard. He circled behind and clapped the man's shoulder. "What are you doing here?" The uncle wheezed out a smile and shook a basket of vegetables. He felt bad about the spat, brought a gift, but feared the boy was angry, so was looking first. Jiang Yu reached for the basket. The uncle snatched it back. "Best I say it to his face. I'll come this evening," and hobbled off, oddly quick. The old skinflint, bearing gifts? Wang Motzi must have scared him into currying favor, Jiang Yu thought, and went back to his bricks. He never guessed the man had come to scout. I came home at dusk to the old room demolished, a knee-high ring of brick risen. A deer. Xiaoya's eyes lit. I opened the artery into a basin, then stripped off my shirt. The wound below my ribs showed. "You're hurt." "A scratch." Jiang Yu, wrap it tight. "Beast, brother? Wolf or bear?" I looked up, cold. "Men. 3 hunters from Zhao family village." I nearly didn't come back. Jiang Yu's face darkened. He'd take some brothers and break their hands so they'd never draw a bow. No need. They can't draw a bow anymore. It was the same smile as on the grain road, and he didn't have to ask their fate. "I took them for chance greed," I said, the wound bound. But I pressed one. "Somebody sent them." "Who?" "Wang Motzi," they said together. I held up a finger. "Zhao Yuan. Kill me, split the patty." Xiaoya's eyes went round. Distant as he was, he shared the surname. "I'll go ask him myself." "No point. He'll deny it. No proof." "So we just let it go?" "Of course not. Had I meant the yamen, I'd not have left no survivor on the mountain." I looked at the blade. "The law takes a heap of conditions. The knife is simpler." Jiang Yu's scalp prickled. Even a gang enforcer couldn't help wondering whether a life weighed nothing to me. "This is my own feud," I told him. "Don't want a hand in it. You heard nothing. Walk now. I won't touch you." His legs wouldn't obey. Instinct screamed that standing now meant the cleaver, not a fresh start. "We're brothers by blood spilled," he said hard. "I'm in." My mouth curved, and the cleaver I'd quietly kept behind me went back on the table. In the low house, the uncle and aunt whispered over the lamp whether the 3 could handle me. "The mountain's not about fists," he said, mean-faced. "One green boy easy. One cut does it." The aunt laughed. "Kill me, and the patty was theirs. Sell Xiaoya besides. Good days coming." Then the urgent knocking. The uncle paled. "Who, this late?" But it was Xiaoya's voice, frantic, begging him to search for her brother gone all day. His eyes gleamed even as he put on a worried face, then shut the gate. My leg. A beast on the mountain. I couldn't run. The aunt came out shrilling that I'd thrown her out without a scrap, and now they wanted help. A crowd gathered, and Xiaoya knelt in the dirt begging anyone to come. Her only brother. Living she must see his face, dead his body. But dark on the mountain meant death. Wolves came down to the villages, and no one moved. She rose at last with a wretched smile and walked off, hollow. Late. The uncle lay awake, too pleased to sleep. Wait a few days, report the nephew missing, have the land redivided to the clan. Past the third watch, he kicked the wife up to slice cured meat and bring the cellar wine. 3 mu was 12 taels, half theirs at least, a little feast no waste. When the money's in, we'll fix the house, buy chickens, she said, slicing. Then the knocking came again. Soft, and far worse for it. They looked at each other, cold sweat starting. Old wolves, they say, learn to knock and walk like men. Who's there? Silence. A look through the gap showed the yard white and empty, and then the lattice cracked, and a shadow slid in with a blade at his throat. Shout, and you die. Hearing a human voice, he half relaxed. A man's more reasonable than a beast, and offered meat and wine, then the rice. The wife unbarred the door, and a second man slipped in and lit the lamp. The light fell on 2 faces. You Jiangyu. Then the uncle's eyes blew wide, the blood draining, and he turned to meet, behind him, my stare. Uncle, I didn't manage to die. Disappointed. The blade pressed. A thread of blood ran down his neck. Yinner, you scared me. I thought it was real robbers, shoving at the cleaver. My arm was iron, and it only sank deeper. The Zhao brothers told me everything. Kill me, split the patty. Sharp accounting. His pupils shrank. We're kin. And where's your proof? No proof. The Yamen can't touch me. A hard grin. Who said anything about the Yamen? A trial needs proof. Revenge needs a knife. He understood, and wet himself. Xiaoya begging the village to search at dusk had been to build my alibi, the neighbors laughing at her, and the clown was himself. He dropped to his knees kowtowing, offering anything in the house. Once you're dead, it's all mine anyway. He snatched the kitchen knife and hacked at my neck, a cornered cur. He'd overvalued himself. Before the blade fell, I'd kicked him in the gut. He doubled, and I brought the cleaver down on the knob of his nape. The head fell. The wife collapsed, fouling herself. I dropped the cleaver on the table and lifted my chin at Jiangyu. The meaning was plain. He stared at the bloody blade, breathing hard. Pick it up, and there was no road back. He let out a long breath, gripped the haft, set his teeth, and did it. I've killed. His mind blanked, sick. Take the silver, make it a bandit robbery. From this moment, he was wholly on my boat. What binds men hardest is shared wrong. We turned the room over, took the money. I wiped the boot prints, took the blade and bloody clothes, and threw the lamp on the bed. Soon it roared, and our 2 shadows slipped into the dark. By morning, a heavy dread sat over Chunlu. Bandits, robbery, murder, both burned. Then a tall figure came down the track with a deer across his shoulders. Isn't that Zhao Yan? Some who'd been begged the night before stared. They'd thought me dead. Get home. There's trouble. I spun it out, set traps, chased it through the night. Near went off a cliff, until most had the picture. Out hunting, gone all night. Passing the uncle's burned house, I stopped, feigning shock, then cold. Their dying's nothing to me. Collect their bodies? Dream on. Showing grief now would only draw suspicion. Behind me, the neighbors muttered that not even the nephew would bury them, and recalled that when my own father died, too poor to bury, Zhao Yuan hadn't given a copper. Xiaoya met me at the gate, pale. Will it hold? Say what I told you. I never came home last night. Then I dressed the deer. The headman's voice came at the gate, Wang Huai, with 2 county constables, on the robbery. I tensed. Not a word could go wrong. You quarreled with Zhao Yuan's wife 2 days back? She came for meat. I refused. She made a scene. I pushed her, didn't strike her. She's your aunt. Why not give her a little? She's a known shrew. When my father died, too poor to bury, she wouldn't even let us in the door to borrow. You spent the night on the mountain. Who'll witness it? The headman jumped in. Xiaoya had begged half the village to search. Many could swear. The constable Jean smiled coldly. That proves the sister looked for him. Not that he was on the mountain. No witness. Then it's the Yamen with us. A manacle flashed. Beaten confessions are common. Even an innocent loses a layer of skin in that Yamen, and I was hardly innocent. A name surfaced. Kong Qingzong, second steward of the Plum Blossom Pavilion, is my distant uncle by marriage. The pair stopped. Kong had broad connections, on familiar terms with the Yamen's own clerks. I picked out the best venison, wrapped it, and slid a tail of silver from my sleeve. For the legwork. Their eyes lit. Since you're his kin, we'll show some face. Skip the Yamen today. Money taken, tone changed. They'd only wanted drinking silver. The Yamen wouldn't trouble itself over Zhao Yuan, a bottom-rung ant. A man hunts hard for his own child's killer, But who cares how the pig in the sty died? The headman returned. The case was filed. Mountain bandits, robbery, and murder. For words, and it was closed. Come to the land office. Zhao Yuan left no children. So the 3 mu and the 2 rooms fall to you. I pressed half a deer leg into his arms. What's this? The interest on the grave tax you once paid for my father. Through the questioning, he'd quietly steered things my way. He took it, then warned me. Don't nurse a grudge against the constables. The people don't fight the officials. He'd caught my cold smile during the squeeze. You read too much into it, I said, and thought, not yet. Endure a moment for calm water. And truly I'd not lost. A tail and a few caddies of meat had bought me the uncle's land and goods and my own freedom. The transfer went through. Counting it all, the levy covered with 160 over, the 3 mu, the silver split with Jiangyu. I'd done better than I'd hoped. 7 taels 2 left, 6 mu of land, a room, and another going up, the bows and arrows and armor, the kits, the game. And dearest of all, the antlers, for which Kong had named 80 taels. Buy some Sichuan pepper, Xiaoya. Venison hot pot tonight. Hot pot? What's that? Meat and greens boiled in hot broth. Wait for brother Yu. No telling if he's back. Leave him some. In town, at the Fengbao gambling house, 2 crews stood off. Housemen in white short coats with staves, and bare-chested gang men with a broad blade scar branded over the heart. The owner, Qian Yihong, slapped the table and stood, jabbing at the black-clad men. Fengbao was his ground, his 15 years' work, and the gang couldn't just muscle in. Fight for it then. At the back of the gang stood Jiang Yu, baton on his hip, expressionless, the night's killing still cycling behind his eyes, the wet, sticky blood that no scrubbing took off, the dying faces. He breathed it out. Up front the bosses snarled, and a roar cut through. Enough talk. The ground to whoever wins. The 2 crews crashed together. In such melees Jiang Yu had always lingered at the edges. Not this time. He gripped the baton and drove for the thickest knot of men, something burning in him. Since he'd killed, a brawl held no fear. He took a houseman's shoulder. The joint gave. The man went down. He turned, struck again, aiming for bone, and was soon marked. Several housemen closing, staves raining, blood opening on his head. Once that would have sent him fleeing. Now it drove him wilder. He smashed a man's chest, his baton snapped, and he went in with fists, the shingy forms surfacing unbidden, each punch dropping another man. At the very back a cool, scholarly young man watched him a while, satisfied, and asked the man beside him his name and rank. Back at Chunlu the little pot bubbled with pepper and scallion and mushroom. I dropped in sliced venison and cabbage, and the smell filled the room. This is hot pot. It smells incredible. Fresh venison is good even plain. We both reached fast and filled our bowls. Full, mellow, top 3 of anything I'd had. I poured the uncle's cellar stock, cloudy as apple juice with dregs floating, sniffed a sour reek, braved a sip, sour, astringent, harsh, and spat it out. That's dear, don't waste it. Xiaoyao poured the rest back. My confidence in brewing Senyuekin only firmer. Nobody here had drunk anything good. Any bigger crocks? I'm brewing liquor. She went quiet, then softly. Brother, I feel like you've turned into a different person. Old Granny since said you'd been taken by something unclean, gave me a talisman to stick on you. I was silent a moment. Silly girl. Of course I'm me. She was bright. Though crossing over was past her imagining. She felt the truth of it. But the tale said spirits took the dead to do harm, and I was only doing good. A smile came over her, and she quietly decided to stop needing to know whether this was the brother she'd grown up with. From childhood, she'd been poor and hungry, taking cold looks as a matter of course. Now there were 3 meals a day and no one daring to bully her. The day Wang Mozi's men came she'd near despaired, until she looked up and saw me back, and felt for the first time what it was to be shielded. Next morning, I paid the levy first. Over 700 caddies in the house, and I wanted it off my neck. The officers weighed out 600 caddies of old rice, found it correct, and wrote me a receipt. Watching the cart roll off, a great stone lifted. Scrub out those big crocs, I told Xiaoya, and pressed the receipt on her. Keep it safe. It's the only proof we paid. She tucked it carefully away. I bound the antler pouch to my waist and set off. At the stream out east, Xiaoya scrubbed clothes, and Aunt Ma, the village matchmaker, settled beside her. Your brother's 22? High time he wed. I've some likely girls. Shall I look one over? Xiaoya brightened. Only his old loafing and the family's poverty had kept matches away. Aunt Ma read off 10 odd candidates from her ledger. A frail girl who couldn't do heavy work, a young widow, a Miao village girl. None quite right. Take the ledger home. Let him pick. Mind you don't lose it, she said, tucking it into Xiaoya's arms. I went straight to the pavilion. The kitchen checked the goods, and the counting room paid. Half a deer, a grouse, a hare, 9 tails 6. Kong wasn't in, and a matter of tens of tails I'd not hand to a stranger, so I'd come again tomorrow. Antler velvet spoils if kept. I bought brewing gear and new bedding and walked home near sunset, to the old room's foundation bearing a knee-high ring of brick. The seeds you brought sprouted. Chili usually takes 7 or 8 days, but the systems broke ground in under 3. I conjured the bundle out. Pork, flour, cloth, new shoes, and a hairpin, which I slid into her hair. They are pretty. Fed and warm and shielded, sheets softened and brightened. The gilded pin suited her. This was dear, surely? Was 100 coppers enough? The shop had a sale, 60 for this and a box of rouge. She bit her lip, eyes shining. Thank you, but don't buy such things again. It should go to real needs. Keeping you happy is a real need. A life's only a few decades. Aunt Ma gave me a ledger today. Wants to find you a wife. A wife? My face stiffened. Marry, and there's another mouth, another head on the levee. Then children. The day's unlivable, and I'd not have my children born into a world this grim. No, no. I waved it off. At least look, what if one suits? I've a sickness, Mary and I die. Drop it. Fled to the ancient past, and still can't escape the marriage nagging. She put the ledger away to return tomorrow. After supper, I soaked the town sorghum. Weave rice, why sorghum? She turned up the moldy-looking yeast cakes. You're really brewing? Few workshops had sprung up even with the ban lifted. The craft was hard, the cost high, 5 caddies of grain to a caddy of liquor, the good recipes guarded. The no-name efforts ran undrinkable and folded in months. The town's bestseller went 160 coppers. Who'd pay nearly that for cloudy swill? Just buy it. Shuanfu brew, plum fire. Sweet watered with a whiff of liquor, I muttered, tipping the washed sorghum in. Half a month, and I'll show you real liquor. Sorghum brews fragrant, maize sweet, wheat clean, rice mellow. I threw the cooked grain in with the yeast, added water, and the rest by the Senuecan method. Even distilled liquor ferments first, sealed the crock, and set it in a corner. First try, so I kept it small. Bone tired, I slept hard and woke to daylight. The gate knocked, the 2 tax officers from the day before. The whole of Desue's officialdom squeezed the people by every trick. Even at levee time they'd carp the rice wasn't dry enough. Yesterday had gone smoothly. Here they were again. Didn't you say your levee was ready? Call us to fetch it? We both stared. My levee was hauled yesterday, by you too. Got proof. My stomach tightened. Officers can't simply arrest, so they held some handle. Xiaoya, bring the receipt. The 2 scanned it, faces going odd. This is yours. You wrote it yesterday. Then one yanked out a chain. Forging an official document. 60 strokes and exile to the northern wastes. And reached to manacle me. I shoved him back. If you want to pay off, say so. Don't pin this on me. Look at the signature. The hand and content matched yesterday's, but the lower left signature and seal had changed. The names misspelled, the square seal missing a corner. My head rang. I checked it carefully. The only possibility was that it had been swapped. Xiaoya, did anyone touch this? No. I kept it on me. Never took it out. Then her face drained. Wait. At the stream, Aunt Ma tucked the ledger into my arms. It came together. Under cover of the ledger, she'd switched the real receipt for the forgery. Both of you confess, or it doesn't end. The officer sneered. The magistrate would take an interest, and the punishment room boys would receive us well. 2 roads only. Take the cuffs and the waists, or cut these 2 down and flee to the bandits at Tiger Head. My gaze went to the cleaver, and a hand seized my arm. Xiaoya stepped in front, white as paper. I forged it. My brother had no part. They sneered. You'd shoulder it alone? Both of you, or it doesn't end. She glared, eyes red. Don't push too far. A cornered hair bites. A common man's wrath spills blood 5 paces. The wastes were a death sentence. The officers' faces darkened. Then they met my killing stare and went cold to the bone. Even hardened bandits didn't look like that. Of one mind. Two of them. No long weapons. They'd take the girl, fetch more men, come back for me. The chain clicked shut on her. My hand drifted to the haft. Brother, don't do anything foolish, she said, shaking her head. Not the dead end yet. They took only her. I stayed free to act, and exile wouldn't be ruled today. She held the ledger across to me. Return this to Aunt Ma. Since she'd swapped the receipt, the real one was surely still on her. Get it back, and we were clear. Don't be afraid. I'll bring you home. They marched her off. I ran for Aunt Ma's, turning it over. The siblings and the matchmaker had no quarrel. Who was behind it? Wang Matzi couldn't reach tax officers. The uncle and aunt were buried. The Zhao hunters dead to the last. I kicked her gate in. Out here. The house was bare, clothes and bedding gone. She'd prepared and fled. A neighbor came by. She'd left on an ox cart the night before, said she was off to kin in town. She'd no kin in town that I knew of. She was hiding. Maishan was vast. One person was a needle in the sea. The thread was cut. A cold settled in me. A set trap. Link upon link. The mastermind ahead of me at every turn. Every lead severed. And I didn't even know who he was. Turning in circles like a headless fly. Out of Aunt Ma's gate. Before I could go after the officers, a familiar face came grinning down the road. Zhang Lauer, the trafficker I'd kicked flat for trying to buy Xiaya. He planted himself in my path. All mock concern about my sudden good fortune. Then, don't you want to know who's holding the real receipt? I stopped dead. You did this. It made no sense. A peddler of people, tangled up with tax officers? He backed off a step, waving his hands. He was only the messenger. Sell Xiaoya, and the receipt came back. Same price as before, 10 taels. At the edge of fury, I went cold instead. The thing had never added up. 10 taels for her was high to begin with. Now someone had bought tax officers and staged a forgery frame just to get her. What did she have that was worth all this? Who's behind you? No need for you to know. I pressed. Refused to tell me, and I'd let her be exiled before I sold her. Everyone loses. I was gambling on how badly they wanted her. A man who'd built a trap this elaborate wouldn't dig in over a detail and risk blowing it open. Zhang Lauer smirked that knowing wouldn't help. The man behind him could summon tax officers, far above my reach. Revenge was a child's dream. I caught his collar, cleaver to his throat, out of patience. He folded fast. Wang Luan, the Wang Silk House. Know him? A fat, white-haired old man, near too feeble to walk. I'd seen him about town in my old loafing days. Wealthy enough, a dozen silk shops, 30-odd servants. But Wang had no shortage of maids. Why pay several times over for Xiaoya? Zhang Lauer spread his hands. Not for labor, to be a daughter-in-law. Wang had been childless until past 60. When a concubine bore him a son, he doted on past since. The boy had always been sickly, and now, just past 20, had taken consumption. No physician could touch it. Then a traveling fortune teller cast the boy's fate and said only a marriage to break the ill luck would cure him, and that only a girl matching a certain set of birth characters would do. They'd combed the nearby villages. Only Xiaoya's 8 characters and zodiac fit. Consumption, tuberculosis, near a death sentence even in my old world, let alone here, and wedding to break ill luck was charlatan's nonsense. And if she marries in and your young master dies anyway? I knew from the histories how a luck bride is regarded. No better than a dose of medicine. If the patient lives, she's barely above a maid, sometimes resold once she's served her purpose. If he dies, the superstition pins the blame on the bride. The kindest household beats her and works her to the bone. The cruelest buries her with him in a ghost marriage. Zhang Lauer sighed that once she married and she was Wang property, her life nothing to us. Good fortune if she was lucky, and if not, then dying to attend the young master was only proper. I kicked him flat, the boot print landing exactly where the last one had, and this time, cleaver in hand and my face the way it was, he didn't dare another threat. He scrambled up and spat it out. Take the money and make a marriage alliance and everyone's happy, or hold out and watch your house destroyed. My time was short. Xiaoya was already being marched to the county jail. Formal hearing in 3 days. Once the case was sealed, not even Wang could pull her out, and I'd lose both her and everything. He left it there and walked off. Watching him go, I turned it over. Wang was rich, but his reach stopped short of the yamen itself. He'd only bought 2 tax collectors. And if I conceded, Xiaoyao was dead. Consumption doesn't cure, and she'd be dragged into the grave to attend the boy. But Aunt Ma had vanished, and there was no time to chase Wang in the city. Then I laughed at myself. This needed nothing so elaborate. In the Wang compound, the old master sipped his tea and told Aunt Ma the true receipt was the only thing that could ransom the girl out of jail once Zhao Yin agreed to sell, so she'd best keep it safe. She bowed and scraped, but did not hand it over. She'd seen what I'd done to Wang Matzi, and stealing it had made me her mortal enemy. Fleeing to the Wangs, she kept the paper on her body as her one bargaining chip against the day they discarded her. A racking, bellows-like cough tore out of the back room. Wang waved her off and was helped behind the screen, where a young man lay on the bed wasted to sticks, white-faced, hair nearly gone, doubled over coughing as if to bring up his organs. Someone shrieked that the young master was coughing blood, called for the medicine. The old man soothed him. "Hold on, son, your bride's almost here. You'll mend." On the rutted road, 2 tax officers hauled Xiaoyao along, griping about their scuffed new boots and the silver Wang's errand had put in their pockets. 10 taels each, a night at the pleasure house waiting in the city. The chatter dropped into her ears and drained what color was left in her face. The manacles had rubbed her wrists raw and bleeding. She walked hollow-eyed, thinking this trip she'd not come back, that an early death was at least an end to a life of hunger and cold and a wastrel brother's messes, that the last half-month of full meals and no one daring to bully her had been a short, sweet dream, and now she woke to the same hard fate. The officers stopped in a tree's shade to mop their sweat, and a figure rose at the end of the road. Xiaoyao's eyes found the cleaver at his waist and went wide. I rolled my wrists, the joints cracking, and came on. The 2 shot up. "Xiaoyan, what do you think you're doing?" "Easy, gentlemen. I followed you a good while and waited for the empty stretch on purpose. Shout all you like, no one's near." Their faces whitened. Xiaoyao cried for me to run. Chen Jinfeng drew his saber, backing up. "Lay a hand on a court officer, and your whole family loses their heads." That only widened my smile. "You've got it backward. I'm here for 2 things, my sister and that paper." There'd never been any need to chase Aunt Ma. Destroy the forgery, and the case collapsed. Tax men aren't constables. Without evidence, they couldn't make the charge stick even with her in the cell. Worst case, I'd pay the levy twice. Lu Chang's eyelid jumped. He hadn't thought I'd dare touch officers. Common folk bow their heads at the sight of a uniform. Chen swung first, saber flashing from my neck. I dropped low and brought the cleaver up under it. Steel rang, and his blade nearly tore from his hand. He was no fighter, soft from wine and brothels. Lu came in from the side, fast, his saber sweeping for my waist. I turned inside it and cracked the flat of the cleaver down on his wrist. He howled, the saber spinning away, and a sweep of my leg put him in the dirt. Chen knew he had no retreat and rushed again. I caught his blade, drew it past me on his own momentum, stepped aside, and wrapped the cleaver's pommel against the back of his neck. He went face first into the road, out. Lu was clambering up when the cleaver met his throat. A dozen seconds, both officers down, weaker than Wang Matzi's hired men, for all their sabers. Keys, and the forged paper. White as paper, Lu fished out the brass key and the document. I checked it, tore it to scraps, and burned them with a fire striker. "Tell Wang Luan, leave it here and I'll eat this loss. We go our separate ways. Keep coming at my sister and me, and I'll trade this worthless life of mine for his whole household." Hearing he wasn't to die today, Lu sagged with relief and swore to carry the message. I struck the manacles off Xiaoya. The raw rings on her wrists pulled at something in me, and she fell against me sobbing until it eased. I tossed the key back without a glance at the 2 of them, and we started home. A dozen steps on, she looked up, eyes red. "Will this really end it?" I laughed shortly. "You think too simply." The Wang patriarch grasping at any cure, those 2 officers, none of them will leave us alone. Telling him to back off was theater, so they'd think I'm afraid and hold off rushing me. I set my teeth. Everyone who had a hand in this, not one of them walks away. In the Wang house, the teacup shattered on the floor. The old man glared at his 2 bedraggled officers. The forged paper snatched back, The girl gone. 20 taels of good silver spent, and they couldn't manage one back alley brawler? They could only bend their heads and take it. He'd dealt in goods, never in killing, but there seemed no road left but the direct one. Chin's voice turned vicious. Send men in. Do it clean. Who'd trace it to us? Lu, nursing his wrist, nodded along. A few men dressed as bandits slip in by night, kill him, fire the house, and the girl's theirs to take. And, Lu added, grinning, Chunlu had just been raided by Tiger Head Mountain bandits days ago. Pin it on them, maybe even levy a fresh tax under cover of bandit suppression. 2 birds. Wang sighed and gave his word. Back home, Jiang Yu came hurrying. He'd heard Xiaoya was taken. I laid it out plain. He frowned. Wang could move officials. He wouldn't quit. He'd likely come hard. I nodded. When scheming fails, force becomes the shortest road. I leaned to his ear and told him what I needed. He listened, nodded, and went. Xiaoya caught my sleeve. Where are you going? Don't lie to me. To have him gather a few hands from the gang, in case Wang tries something. Strength in numbers. I smoothed her hair. Go stay at Third Ants a while. I'm going into town. Town. This velvet spoils if I hold it longer. And hiring help costs. And there's the levy to pay again. Without selling it, where's the silver? She dropped her head, tears falling. It was her fault. If she'd guarded the receipt, none of this would have happened. I wiped them with a rough thumb, the gesture careful, unlike the blade-swinging fool she knew. We're brother and sister. Don't talk like that. I settled her at Third Ants, told her not to come out for anyone until I was back, and went to the Plum Blossom Pavilion. Kong turned the 2 intact first-growth velvets over with bright eyes and slid me a 30-tael banknote, clean settlement. I drew a breath and shook my head. There was something more, and without it I couldn't sell. His face cooled, a walnut cracking in his hand, suspecting I was holding the velvet hostage to gouge him. I leaned close, checked we were alone, and dropped my voice. Not a higher price. I was in trouble and needed his help passing a word, and for it I'd take 10 taels off the velvet. His look eased. He turned the walnuts a while. Then, he had a route, but if it went wrong it was no concern of his. I know the rules, I said. Night. At Third Ants, the stooped old woman set out thin congee from 2-year-old rice and pressed Xiaoya to eat. She had no children and was no true kin, but she'd looked after the girl since she was small, found her odd jobs to earn a little. Xiaoya barely touched it, fretting that I wasn't back. Then my step at the door. I set down a bundle, bedding, rice, cured meat, and asked the old woman to let Xiaoya stay a few days, pressing a purse on the table as board. She didn't brighten. Her lined face stayed still. Yin, what have you stirred up now? You don't dare let her go home. You haven't broken the law. I laughed it off. If I had, I'd be long gone with Xiaoya, not bringing trouble to her door. The truth was simpler. I'd crossed a rich house in the city. Those 2 officers were their dogs. The scheme had failed, and I wanted Xiaoya out of the wind a while. She relaxed. If it were really a crime, constables would have ringed Chunlu and searched house by house hours ago. She kept the bedding and food, but pushed the purse back. I help you because I wanna, not for this. If you'd ease your conscience, when I die one day, see I'm buried. Don't let the dogs drag me off. 3 li outside Maishan, under an old pagoda tree, 16 horses stamped, their muzzles bound so they couldn't cry out. The leader, face wrapped in black cloth, drove his hatchet into the trunk. From this moment, they were Tiger Head Mountain men, and anyone who let slip the Wang name was a dead man. They patted the knockout powder and rope at their chests. The real tools, the sabers and clubs on the saddles, were for show. The watch drums sounded from Chunlu, and Steward Lu, the second chief, pulled his hatchet free. Move. In my yard the lamp threw 2 shadows on the paper window. Jiang Yu said he'd watched the Wang house all afternoon and seen men hire a dozen horses. They'd strike tonight. Horses are dear. No one rents that many for nothing. I'd expected it. The old man, frantic for his son, would turn to force the moment the officers failed. Then how do the 2 of us handle a dozen men on horseback? I looked at the cleaver on the table. However many come tonight, that's how many die. Hooves drummed close under a bright moon. The leader sent a man ahead to scout my house. He came back, a lamp lit, 2 or 3 shapes inside, no more. Rush it. Kill the men. Take the women, Steward Lu ordered. and the riders crashed through the fence, the lead man's hatchet bright. Jiang Yu's voice cracked at the window. They're here. I was already standing in the yard, thin shirt snapping in the wind, the short blade at my waist catching light. Who are you? Second chief of Tiger Head Mountain, Black Whirlwind. Lu bellowed it loud on purpose, to sell the bandit story to any waking villager. Hand over your grain and silver, and I'll give you a clean death. I gave ground 2 steps. He took it for fear and spurred over the low fence, hatchet drawn, straight at the house, the others pouring after, blades up. Inside, Jiang Yu went rigid, certain we were finished. I stood square in the doorway, no dodge, no flinch, and as the hatchet fell I threw my arms wide and shouted into the dark, "The Tiger Head bandits are here. Gentlemen, will you not act?" Bowstrings sang from everywhere at once. 16 arrows tore out of the night, the heads a sheet of silver under the moon. Lu watched a barbed point swell huge before his eyes and burst against his chest. "Ambush!" he screamed as he fell, arrows hissing from behind the haystacks, the treetops, the wall tops. The proud little column dissolved into screaming men and maddened horses, mounts throwing their riders, a masked man scrambling up only to be run through by a spear out of the dark. From behind the trees and the slopes rose tall figures in blue-green, a great Bing, soldier, stitched on each chest, longbows and spears in hand. Garrison troops. Lu's voice broke. How does a street rat call out the garrison? Hours earlier, at the pavilion, Kong had asked what trouble could possibly need soldiers. Had I run off with some lord's daughter, bedded someone's concubine? Maishin's biggest official was the magistrate, but the city held a garrison answerable not to him, but to the prefectural commander at Hangzhou. De Sui kept military and civil apart. 180 men under a vice-general, paid and supplied straight from the commander's office, outside the magistrate's reach. I told Kong only that it was complicated. Wang had standing in the city, and if Kong were friendly with him, I'd be sold out the moment I opened up. Our dealings ran on mutual use, nothing deeper. He shrugged and took me east, to the garrison camp, his carriage waved through, soldiers saluting him along the way. The pavilion's second steward carried that much face. Vice General Lin Jian and I go back 6, 7 years, Kong warned me. But he's greedy. Feed him short, and my face alone won't move him. I said I'd come prepared. A big, stubble-jawed man in old leather armor pushed through the tent flap. Lin Jian, 40 or so, square face, hard eyes, the look of no ordinary man. He grinned at Kong, then took in my coarse clothes and straw sandals, and his face fell. Was the camp a place to bring just anyone? Kong smoothed it. This cousin of his was sharp and wouldn't waste the general's time for free. Lin's interest stirred at reward. His help came dear. I met his measuring stare. On the way in I saw your men were sharp. General, only their armor's worn. Help me, and when it's done I'll put a new set of armor on every man you have. He slammed the table up. Did I know what iron armor cost? 180 sets ran past 1,000 taels. Could I produce that? I can't, I said. But someone can. The Wangs. His face changed at the name. I gave it to him plain. I was Zhao Yan. I'd crossed the Wang silk house. They'd twice tried to break my sister and me and would now come hard. Bandits had raided my village days back, my uncle and aunt killed, the place in a panic. Let the general lay an ambush, take the Wang men in the act. And whatever you say they are, they are. Say they're Wang's servants, they're servants. Say they're Tiger Head bandits, then bandits they are. And a charge of banditry meant the whole house seized and beheaded. Lin's saber was suddenly at my throat. The Wangs were no small power. Why should he gore that stone for one peasant? Why not kill me and claim a reward from them? Because you and Wang have old bad blood, I said, holding still. And because you're short of money, and I'm worth nothing. Wang's a fat hog. Eat him and your men eat their fill. I'm a grasshopper, not worth the chewing. He stared, then roared with laughter, sheathed the blade, and clapped my shoulder. Bold little bastard. I'll take it. Back to now. A couple dozen garrison soldiers stepping out of the shadows, and Lu's dozen men frozen. Lin strode out laughing, surveying the Wang's servants sprawled in the dirt, eyes bright with the loot to come. He muttered to me that he'd even brought bandit costumes to dress them in for the look of the thing, and they'd gone and dressed themselves, saved him the trouble. Lu had ridden and shouting he was Tiger Head's second chief, and every woken neighbor was a living witness. "Congratulations, General," I said. "A dozen bandits taken, enough to seize the Wong estate behind them and report a merit to the commander's office." "The commander's pleased. Maybe you move up a rung." Lin couldn't hide his pleasure. "Tie these bandits. Not one gets away." The soldiers closed in. A Wong man shrieked to run and bolted. The rest scrambled after on foot, their horses dead or fled. Loose. These were Lin's own trusted men, in on the whole business, and they showed no mercy. For bandits who wouldn't be taken quietly, there was only the one answer. Arrows flew, blades reddened, 5 or 6 down in moments. Wong's house thugs, fierce enough bullying poor villagers, broke like mice before cats. In the rout, Lu tried to slip away. A saber took him as he turned, and the last thing he understood, his head striking the ground, was whose headless body that was beside him. Soon the field went still. 12 bandits killed, 3 taken, the chief, Black Whirlwind, dead on the spot. 57 arrows spent, not a soldier scratched. The 3 captives, white and shaking among the corpses, were asked the only question that mattered: live or die. "Live," they cried. "Then talk." The leftmost stammered it was Wong Luin who'd sent them, dressed as bandits, to kill me and carry off my sister to wed his son and break the ill luck. Lin's face hardened. A soldier's blade opened the man's throat mid-sentence. To the other 2, white-lipped, "Remember it. Your tiger-head bandits hiding in the city behind Wong's livery. Wong Luin is the mountain's true master, the great chief. The silk house is cover for years of robbery, and tonight you came at his order to sack this village." Slow as they were, they understood. This was the lever to crack the Wongs. Master and servant loyalty weighed nothing against their own necks. They nodded like pestles. "Yes, we're bandits. Wong's the chief." At the Wong house, the old man knelt before his Buddha, uneasy, the steward at his side. Steward Lu's men weren't back. Then thunderous knocking at the front gate, and master and servant brightened. Lu's returned. The old gatekeeper shuffled to the bolt. The steward came rushing to hush him for waking the whole street, and drew it himself. The door swung, and the steward froze. Not Lu and the men, but a blade, its point already drawing a thread of blood at his throat, and rank on rank of garrison soldiers on the steps, torches snapping. "General Lin?" Lin walked him backward at sword's point into the hall. From the inner room, Wong, his eyes failing, called for the guests to be shown in. Then Lin's voice rolled out like thunder. The Wong house kept bandits, conspired with Tiger-Head Mountain. The merchant, a brigand chief in truth, his men caught red-handed sacking a village tonight. He waved, and bloodied corpses were flung into the courtyard. 2 gore-streaked servants dumped on the flagstones. By imperial law, consorting with bandits. The blade pressed in, the steward stumbling back against the spirit wall. Is death to the 9 kindred. The soldiers poured in, blades out, the quiet night blown apart. Sabers split carved doors, women dragged from their beds. Some, not knowing what had come, struggled and cursed that the Wongs had connections, that the garrison would answer for breaking into a home. But the trap was sealed, the witnesses already made. The household was herded into the yard. They forced the old man to his knees. He cursed Lin for framing him over the old grudge. Years back, newly posted and short of funds, Lin had pressed the city's rich houses to take him on as silent partner and protector for their goods on the road. Wong had not only refused, but mocked him publicly for trying to get something from nothing, and led others to spurn him, killing the scheme. The feud dated from then. But the Wongs had traded cleanly since, and Lin had never found his opening, until now. All Maishan knew the story. My body's former crowd, useless at everything but gossip, had carried it to me. And so the moment I learned Wong was behind the frame, Lin was the first name I reached for. The enemy of my enemy. Wong, gasping, finally ground out that he'd give half the family fortune to spare his household. Lin laughed, bribing an official. That's a charge on top of a charge. The old man's eyes near split, howling that he'd not let Lin rest even as a ghost. Take him down, Lin said, his gaze running over the grand house, the corners of his mouth lifting. At dawn, a rider came to my door. The Wongs were jailed for collusion with bandits. Only the commander's order wanted before the headsman's block. Searching the house, they'd found an old woman, and on her this. He tossed me the levy receipt Aunt Ma had stolen. My mouth curved. I'd meant only to break the wongs and had got the paper back besides, a dozen taels saved. The general says you've a share in this, the soldier said, and offered me a favor, within reason. I made myself cool through the leap of excitement. The offer had limits, and I mustn't seem greedy. Not silver. The times had taught me that only the man with strength and standing holds his own fate. Money alone is just meat on someone's table. I'd like a few permits to bear bows, I said. Bows are regulated into sway. Only officials and permit holders may carry them openly. The soldier nodded. Hunting bows should be no trouble. How many? 10. The rains flooded the fields. Many can't make the levy and must risk the mountain to hunt. I want to raise a hunting band. More hands, more safety. He didn't press, only said, if I was trusted, fine, and rode off. This had cost the Wongs everything and netted me, on the surface, little, but the reckoning ran in my favor. Aligned to Lin Jian, the levy receipt recovered, and best of all the permits, which meant more than open hunting. They meant I could raise an armed band of my own. By noon the soldier returned. Not 10 permits but 8, each signed in Lin's own hand, valid across the sway, hunting bows only, forge an iron cord bow or a repeating crossbow, and the permits void and my head with it. Each bore my name, so a thief couldn't use one, though I could lend them out under my own authority. I counted my holdings with some satisfaction. 36 taels 7, 6 mu of land, the rabbit litter, 2 hunting bows, a hand axe, 2 spears, 24 arrows, a cleaver, a room and a half, and the 8 bow permits. Several times what I did stepping into this world. Dozens of Wong lives would end for what I'd set in motion, and I felt nothing for it. That kind of feud is your life or theirs. I fetched Xiaoyao from Third Ants. Jiang Yu came by on the rumor. The Wongs, wiped out, he panted. Garrison men came at dawn. No mistaking it. Xiaoyao's mouth fell open. She'd hidden at Third Ants all night, and only now learned the house that had loomed over us was simply gone. How did you do it? Both of them wanted to ask. I only smiled it aside. Some things lose their weight in the telling. Let people fail to read you, and they keep a healthy fear. I meant to build my own band. A little mystery did no harm. Jiang Yu shook his head. He'd feared me for my readiness to kill. Now he plainly admired the colder cunning of it, and thought that in a world this broken, only a man like me lived well. I've thought it through, I told them. I'll gather the able young men from the villages around and form a hunting band, cover for each other in the hills, and no one dares push us at home. Borrowing the garrison's hand this once was well enough, but Lin wouldn't always be there. Better to stand on my own feet. I put it to Jiang Yu straight. Leave the gang, come hunt with me, earn more than the gang paid. He looked torn, then admitted it. That very morning he'd drunk the blood oath and been made a full member of the gang's hall. Once he'd have come without a thought. Now, just when the leaders had noticed him, he couldn't simply walk. The gang's rules ran deep, and quitting cost a layer of skin. I didn't push. A melon forced off the vine isn't sweet. Take your time, I said. It's your call. 6 or 7 days passed. Jiang Yu rebuilt the collapsed room himself, but for a few hands at the ridge beam, fitting it out with door and windows square and tight. I'd meant to mark it with a meal and thank him, but a gang summons came at first light, something urgent, and he hurried off. Xiaoyao was already hauling in the bed and the table, delighted. South-facing, thick walls, warm come winter, big enough even when I married and had children. I smiled, but didn't share the heat of it. Chunlu was where we'd grown up, but I had no intention of ending my days here. The new house was a way station. I sat at the millstone seeing to the bows. With the permit, I'd bought better stock, boxwood for the limbs, dried sinew braided with hemp for the string, leather wrapping the grip and arrow shelf, a far cry from my first crude one. I drew the new bow full, the strain singing up my arms. Close to 2 dan, 60 caddies to the dan. A man can usually manage one, and to lose 5 in a row first try marks real strength. Don't believe the games and plays that draw archers as reedy weaklings. Anyone who handles a stone bow well has arms thicker than most men's legs. Army iron cord bows ran past 3 dan and would punch through armor at 100 paces. My first 30 caddy stick was for hares and grouse. No use against boar or bear. A voice at the gate. Is this Zhao Yan's house? A lean, weather-dark man in patched clothes stood there, two more like him behind. They'd come on the word that I was raising a band. I'd had callers daily since, mostly idlers after a free meal, no one worth taking, so the band was still empty. What did you do before? The man, Jiayu, answered readily. A garrison conscript in the 24th year of Chongyuan, fought the tribes on the frontier, jailed some years when his commander fell foul of the law, then back to farming. The other two his comrades from those days, soldier and prisoner both. Conscripts. That caught my interest. The three carried themselves straight-backed, not bent like ordinary farmhands. Used a bow. Long ago. Don't know if my aim's held. I tossed him the new bow and 2 arrows. Try it. He ran a finger over the snake grain of the limb, sank his weight, and drew it full, muscle standing on his arm. He sighted an elm 30 paces off and loosed. The first grazed the trunk and skittered into the grass, startling up birds. The second drove 3 or 4 inches into the wood, the shaft snapping from the force. For a man years out of the army, fair shooting. Aim's passable. Hands. His 2 comrades dropped into stance and ran a quick set. Fast, hard, plainly drilled for real fighting, leaves spinning up off the ground. That settled it. I let them in and named my terms plainly. Into the mountain, everything taken, game, herbs, split 6 to me, for among the 3 of you. The one called Liuzi flushed and opened his mouth. Jiayu pressed his shoulder and managed a rueful smile. Brother Zhao, 4's a little thin. The mountain is a life-on-the-line trade. I counted it off on my fingers. The bow and mount permits are mine. The beast trails and where the worthwhile herbs grow only I know, and the sail route is mine. Which of the 3 could they bring to bargain with? It silenced them. They put their heads together and took it, for it was. Dawang village was 7 or 8 li off, and with little pressing in the fields I told them to lodge for now in the burnt half-room next door, also mine since the fire. Easier to muster for the mountain. Jiayu handed over a black iron tablet stamped with the character Sui, the government's identity token. Without it a man's a vagrant. He offered it to prove himself, and rightly. Take strangers on without checking, and you might be harboring fugitives. The Wang's fate was fresh enough. I'd have asked if he hadn't. I walked them to the headman, registered the names, and they settled into Chunlu. That evening Jiang Yu came by, and I pressed him again to join. He looked pained. He'd taken the blood oath that morning. He was in the hall now. Once a nominal hanger-on. He'd have come at once. Now he couldn't. I was disappointed, but didn't lean on him. Different men, different roads, however close. Meanwhile, under the crook-necked willow at the village mouth, a dozen short-coated men were working themselves up. Zhao Yin raises a hunting band, passes over 100 strong backs in his own village, and takes on 3 outsiders, turning his back on his own people, keeping the good thing from the village and handing it to strangers. They rolled up their sleeves and came for an answer. We 3 were at the pot when the shouting started outside. Zhao Yin, get out here. I set down my chopsticks and opened the door on 30 or 40 villagers, hoes and sickles in some hands, the ringleader's neck veins standing out. I shouted them quiet and let them speak one at a time. The leader, Zhao Si, a farmer I'd already turned away days back, demanded why no village men. What had the 3 outsiders paid me, while half the village went hungry and I ate well. I'd wanted a band that could fight. Only the capable, not mouths to feed. Chunlu had strong backs aplenty, but they knew only the plow. Bring them into the hills against beasts and they'd be a danger, not a help. Zhao Si, I said, patting my sleeve. I told you days ago, the mountain's full of tigers and wolves. Go in without skill and you're dead. He folded his arms. What's the danger? We'll go in a mob. Even a tiger runs from numbers. A mob doesn't fear beasts, true, but it scares off every animal for miles. This is hunting, not a brawl. That stopped him. Then old third granduncle hobbled out on his stick, rapping it on the ground. Hard times, fellow villagers should help each other. Couldn't I spare a little time to teach them? The crowd took up his words, and a few half-grown boys shoved at the fence. I let a cold smile show. Hunting's no craft learned in a few days. And I've capable men in hand. Why make trouble for myself teaching you? That lit them. The smell of stewing meat drifting out only sharpened their resentment. What kind of man eats his fill and watches neighbors starve? So selfish. Where's the village feeling after all these years? I kept my flat face, but let the edge into my voice. When my father died and we'd no money to bury him, my sister and I begged half this village, whose hand reached out. The ground frozen iron hard, the two of us clawing it half raw. Who helped? Hungry, ragged. After, not one bowl of rice from any of you, not one garment. Now I've a little skill, and you come for a cut, for my help, my sweat. I spread my hands. The smile turned to mockery. Do you take me for a fool? Heads dropped, more flushed with anger they couldn't answer. They all remembered. A destitute boy, a dead father, even his own uncle barring the door, the village looking on. Zhao Si stamped, dredging up old accounts. Just answer. Banned, yes or no? No, and we don't leave. Those three outsiders won't stay in Chunlu either. We'll drive them out, and you'll get no peace. Refused. They turned ugly, leaning on their numbers. 30, 40 strong, and if it came to hands, even I would lose. Some started shoving in at the gate. Then Jiang Yu came out with the hatchet, an iron tower planted in the yard, his roar scattering the sparrows. Tired of living? Let's see who moves. The front rank fell back 2 steps, until someone at the back called there's only 3 of them, and the crowd stirred again. Third granduncle cracked his stick on the fence. He'd not believed 2 juniors would dare raise a hand to him. An arrow grazed past the old man's ear and stood quivering in the dirt at his feet. He sat down hard with a yell, the wet stain spreading at his crotch. I stood in the doorway, bow still up, a second arrow already knocked. He banged his stick, sputtering that I'd loosed on him, that by generation he was my granduncle, that even the headman gave him face. Did I want to be driven out of Chunlu? Third granduncle, I said, the string easing back to full. Keep talking, and I can't promise where the next one lands. The yard went silent, my voice level as ordinary speech, my eyes cold enough to chill. I'd like to see who drives me out of Chunlu today. The arrowhead glinted. The crowd surged backward as one. 30, 40 of them, and not a man would be first to move. Get out, I said, flat, the string creaking. Zhao Si forced a sweating smile, tugging at the men beside him, backing away. No need for bows. Brother Yen, we're going. One broke and the rest deflated. The whole press drained away down the road, the last few quickening their steps when my eyes found them. Only when the last shadow was gone did I ease off. The wind told me my back was soaked through. Beside me, Jiang Yu's hand still shook, bold as he was. Too close. If we hadn't cowed that hungry pack, we might have left our lives here. This wasn't the beggars on the grain road. Chunliu's people held identity tablets, and to kill one of them was a certain beheading. While if the mob had beaten the 2 of us to death, they'd have covered for each other with false witness, and the guilt, divided among so many, would have come to little. People gone bad will do anything. The ones who can't bear to see another do well find their satisfaction in ruin. I gripped the bow. Stand watch here. I'll warn Jiayu. They found no joy with me. They may go looking for trouble at his door. At the village mouth, under the lopsided willow, Zhao Si's crowd cursed me for a turncoat who treated Great Dragon Mountain as his own. Fine, we'll form our own band. Are we to believe Zhao Yin can take game and we can't? A gaunt woman murmured that the hills were full of wolves and jackals, that without an experienced guide there'd be trouble. Hunting wasn't so easy, and drew glares for it. Her own husband telling her to keep quiet. Men are talking. Zhao Si slapped the air. Third cockcrow tomorrow. Gather at the village mouth. We'll bring back something big and let Zhao Yin see. At first light, I drew the new door open and breathed the dew-cooled air. The new house meant a room each at last. Faint liquor scent hung in the air, the sinuekin fermenting in the crock by the wall, a day or 2 off distilling. Xiaoya had the road rations wrapped, the oil cakes still steaming with cured meat. The rabbit litter had fattened, the chili chute stood 3 or 4 inches in the yard, and she'd been molding fresh mud brick to patch the burnt half-room next door, now ours. A tenderness in me at how this slight girl had kept the whole house in order without my lifting a hand to it. We set out and met Jia Yu and his 2, and went up the winding path through the thinning mist. Brother Yen, look. 100-odd paces off at the mountain's foot clustered a crowd, Zhao Si at the head, the very men from the day before. His eyes found mine the same instant. The air tightened. 30-odd of them, jostling, their hunting gear a sorry joke. Rusted hoes, sharpened pitchforks, sickles, men hefting whittled branches, the look of a field crew, not hunters. A pock-faced man muttered, "Should I throw in with the outsiders who'd followed?" Zhao Si spat. He'd starved before he ate Zhao Yan's leavings. Today they'd get ahead of me and sweep the hills bare, send me home empty-handed, teach me what crossing them cost. They surged up the slope in a cloud of dust. I only shook my head. After yesterday, I wanted nothing to do with them, and their bolting off saved me the breath. The leaves broke the light to scraps as the two parties entered the mountain one behind the other. At the fork, I took the path away from Zhao Si's, leading my three to the hidden bear cave, clearing the brush from the mouth to reveal the cached weapons. "Take them." I handed out the boxwood bows, 6 arrows each, and the spears and hand axe taken off the Zhao brothers, so each man had reach both near and far. In the mountain, you go by my rules. Something in me changed at the tree lean. My jaw set, and I drew the string slow, the arrow tip drifting across the three of them. This bow drops beasts. It drops fools who don't keep the rules just as well. A merciful man can't command troops. A sentimental one can't hold the purse. Jiayu swallowed, the old frontier soldier straightening despite himself. "We won't drag you down." I led on, talking through the craft of it, and saved the last rule for last, my tone shifting. "Whenever there's the chance, the final arrow is mine." The three traded looks. Did the headman have some taste for finishing the kill himself? I didn't explain, and they didn't dare ask. The stream sound grew. At the first station, the brook where I'd taken the roe deer, 2 snares had sprung. A grouse hung bright-feathered from a fork, another drowned in the shallows, and in a third the gnawed half of a hare, claimed by some other hunter in my days away. Jiayu cleaned the game with a deftness worth a second glance. I tossed them purple leaf stalks, the cut ends weeping sap. Crush it and rub it on. It masks a man's scent. Deeper in there are big beasts. They'll smell living flesh and come. While they smeared it on, I spread the blood-flecked hunting map and set my finger on a gorge marked with a tusked boar's head, single-line sky, deep in the range, where they ran in droves. A grown boar goes 200 or 300 caddies, fetches a dozen-odd tails, and bristles with danger. Hide like armor, a charge like a small siege ram, given a wide berth even by wolves and tigers and bears. High risk, high return. Sheep and deer are easy but yield little meat and low-grade chests. The boar's chest would be better. The best I'd opened yet was the black iron that gave the Senuecan recipe. Bronze or silver might give far more. I was curious. Zhao Si's villagers, meanwhile, had wandered into a valley and lost themselves, the great trees closing overhead, every direction the same. Was it a ghost wall? Wolf howls rose, and the farmers who knew only the field edges went to pieces, clutching their sickles, some near weeping. Zhao Si, no kin to the dead Zhao brothers and no hunter at all, mastered his own fright enough to wrap his cleaver on a trunk and bluster. A dozen men, afraid of a few beasts? Skin the wolves for pelts. The city folk pay well, while green eyes blinked nearer in the gloom and dry branches cracked underfoot. We four were already in the gorge of single-line sky, the noon light squeezed to a thread between sheer walls, the bottom dim and wet and rank with rot. Cover your mouths. We moved in a staggered file. I raised a hand and crouched at a fresh set of tracks under a pine, the mud still damp at the edges, droppings nearby. Passed here not long ago, 200 caddies at least. Breaths went heavy behind me. I drew a barbed black feathered arrow. If we find it, don't bunch up. I'll swing wide. Jiayu, you and Xiao will hold it from the front, and don't let it build a charge. He thumped his spear butt down. If it goes mad, I'll run it through. Just then Liuzi dropped low, quiet. The brush a dozen yards off shook, and a black bulk ambled out. Half a man high, a thick caking of dried mud armoring its gray-brown hide, 2 tusks white and cold in the broken light. The 4 of us held our breath at once. The boar was chewing at something. A few steps on, it flopped into a mud wallow before the brush to cake itself against the sun. I signaled, and Liuzi and I closed from either side like shadows, the ground and the herb juice masking us. The beast never knew 4 men had come into its range. I got within 20 paces behind a boulder and checked across. Liuzi was set. I signed, and 2 bows drew at once, left and right. I steadied my breath, waited for it to roll and bare its belly, and loosed. Both arrows flew, one into the gut, one into a hind leg. Blood sprayed. It came up out of the wallow with a scream that shook the air, small eyes gone red, fixed on Jiayu and Xiaowu, the nearest. Hold it. I had the next arrow knocked. It charged like a cannonball, the ground trembling. Xiaowu thrust his spear, but the point skated off the rock-hard skull in a streak of sparks and slid wide. And before he could recover, the tusks came up under him and threw him clear, 2 meters, the spear flying from his hands. The thing had rubbed itself against pine and dried into a coat of pitch, mud, and grit hard as armor. That was why I'd waited for the belly. Jiayu, its eye. My arrow took its haunch, and it staggered, slowing. Jiayu seized the gap and drove the spear into its left eye, the point sinking half its length. The boar went mad, flinging blood and slaver. Keep loosing. 3 black-feathered shafts at its throat. Liuzi's arrows went home too, until it bristled like a hedgehog. Xiaowu dragged himself up, took up his spear, and rammed it into the beast's open mouth, the point coming out the back of its neck. The forelegs buckled, and it went down, breath failing. I closed the distance, drew the cleaver, and finished it at the throat. A second stroke, blood pooling into the leaves. A chest rose from the carcass, blue-green this time. Old script and cloud scroll worked into its face, dark gold at the edges, a water shimmer across it under the sun, nothing like the black iron and wooden ones. Bronze chest obtained. Open it? Not now. I told it silently, swallowing the thrill, glancing at Jiayu and the others already setting to the carcass. With no storage of my own, opening it before witnesses was a risk. I'd never told even Xiaoya about the chests. Then the system added that a bronze or higher chest, left unopened, holds 3 days and can be kept in the system space meanwhile. The beautiful box dissolved into blue light and sank into my palm. A warmth ran up my arm and settled low in my belly. The box there, somewhere inside me, stirring when I thought of it. The storing solved a real problem. No more racing to open a kill on the spot. The chest safe even if someone hauled the carcass off. I went to Xiaowu, thrown clear by the boar. Bad. He got up fast, gripping his shirt hem. Bones are fine, just some gashes on my back. He straightened and winced anyway. I sat him down. He hung his head, sick with himself. If his spear hadn't slipped, the thing would have been down already. Don't cut him from the band. Give him another chance. The other 3 had worked seamlessly. Only his thrust had missed, and it had nearly gutted him. But for Jiayu's quick spear to the eye, the maddened boar would have killed him. A good chance to bind a man. I clapped his shoulder. Don't take it to heart. First time out, everyone's green. You did fine. Thrown and bruised, he hadn't panicked or run. He'd come straight back in. That alone said he could be trusted, a man who'd been on a battlefield steadier under pressure than most. Tonight you get an extra 1/10 of the meat. You're hurt. You need building up. His voice shook with thanks. He hadn't expected to botch his first hunt and be rewarded for it. I've not many friends, I said, eyeing the cuts on his back. Jiangyu's one. With luck you'll be the kind of brother I can turn my back to. His eyes reddened. The man who hadn't made a sound flying off a boar's tusks. I cut him off with a tilt of the chin toward Jiayu's work. Go help. We split the meat before dark. I plucked and gutted 2 fat grouse, rinsed them in the spring, wrapped them in lemongrass leaves and a coat of wet mud, and buried them in the fire. When the clay cracked open, the smell rolled out, the skin gold and crisp, the flesh tender and bright with grass scent. I tore off a leg, then carved both birds into pieces and salted them. Rest, come eat. They'd been holding out and fell on it. Jiayu bit in with the juice running down his chin, Xiaowu mumbling that he'd not touched meat in 3 months. Slow down, no one's taking it. I passed flat cakes, the wheat smell with the grouse setting them all goggling. Jiayu's head came up. Someone watch the wind. Don't draw a tiger. I've got it, Liuzi said around a full mouth, eyes already sweeping the brush. Meanwhile, Zhaoxi's villagers had wandered themselves into a maze of a valley, no way out, parched and spent after 2 or 3 hours, the trees closing the sky over them. One youth crumpled, we'll never get out. Another slammed the dirt, cursing the man who'd chosen the path. Someone wept into his knees. Then a thin rustling came out of the deep brush, and 2 green points winked in the gloom. Then a second pair, a third, uncountable, strung into a chilling glitter. Wolves, Zhaoxi croaked, the hair lifting on his neck. He, no kin to the dead Zhao brothers and no hunter. had gone to pieces the moment the deep woods swallowed them. The four of us were back at the brook by dusk, where I'd had snares set. Two had sprung, a grouse bright in the fork, another drowned, and a third with the gnawed half of a hare. I picked up the scattered boar offal, heart, liver, and bagged it. Jiayu wrinkled his nose. No one wants that. Only a starving beggar would eat it. Why pack it down? An ungelded boar's meat is rank and the organs ranker, and with the time's poor seasoning it would foul a whole pot. People won't want it, I said. Something else will. Come on. Down the brook to a low lake. Mirror flat under the sunset glow, egrets stepping the shallows, fish breaking the surface. A fishing spot marked on the Zhao brothers' map. I dumped the offal into the shallows. The blood threaded out red like a flower. Jiayu brightened. Bait for fish. We hauled stones and dead branches and walled off a small patch of water in a reversed funnel. The mouth opened to the lake and narrowing to a hand's width. A fish that swam in on the blood smell would find the way out hard. A great fish trap. The work ran past dark. We hurried out by the path. It was full dark when we reached Chunlu, a few oil lamps guttering at the village mouth. Women swarmed up, eyes on the great boar's head on Jiayu's shoulder, tusks out, blood not yet dry, cold in the torchlight. A scrawny old woman clicked her tongue, sour. The Zhao girls got the luck, meat every day, better than us. A squat one, eyeing me sidelong. Whose men are good for nothing. That's whose. Brother Yan's too high to look at poor neighbors. I let a thin smile show, sighed theatrically, nodded at the slumping Xiaowu. Truth is, you tire of meat. But the hills are full of game. The thing all but ran onto my blade. No dodging it. Look how we wore ourselves out hauling it home. Their faces went green. They wanted to curse and couldn't find the handle. I laughed and walked through them, my shadow long under the torches. Behind me they spat and muttered, "Wait till our men come back with their own kills. Then we'll carry our bulls to his gate and see how proud he is." At the yard the boar tipped the scale beam high. Past 260 caddies of meat and bone after the bloodied offal and the coarse hide. I kept 155, split the rest among the three, and cut a good back leg from my own share for Xiaowu, the extra tenth, outside the split. Jiayu, stroking his pork, asked to come into town tomorrow. They'd left their iron pot behind. Sell some meat. Buy cookware. The three were bachelors. The Dawang village house collapsed past living in. Hunting with me paid, so they meant to settle in Chunlu. The uncle's old half-room would house one, but the fire had taken everything in it. Done, I said, and we agreed to leave at cockcrow. Xiaoya came out with 2 bowls of gravy noodles, gaped at the slab of pork on the millstone. Heavens, you took a boar this big? Delighted. We don't sell this half. It's for cured meat. Come winter you'll taste my hand. A boar's all fat, smoked slow over fruitwood and hung to dry. It keeps to spring. We ate in the evening wind, and while she washed up I lifted the cloth off the crock in the corner. A drunk, sweet fragrance rolled out. The sorghum had broken down, the wine clear, done already, and right. I built a quick mud stove, set the fir bucket and the great iron pot. A still. The lower pot boils the mash. The upper holds cold water. The vapor meets the cold and runs down a reed pipe drop by drop, the purest distilled liquor. Method from short videos in my old life. Simple to say, exacting on seal and heat. The first bright drop ran into the bowl, clear as spring water. Xiaoya leaned in, doubtful. Like plain water, has it any kick? Distilled liquor, fierce. I dipped a spoon and threw it back, clean and burning at once, a line of fire down to the gut, every pore opening. Senuekin, not the equal of a great modern distillery's best, but in this age it would trounce the field. Tomorrow it sold. That night the village would not settle. Under the willow at the mouth a few women sat around a lamp, waiting for the men who'd gone up the mountain with Zhao Si. A torchlight came swaying down the dark road. They're back. And then the old woman's claw locked on the window frame, her face gone white in the guttering lamp. It was no triumphant column. 30-odd men staggering in, terror still on them, clothes torn and black with blood, one dragging a broken arm, another with claw furrows raw to the bone, the lead torch dipping and flaring so they looked like dead men climbed up out of the ground. A tea bowl shattered. A round-faced woman ran out and saw her husband's empty sleeve and dropped wailing. Zhao Si finally choked it out. lost in the valley, run into wolves, lucky to come back alive. Then sixth aunt seized his collar. Where's my son? Where's Juzi? He set his teeth and looked away. Her eyes raked the men. Every one of them flinched from her. She understood, and a scream tore out across Chunlu. Late, the rain holding off, Xiaoya already asleep behind her thin door. I shut my own room, sealed the cracks, and called the green glinting bronze chest out of the system space. Its face rusted, glowing faintly. Open. It shook hard, lid clattering, a blade of light bursting from the seam, and when it cleared, a shaggy black shape crouched on the earth floor. Bronze chest opened. Mountain Patrol Wolfhound ×1. Name it. A magnificent black hound, near my thigh height, even sitting, coat oiled to a shine, eyes a still blue that turned fierce the moment it moved. It dropped its head and licked my palm, tame as if it had always known me. For a hunter, a good dog is a thing dreamed of, a nose and ears far past a man's. Danger smelled out early, game run down easy. The good bloodlines were rich men's toys, fabulously dear. The Xiangyang prince's daughter's foxhound bought off Western traders for near 3,000 taels, the price of a whole eatery. Village curs only watch a gate. This one was solid muscle, fangs that would shear a throat, a tuft of silver white at each ear tip. You'll be Xiongpi, I said, the bear spirit out of the old tale that stole a monk's robe. It thumped its tail, ran, sit, lie, shake, roll without a fault, and caught a strip of cured meat from the rafters in the air. A dog rolls belly up only for a man it wholly trusts. At first cockcrow, I had the Senuekan jar packed in straw at the bottom of the basket. Xiaoya chased me out with hot meat cakes, and the black shape shot from the house, and she shrieked into my arms. What is that? A dog. Wandered in last night. You were asleep, so I let it stay. Trouble's about. It'll mind the house and come hunting. She eyed the paws near as big as her hand, then warmed when it rolled at my word. It must have an owner, a beast this fine. If someone comes, we give it back, I said. Easy, since it came from a bronze chest and had no owner. I crouched and pointed at her. Guard her. Understand. Xiongpi went and nosed her hem, and her face lit. In town, after the boar meat was sold to the pavilion's kitchen, I set out the Senuekan jar for the cook, a fat man named Fan. The lid came off and the clean fragrance drifted. His ladle stopped mid-stir, eyes bright. Fine liquor, he could tell by the smell alone. He reached for a white spoon, and a cold voice cut in from the doorway. House Rule 3, no drinking on shift. Was his fat hide owing for a beating? A silk-robed young dandy sauntered in behind a gold-threaded kerchief held to his nose against the kitchen smoke. Fan smiled through it. He was only tasting the new wine for the young master, and it was better than Xuanfu's brew. Would the young master try? The dandy rapped his fan on Fan's head. What does a cook know of wine? And looked me up and down. A hunting peasant. Sell your meat and stop prating of brewing. What good thing comes out of a poor backwater? Our pavilion has its fixed cellar. Bring this rubbish here again, and you'll regret it. Xiaowu and Jiayu, old soldiers, bristled. I pressed their shoulders. This was the pavilion, no ground to make a scene. The dandy left, and Fan spat after him, dog leaning on its master's strength. If I'm not wrong, that's the head steward's brother-in-law, Mei Zongyuan, the county's famous wastrel. 2 lifetimes had steadied me. A few sneers wouldn't move me. Fan grumbled it. Idle, troublemaking, kept alive only by the head steward, thick with the sous cellar that supplied all the pavilion's wine, skimming a fortune off it for years. So Mei ran the buying and split the kickback. Senuekan in the door would cut his line. No wonder he balked. Disappointing. I knew Kong the second steward, but couldn't ask him to cross the head steward over this. I resealed the jar. The fragrance fears no deep alley. Let a man taste a mouthful, and he's hooked. Out front, I paid 20 coppers for a curb stall, set out bowls, and waited. Across the way, from the tea house, Mei watched and waved off a servant who offered to smash the stall. The man had ties to Kong. No need to be seen overdoing it. And what good wine could a peasant make anyway? I borrowed brush and paper and wrote the price. A crowd gathered, scandalized. 2 taels a jar, 4 or 5 caddies, 8 times the best plumfire. A peasant's homebrew. Has he lost his mind? Plenty looked, none paid. Which was the point? First get the crowd. I filled a bowl and offered the first free. Men edged forward and were pulled back. Nothing's free. Last month, old Wong west of town drank a free charm water and got fleeced to his shorts. Free is the dearest. I laughed loud enough to scatter the sparrows. City folk are worldly and won't dare a bowl of wine. Afraid one cup tips them over? A bearded blacksmith shoved his friend off, slammed his palm on the table. 20 years at the forge, a whole jar of plum fire and never down. 1,000 cups steady. Your thin stuff? Tin bowls wouldn't rinse my mouth. Plum fire. I shook my head. Mine's far fiercer. 3 bowls without falling, and you're a man. He thumped his chest. And if I do? This is Senyuekin, brewed of 3 early spring things. 3 bowls, no drunk. I poured 2 more, slid them over, and laid a silver ingot beside them. No charge for the wine, and the silver's yours too. If you can't, you pay. A stone in the pond. The crowd packed in, windows opening across the street. Your word. My word. He laughed, tipped the bowl, and the moment it went down he froze, red as a steamed crab. Not wine, a swallowed coal burning throat to gut. What is this? A belch rose, the heat turning to a sweet that climbed into his skull. Fierce. He set the bowl down hard, voice floating. Senyuekin ran near 50 proof, fierce even by my old world's measure, where this age's rice and yellow wines barely past 10. The old poet's 300 cups at a draught was low proof, not great capacity. He'd downed near half a caddy of spirits and not brought it up. That alone was a drinker. Second bowl. The crowd egged him. Don't let the outsider show you up, and the drink up in him. He seized it and drank, swaying now, tearing off his shirt. Again, he insisted, and took the third. 3 gulps, the bowl upended to show it dry, the crowd roaring, and reached for the silver, then sat down hard in the dirt, the bowl rolling away. Down. The cheers shook the willow. Anyone who fancies his capacity, come try. Same wager, 3 bowls standing, and the tail's yours. First come, first served. A lean old man in silk pushed through, 40 years a wine judge, and sipped, careful, then shivered, his clouded eyes lighting. Pine needle clean, a coldness he'd never tasted, a knife on the throat going in, a sweet spring coming back, the whole body eased. Old Master Luan praising it lit the crowd like water in hot oil. They fought to the stall. A blue-gowned scholar took half a mouthful and hid his face in his sleeve, fiercer than half a jar of plum fire. A white-haired old man drank half a bowl, warmed through to 30 years gone, his old wound easing under his hand, dreaming aloud of a winter mutton pot and Senyuekin against the snow. The jar bottomed in no time. No one won the wager. The loud ones were retching against walls or sitting and grinning. The blacksmith carried off by friends, his tab paid. The jar cleared one tail 6, 2 or 3 months keep for a poor house. A drunk licked his lips. Coming back tomorrow? I'll take 3 jars. 2 for me. Where's your cellar? We'll come now, cash in hand. I shook my head. It's only just brewed. None left. In 10 days I'll be back. Groans, but they scattered. I paid the levy officer who came around for his cut, and as the crowd thinned, I marked a few shifty figures lingering, changed clothes, but the wine reek of the city's brewery hands. No patent law in this age. My wine sold, and they'd come to see what I bought. I led them a merry dance through the grain shop 3 times over, bought yeast and sorghum and a little star anise and fennel, then a packet of tangerine peel I'd no use for at all. The moment I left, they crowded the counter. One of everything that man bought, quick. At home, Xiaoya was salting boar into palm-wide strips with crushed pepper, the first step of curing. The day had gone hot, Xiompi panting under the eaves. Then footsteps, and 5 women at the gate, 6th and at the head, eyes red and cracked-lipped, fixed first on the red pan of pork and then on the fresh-molded brick. The wives of the men heard on the mountain. The Zhao girl lives well now, 6th aunt grated. New house, meat every day. Xiaoya forced a smile and fetched stools. Lu's wife knocked one over with a shriek. My man's arms broken, dying on the bed. And you tell me to sit? 34 went up the mountain. 33 came back. Zhuzi died up there. Not even a whole body found. The blame poured out. If my son had gone in with you, would he be dead? Xiaoya backed up, protesting that I'd warned them the mountain was deadly. But they wouldn't hear it, raving that I must have lured the wolves to keep my ground, that it wasn't fair. Why did her household always come home laden, and theirs go to death and ruin? They surged in. A hand wrenched Xiaoya's hair back, and she went down, head cracking the brick, the world swimming, shapes lunging. Then Xiongpi's roar split the yard, the black hound a streak, teeth into Lu's wife's ankle, cloth tearing, blood. She smashed the salt crock on his head, grit and shards into his eye. The dog whined but held, growling low. Xiaoya tried to rise and was seized from behind. The women raining blows, fists in her belly, nails down her neck, her collar torn, hair loose, blood at her mouth, and still she gasped that it was nothing to do with her brother or her. They had no reason left in them. A house in ruin, they only wanted someone to bleed for it, and she was the one to hand. My son's gone. I've nothing left to fear, Sixth Aunt said, cold, and drew a bright pair of shears. Today you go down to keep him company. The shears came down. Xiongpi flung Lu's wife off and leapt, and was rammed flat by a heavy woman who looped a rope on his neck and hauled. The hound's roar tangled with the rope's creak. Xiaoya shut her eyes. Stop! A clear shout, and a thin figure vaulted the wall, shouldered through the women, and caught the falling shears barehanded, the blade biting into her palm, a bead of red hanging at Xiaoya's nose tip. A calloused hand, gripping the shears as they cut into it. Bai Feifei, the soft, put-upon Kaoshan girl, no kin at all, had thrown herself in. On one knee, left arm shielding Xiaoya, right hand running blood, she faced Sixth Aunt. A debt has its proper owner. Your son was killed by wolves, not by Xiaoya or Brother Zhao. Stop this. The women wavered at the blood, telling her to keep out of it, go tend her blind mother. Sixth Aunt only wrenched the shears, grinding the blade on the hand bones. Get out, or I'll do you too. Do me too. Bai Feifei forced the shears back. Your house lost a man, so you don't go to the wolves, you come bully a girl. If you want revenge, go up the mountain and spend it on the beasts. Do you dare? A pack that only squeezes the soft ones. The yard went silent. Slight as she was, her eyes drove them back a step. I've sent for the headman. The constables are coming. Keep at it, and I'll see it through. A little of my blood is nothing. But if you go to jail, your hurt go untended and your dead unburied, and you'll not close your eyes in the ground. Lu's wife paled. The others let their sticks and bricks drop. Only Sixth Aunt still stared at the bloodied shears, tears falling, then folded boneless to the ground, wailing for her son. Xiaoya, eyes red, tore a strip from her own hem and bound Bai Feifei's hand. Thunder muttered at the horizon. I was on the road back as the long-held rain broke, talking prices with Jia Yu and the others. We made the village just ahead of it. Xiongpi shot to me, nose wet against my hand, urgent. I shrugged him off, busy with the yeast and sorghum, and he barked, stalked to Xiaoya's door, and wagged. Her door was shut tight in the daylight. Supper was already on the stove, pork fried with soybeans, 2 oil cakes. I knocked. I brought osmanthus cake, still warm. A muffled answer. She wasn't well, she'd sleep, eat it tomorrow. Sick. She'd always been frail. I smelled herb medicine through the crack. Caught a chill? I'll fetch second crutch. No need. Too quick. Just didn't sleep. A headache, I'll sweat it off. Ginger water? Drank it. I rapped twice hard. Opened the door. A reluctant sound, the hinge creaking. In the dim, she'd wrapped an old scarf and dropped her fringe to hide half her face. But I saw the bruise at her mouth, purpling. What is this? My voice shook. I reached for the scarf. She shrank. I caught her wrist. Who did it? Nobody, she mumbled. I pulled the cloth away, the welts and nail scratches down her white throat, plain. Who? She tried to laugh it off. A squabble at the stream with the simple widow, a little pulling. Why bother over a half-wit? I turned for the gate. She clutched my sleeve. Brother, it really was the widow. Tell me, or I asked the neighbors. She knew her, too soft to start a fight. The thing was wrong. Then the tears came. It was Sixth Aunt and the others, the wives of the men heard on the mountain, come to quarrel and then to blows, and Bai Feifei had thrown herself in to stop it. My fist creaked. The supper still steaming, the brick all stacked square, beaten, and she'd thought to finish the work. No wonder Xiongpi wouldn't stop barking at me. Someone came at her in her own home. Leave it, brother. Their houses are in mourning, and we've just got some peace. I didn't want you in trouble again. She knew me. After the Wangs we'd near lost our lives, and if I lost my head and killed someone the quiet would be gone. Something twisted in my chest. I wiped her tears. Does it hurt? She shook her head, then nodded, then broke. They tried to kill me. I kicked the water barrel over and pulled her in against me, listening to her cry under the closing thunder, my eyes going cold. If I don't answer this, I'm not a man. At the crook-necked thatch hut, Lou's wife was taking and washing on her wolf-bitten leg when my shout split the pre-rain hush. Lou's woman. Out here. The gate cracked under my boot. You were one of the ones at my house today. My sister's still flat on the bed. What do you think a brother comes for? She bared her bitten ankle, pus and blood, and screeched that her man was crippled and I'd dare come to her door. That Xiaoya was less hurt than this. De Sui law's plain, I said, a step with each word. A would-be killer who's killed in return has it coming. That wound you brought on yourself, it doesn't count. She dropped and wailed for the village. Murder, he's come to my house. And the neighbors gathered, the old ones pleading her case. Her man's bedridden. She's half mad with grief. Enough now. Third granduncle pushed in late. Playing the elder, told me to be the bigger man. It was settled. Go home. And reached to shove me from the yard. I caught his wrist, the dry arm bending like deadwood. He yelped. Her house has bad luck, so she gets to run wild. And I should take it? What law is that? Her misery isn't my doing. Don't tie me with it. Especially you, third granduncle. What right have you to settle anything for me? I flung the arm, and he sat down hard in the mud. He'd been the village's last word for years. Humiliated again, he shook with rage. I looked round at the neighbors who'd come to plead. Kind hearts, all of you, racing to stand between me and this woman. And when this pack of them stormed my house and beat my sister, who stepped in? Are you pitying Lou's wife, or just glad of a stick to beat me with? Heads dropped. A few flushed and held their tongues. One muttered that they hadn't been there. They'd surely have stopped it. Say 2 soft words, and I'll believe you. Tell it to ghosts. I'll count 3, out of my way. A few men shoved forward, kin of the women from the morning. I dropped the first with a punch, 3 kicks to his middle, and he passed out. Maybe I've been too easy lately, made you forget what I was. Chunlio's #1 wastrel. Reason? I'll reason you nothing. I hauled Lou's wife up by the collar and struck her across the face. 10 blows, her cheeks swelling shut, 2 molars in the bloody spit. She folded. The autumn rain broke, fat drops coming down. I walked out of her yard, and no one barred me, and went house to house, every woman who'd had a hand in it, the kicked doors and the cries lost in the rain. One came at me with a kitchen knife. I put her, knife and all, into the rice jar. The roof breached, rain pouring through onto her twisted face. At 6th Aunt's gate I stopped, heard the weeping inside through the rain. She'd been the worst of them, the one with the shears at Xiaoya's throat, and after a moment turned and walked away. The villagers trailing at a distance murmured that even I had a scrap of human feeling left, sparing a lone old woman whose son had just died. At by Feifei's, the dark mud hut wet through. She was spooning medicine to her blind mother, the cut on her bound hand pulling so she pressed her lip white. Bought on credit again from second crutch. The good barefoot doctor who'd broken his own leg gathering herbs in the hills and charged the poor next to nothing. The mother pushed the spoon away. Don't waste it. My sickness I know. The medicine's no use. And another levy coming. 600 caddies of rice for the 2 of us. All of it on you. Child, too heavy. A broken basket hung from a beam, half a coarse cake in it. 3 days' food for the 2 of them. Bai Feifei shook her head, eyes wet. I'm not afraid of the work. The mother forced a smile, as if she'd decided something. I'd best just die. The girl's bowl smashed on the floor. She gripped her mother's wrist. No, I can feed you. I'll dig herbs, cook and wash for people. You're all the kin I have. I won't let you die. And the old woman turned her face away and would not answer. Only her labored breath and her daughter's despair in the dark. In this world, living is hard and dying easy. Frail as she was, 3 days of refusing food and water, and she'd be gone. The hinge creaked and a cold draft came in. Bai Feifei looked up. Brother Zhao. I took in the place. Roof thatch rotted black and leaking. Rain threading down into a small pool on the floor. The patched quilt's black wadding showing. The mother a stick of dry wood on it. Poorer than the Zhao house when I'd first woken into it. My eyes ended on the blood-soaked cloth round her hand. Is that Brother Yin? The mother said, struggling up, hands groping the air. Come in, it's cold. They still remembered the half-grouse I'd given days back. I stepped in. "Brother, you need something?" the old woman asked. I glanced at Bai Feifei's wound, and she waved me off, a flick of her eyes at her mother. "Don't worry her." I swallowed it and changed course. I've a hunting band now, and the brewing, and only Xiaoyao at home. Too much for one. "Auntie, I'm short a hand. Let Feifei come work for me. 2 meals a day and a wage." She looked up, eyes brimming. "Brother Zhao, you needn't." I cut her off, set silver ingots on the table. No room for refusal. 3 mace a month. Your levy's not paid yet, is it? Take this as wages in advance. The room went dead silent. The old woman broke into sobs. Bai Feifei bit her lip till it bled, unable to thank me, tried to kneel, and was caught and held up. I turned into the rain. "Come early tomorrow. Rest tonight. The work's hard." The silver still held the warmth of my hand. In the city, in a carved-eve upper room thick with sandalwood, the gang's master Qin Li lounged in white, long fingers tapping the table, the Wang shop's deeds laid before him. A hallmaster reported a new thing. A country boy selling wine on the street, 2 odd taels ajar, men near coming to blows over it. Even the proud master Luan praising it. Qin Li sat up. By afternoon, several breweries had sent men to copy the buy. The gang's eyes were everywhere in Meishan. Little escaped them. Who is he? And the brothers say he once ran meat to the pavilion. Seems some kin to Kong Qingzhou. A sharp crack from the shadows. A wiry young man's knuckles. Qin Li's eye slid over. "Jiang Yu, you know him?" It was Jiang Yu, made a full member and a small captain for his ferocity in the gambling house fight. And he'd heard, in a heartbeat, who they meant. Zhao Yan. His face smoothed. Never heard of him. Qin Li let it pass, drew the hallmaster close, and dropped his voice. "Dig out the wine cellar's bottom. Get the recipe, and if not, other means." Jiang Yu heard every word. That night's 6th ant was found hanged from the old willow at the village mouth, wet clothes clinging, eyes wide with a last terror, a bruised tongue at her mouth. The village took it as no surprise. A son dead, a lone old woman with nothing left. Zhao Si went ashen, legs near failing. Of all of them, the boy's death was most on his head, and the staring corpse unmanned him. The headman came, looked at her neck, and his face changed. "Cover her face. Fetch dry wood and burn her." She'd no kin to claim the body. A hanged soul's grudge runs strong, better burnt than buried. The fire took her, the black smoke rolling up. The headman knew hanged men. Eyes mostly shut, the mark high under the jaw and behind the ears, hands and feet drawn straight. 6th ant's eyes and mouth gaped, her fingers splayed, and the mark sat too low, at the throat, not under the chin. She had not hanged herself, she had been strangled. He looked toward the Zhao house, his lined face caught between a smile and a grimace, and said it under his breath where only he could hear, that he'd played accomplice this once, that the half a deer leg had been a dear gift indeed. The smoke thinned and scattered on the wind, and nothing of her was left. In the Zhao yard, big iron pots ranged across the ground, fires snapping under them, the morning loud with work. I rinsed plump sorghum while Xiaoya fed the flames. Town went well yesterday. Our wines made a name. I meant to build 3 more stoves along the east wall, and I'd asked Bai Feifei and 3rd aunt to help, due any moment. With me on the mountain so often, the brewing would fall mainly to Xiaoya. Money or not, the root of survival here was hunting and the chests. 1 black iron had yielded sinuekin and all this silver. A silver or gold chest would give far more. The hunting I'd never drop, however rich I got. Bai Feifei and 3rd aunt came, due on their shoes. I taught them the brewing. Only the plain steps, the key seasoning, and the still I kept to Xiaoya and myself, turning away to fetch water when the oil paper packet went in. Then I took up the hunting gear and whistled. Xiongpi shot from the eaves, oiled black in the sun, circling me, mad for the hills. Man and dog were gone down the road. In the mountain, Xiongpi went quiet, watchful, soundless on his pads. Near the half-slope he froze, low, nosing the air at a thick mat of leaves. I raised a hand, and the others stopped. He burst into the leaf pile and dragged out a beast, 3 white stripes down its head, like a great rat, smaller than the hound but savage, snapping. A badger. 3 blows of my staff, and it went limp. I finished it at the throat. Worn wooden chest obtained. Open? A battered box over the carcass. Brother Yan, a lucky start. Jia Yu and the others crowded, eyeing the dog. But for him, they'd have crossed this spot 8 times and missed it. Just luck. Picked the dog up days back? I said, the usual story. Not much meat, 10 odd caddies, but badger fat's worth real money. The apothecaries pay well for burn south. Jia Yu tried to hand-feed Xiongpi cured meat. The dog gave him a flat, near-scornful look and wouldn't touch it. He only takes from me. I put a bone in its mouth and it crunched away, tail going. After the night's rain, we kept to the half-slope, off the big beast ground. Over 2 hours, Xiongpi's nose turned up 2 rabbit burrows, 3 grouse nests, 6 hares, 2 grouse, a fox, a dozen eggs, though no more chests. The fox, hit by Jia Yu's arrow, had bolted off a cliff and died before I could finish it. Near noon, in the heat, Xiongpi's hackles rose and he growled into the deep wood, then spun and seized my sleeve, hauling. Grab your gear, move now. We checked the wind, took up the game, and cleared out fast. Behind us, a great striped shape came out of the brush, a grown male tiger. It circled where we'd stood, working the air for blood, marked a tree, and ambled off. We lay behind a low rise 600 meters off, breathing again only when it was gone, our backs cold with sweat. That was close, Jia Yu said, shaking, but for the downwind and the dog's warning, we'd have ended there. A tiger in its prime. Even with 3 old hands, a head-on fight was death. An arrow could wound it, not drop it, and dying it would tear all 4 of us apart. By the Zhao brothers' map, the tiger denayed in the mountain's deepest fastness. The rain had likely washed the woods clean of scent, and it had come out to walk its range and leave its mark. First day in, I told the dog, throat dry, and you've already earned your keep. At the gang hall, Qin Li heard that the wine seller knew Jiang Yu. A man had gone to the pavilion kitchen and learned that Jiang Yu had come with the seller on his second delivery. He laughed. He'd known Jiang Yu was off last night. The boy's words had been lies. The gang punished concealment and deceit harshly. Where is he? Begged leave at dawn. Urgent business out of the city. Out to carry word, more like. Bring our good brother back. Jiang Yu, dozing fitfully at home, dreamed in tangles. The Zhao siblings round a warm table. Then himself kneeling in the gang's cold hall under Qin Li's snake eyes, and woke to slaps and a rough voice. Up. 6 bare-chested gang men filled his room, the broad-blade brand on their chests, batons at their belts, the doors and windows blocked. He knew the leader, a small captain, Lin Arii, and forced a smile, offered to fetch food and drink. An iron hand pinned his shoulder. Skip it. The master wants you now. The men closed. One had a knife. He swallowed and went along. And the moment he agreed, they wrenched his arms back and roped him tight. Lin Arii, the master said, invite me, and you bind me? Sorry, brother, orders. Tell it to the master. They carried him out like a trussed animal. The hills were misty. After the tiger, I led the 3 to the snare brook, took 2 wood pigeons from the traps, and went down early. Jia Yu, shouldering the game, hesitated. Was I free tonight? The 3 wanted to stand me a drink, an old army custom. A new soldier come alive off his first field buys his squad leader a cup, a thanks. I've no patience for empty ceremony, I said, clapping his shoulder. Do honest work, live straight, and keep your courtesies. Men of small skill and large airs sicken me. You want to thank me, bring back more fat birds so I take a bigger share. That beats any banquet. They pressed a few more times. I held firm. Then Jia Yu low. He'd heard of the women at my house and my answer to it. Next time, just say the word and we'll take up our gear. Not just hunting. Cutting men's a trade of ours too. I turned, half a smile. Good at cutting men. And killing? If I wanted a man dead, would you hand me the knife? They froze. I waved it off, a joke, and walked on. Then Jia Yu strode after me, hard. If you truly meant to kill, we'd do it with you. In this age, life's cheaper than grass. You feed us. Our lives are yours. My step didn't slow, but my mouth curved. 3 tails buys a maiden. A grown man fights dogs for scraps. The man who took them up the mountain was as good as a second father, and any who cut their living, these 3 old soldiers would die to stop. It was near dark at Chunlu. Xiaoya told me about Jiang Yu, and I went straight to his house. Empty, unlocked. Calls me to find him and isn't here. Doing well in the gang, busy man, I said, and let it lie. At the hall, Jiang Yu was thrown bound in the middle of the floor. Qin Li sent the others out, the doors shut. I broke the rule to make you a member and a captain, and this is how you repay me. The Senuekan seller's your close friend, and you lied to my face last night. He drew a bright knife. Rule 7. Deceiving a superior, the hand-cutting penalty. The blade touched Jiang Yu's wrist. He went rigid, and the rope fell away instead, cut. Qin Li clapped, and serving women laid the table with a whole roast lamb, glassy shrimp, hot soup. Sit. You've come a long way, eat first. Is this a last meal? Do I seem so fond of killing? Qin Li poured for him. I run a great gang. Sometimes I must be hard, but I'm not without feeling. I like a man of loyalty. Drink. Cup after cup, the women filing his bones from the fish, until Qin Li rose and stood behind him, voice low. What matters most to a man? Skill, money, women? Power. Standing. He pointed at a gold carp on the table, pulled from the Lu River, fattest in the 3rd month. Men dying yearly for it. 12 taels a caddy, 20-odd by the time it reached the plate, the price of 7 maidens. I eat one a day. This set of cups, and this table, 50 taels and more. One meal of mine feeds 10 households a year. The words went into Jiang Yu like a thorn. He ground out, mouth bitter, that it was a foul world where some gnawed bark and some burned tens of tails on a dinner. The world's exactly so, Qin Li said. The hard win. The strong take their pleasure. The poor crouch in corners and envy. He looped an arm round Jiang Yu's neck. I've never misjudged a man. You're no quiet underling. There's a fire in you. What you see here is a crumb of what the great ones enjoy. Do you want this life? Jiang Yu's breath went heavy, the want burning naked in his eyes. Want? Only a fool wouldn't. Then give me that recipe, and I'll set you on the road to it. Jiang Yu wavered. Couldn't they buy it? Qin Li shook his head. The gang lived by taking. Buy from a country boy and break that, and their back was broken in the trade. He's my brother. 2 painted women slid against Jiang Yu, and Qin Li's voice came soft as a devil's. With money and standing, brothers come by the score. A man gets few chances to rise. I trust you to choose right. Jiang Yu's eyes went from greed to a flicker of refusal and back. 2 men fighting in him. At the Zhao house, Xiaoya chattered about the day's brewing. 10 crocks packed full, while I worked the fox skin loose, glossy in the evening sun, and rinsed it. How much silver have we now? Less by Fei Fei's advance. 39 taels 6. Bring it out. I've a use. The fox meat's rank and won't sell, but a good pelt's a rich man's prize. A fine fox fur collar 6 or 7 taels, double for pure white or fire red. Xiaoya's eyes went round. Nearly 40 taels, a small courtyard in the city. The levy already paid. What could need so much? I looked round the cramped 2-room house. 10 wine crocks leaving barely room to stand. The yard filling with stove and still and millstone and rabbit hutch and the chili plot. I'll buy the 2 derelict yards next door, push the wall out, throw up some sheds for drying game and storing crocks. Those houses, the owners hauled off to the army years back for an unpaid levy, were the government's now, cheap as dirt in a place like this. She started counting on her fingers. Old yards 1 tael 6, timber and tile 2, odd wages, 5 at most, and the brick we mold ourselves, the little money pincher. I told her there was more, a mule cart. The band was steady now, Xiongpi's nose filling the baskets every trip. Chunlu was Li from town, and the 10 crocks would have to be hauled in to sell, spending to earn more. She brought the cash box from the Kong Flu and stacked it on the table, grudging every coin. It's what you nearly died for, every cash on the blade's edge. I split the silver into 2 purses. What's that for? She asked. A use, I said, and wouldn't explain. Eat, I'm starving. We were mid-meal when heavy steps crossed the yard, and the door swung on Jiang Yu. Travel-worn, ill at ease. Sit, I called easy. Xiaoya fetched a stool and bowl. He waved it off, ate in town, and sat slowly. Xiaoya says you wanted me, urgent? He licked his cracked lips, rubbed his big hands, started and stopped. A child caught at something. You're stalling, a grown man, not like you. We've done hard things together, out with it. Brother Yan, I don't know how to start, in the gang. I tossed a purse onto the table, smiling. After what Xiaoya told me, I guessed. Short of money? Just into the gang, dues and tributes to pay. Take this. Ask if you need more. The lamp threw his long shadow crooked on the wall. He stared at the bulging purse, his face burning, a shame too big for the little room. Brother Yen, his hand shook. I went on eating. The heavy silver meant less to me than a fragrant fried bean. Xiaoya ate with her eyes on him, sick over the loaned money but holding her tongue before an outsider, leaving me my face. Why were you sitting there like a post? Take it. Then Jiang Yu shouted it, veins standing on his forehead, as if it took the last of him. I'm not here to borrow. The master sent me to take your brewing recipe. Dead silence. Xiaoya's bowl shattered on the floor. The smile froze on my face. I set down my chopsticks. Say that again. You went to sell wine, the gang marked you. They found I knew you and forced me to come for the recipe. His voice dwindled to nothing. I laughed, cold and self-mocking. So this is why you tore over at dawn. And I thought you were in trouble. Went straight to your house off the mountain. I stood over him. He must have offered you something grand. A fire in my chest. The one man here I'd thought worth keeping. Ready to back him with real silver up the gang's ranks. And this was the end of it. Brother Yen, you've got it wrong. But the words died. With it come to this, no one would believe he'd come at dawn to warn me. Wrong? You're not here for the recipe? Here to plan how we fight the gang. He couldn't answer. He drew a breath. He'd swear on his life he never meant to harm us. But the gang was vast, Qin Li's hand brutal, and the two of us against them was an egg on a stone. A man holding a treasure he can't defend is a man marked for death, and clutching that recipe could cost my life. My brow jumped. He wasn't wrong, but I couldn't swallow it. So whenever someone stronger comes to rob and bully me, I should kneel and hand it over with both hands. My face went still, the anger banked like the dead air before a storm. I didn't come to quarrel, he said. I came to lay it plain. If I go back without it, the next to come may carry a knife. The lampwick spat. Xiaoya, white, gripped her hem in the corner. What did he promise you? What's it matter? It matters to me. Through his teeth, Hallmaster. Hallmaster, better than running with a poor brother. And I was going to spend silver setting you on your feet in the gang. My mistake. He sagged as if boned. Xiaoya, brush and paper. I wrote it out fast, the ink wet, and slapped it to his chest. Take it. Climb on your brother's shoulders to your bright future, my good brother. The last words bitten off like poison. His face went bloodless. He gripped the page white-knuckled, never looked up, and walked out into the dark. I stood breathing hard, then forced it down. Xiaoya, I'm going out. Brother. She shot up, voice shaking. Sure, I meant to kill him. Don't be foolish. If I wanted him dead, would I need all this? He wouldn't last 3 moves. Then where? I crunched out over the dead leaves to talk to Jia Yu and the others about the gang. She caught up 2 steps, baffled. But you gave them the recipe. They'll let it lie? The wind seemed to stop. I turned, my eyes catching a hard light, and said it one word at a time. That recipe is fake. The Sanuekan recipe is worth a fortune. High-proof liquor in this age is a fortune maker. And I wasn't about to hand the real thing over because a gang growled at me. The world rewards the man who won't flinch. Show fear once, and every envious eye in the county comes for you. I'd sooner die on my feet than kneel and wag a tail. A fake would buy time. 10 days at least before they brewed it and found it dead, and by then I'd not be the unready man I was now. What became of Jiang Yu after that was no concern of mine. I went through the dark to the burnt half-house the uncle had left, where Jia Yu and the others ate by a gap-toothed table. Xiao Wu wiped a bench clear for me. The gang, I said. You know it. They did. The hardest, biggest of the county's black work outfits. No one who'd spent a day in Maishan didn't know the name. They want my brewing recipe, and I mean to meet them head-on. Stand with me, and you get 1/10 of the wine money. Won't. And you pack for Daowang village tomorrow before I drag you down with me. The lively table went still. The gang had 200 or 300 sworn men and near 1,000 with hangers on. Even the yamen gave them face. One hunter against that was an arm against a cart. Then Jia Yu shoved his bowl down and tore open his shirt to show a centipede of scar across his heart. I meant what I said on the mountain. You feed me, I spend my life for you. Tribe of mules or gangs. The tribesmen's arrows couldn't take my life. I'll not fear a pack of street toughs. Xiao Wu's bared muscle stood out. Liuzi's eyes were as hard. We rolled in corpse heaps, 6 of us chasing 90 tribesmen across the snow till it ran red. I drew the cleaver and drove it into the table, where it stood quivering. Then it settled. Liuzi takes the game to the pavilion. We 3 walk the villages and find men with nerve in a hand for a bow. Fill the 8 permits. The gang's going to learn I'm no soft persimmon. Jiang Yu, meanwhile, lay sleepless, the fake recipe a hot iron at his chest, my offered silver circling in his head. He drove his fist into the water jar till it hummed. Zhao Yin, why didn't you knife me? Curse me to my face. Then I could take the gang's reward with a clear conscience. Now how do I choose? At first light, we worked the nearby villages. A board reading hiring hunters lashed to Xiaowu's torch. Hunting's a coveted trade in a meat-starved age, but the mountain's deadly and the baoban makes most men only watch. My government permits changed that. The threshing ground filled with lean men, and I picked 8 of the strongest. I had Jiayu hand out cured pork, 2 or 3 caddies a man, a tael's worth, won by a generous boss, and their eyes warmed. They'd handle the bow only as conscript watchmen, no soldier's aim. The leader's first shot skittered into the grass, but aim can be drilled. I'll teach you bow and blade. One question, have you got the stomach? Because in the hills it's not only beasts. Black-hearted men have marked us, and there'll be a fight, broken bones, maybe deaths. Will you stand? They went quiet at that. They'd come for a meal, not a knife fight. What's the pay? 2 taels a month, plus 3 caddies of meat for every successful hunt or every fight finished. Hurt or crippled, there's a settlement on top. 2 taels was a fortune. The crowd erupted. These were wagemen, not partners like Jiayu's 3. The leader still wavered, weighing his life against the silver. I let the cold show. A man only lives once. Wolves run 1,000 li for meat, curs for dung. You want your parents and wife and children to live well, flinching at every shadow, knife's edge and silver home, or crouch in the dirt with your plow. They set their teeth and swore in. Eat my rice, you take my orders. I drove the cleaver into a dead tree. They bowed fast. I tossed each an ingot, half a month's pay in advance. The last to catch his drew a sickle and lopped half his own little finger, bitten by a venom bug the day before. He said, going to rot anyway. Cheaper than medicine. Good enough to hire? And never made a sound. I laughed and threw him my water skin. A man. I like it. With a tail odd, I bought 2 derelict yards, knocked the walls flat, and joined the 3 into one near an acre across. For safety, I scrapped the planned fence for bowl thick log posts and a half-height earth wall, a small fort. A few days' work, hired farmhands fed and paid 30 coppers a day. Counting up, 14 taels from Liuzi's town sale. 8 to me after the split. The badger's wooden chest had yielded only a clutch of chicks, which Xiaoya housed in a straw shed by the rabbits. 27 taels left, enough. The new men split 4 to the bow, 4 to the blade. Close-in work matters when someone breaches the yard, and drilled day and night. The one called Chen Lin, the finger cutter, a natural, faster than veterans Jiayu had trained. Watching them, Zhang Yu's face surfaced in my mind, the best raw talent I'd met here. I shook it off. He'd gone. Then the blacksmith delivered 100 good iron arrowheads and 2 broadswords, a dozen odd taels, my little hoard near gone. Tomorrow, the mountain. We'd not hunted while drilling the new men. In a city tavern, gang men pressed Jiang Yu. Had he got the recipe? He'd had it days and not handed it up, no nearer a decision. They envied him the rise it would bring. He snapped at them to drink. Out in the street, a cart overturned, the carter whipping his fallen old ox, then selling it to the tavern for slaughter. Too old to work, not worth keeping like an ancestor. Sell it and buy a young one. Jiang Yu slammed the table. A lifetime's ox, and you sell it so? The carter, marking the brand on his chest, swallowed his retort and left. Watching the beast skinned in the yard, Jiang Yu turned it over. When he was no longer of use, would Qin Li wring him dry and kick him off the same way? In Qin Li's eyes, was he different from livestock? Next dawn the band went up in formation, Xiongpi leading, spear and blade men fore and aft, Jiayu's 3 veterans on the flanks, all sides covered. By the map, we reached a valley where wild goats grazed. They were 50 paces off across open low grass, no cover, too far for a 30-pace hunting bow. We can't get to them, I said, so we'll make them come to us. A whistle, and Xiongpi shot out roaring. The goats bolted straight for the rise where we lay. Loose. The hunters rose all round, arrows flying true into the herd. The lead buck took 3 and went down. The rest scattered into a second volley. A spearman pinned a fleeing doe. I cut her throat. A chest rose from her. 7 goats down in under a minute. Of the 4 I killed, 3 black iron chests. 400-odd caddies, 40 tails at the pavilion, Jiayu crowed. Move fast, change ground. The smell will draw something big. Goats nose shy. The blood would clear the valley for days. We went down the brook to the lake trap. Fish dimpled the walled patch, dozens, too shallow to hide. I took Xiaowu's wooden gig, waded in, and speared a 3 or 4 caddy carp. Under the stones were shrimp and palm-sized crabs and a snapping turtle, a tonic. The city rich pay for it. We filled a basket, restored the trap's mouth, baited it with the goat's offal, and left. At the gang hall, Jiang Yu walked in reeking of wine. Done what I asked, Qin Li lounged. Jiang Yu reached into his coat and drew not the recipe but a knife and drove it through his own shoulder, the point out his back, blood running down the blood groove onto the flagstones. Gang Rule 32. A member who leaves takes 3 blades, 6 holes. His face went gray, eyes red, the old ox in his mind, and my silver. I'm a useless man. Can't stomach your 12-tail carp. Not worth your favor. I'll go back to the country and eat flatcakes with my poor brothers. 1 down, 2 to go. Watch. Qin Li's face iced over. Coming off the mountain, I weighed the game, pleased, and then the 3 goats' wooden chests pulsed, their patterns flowing alive. 3 chests of matching grade detected. Synthesize? Grade increases on synthesis. 3 black iron for 1 bronze. A gamble, like turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Synthesize. Light fused them into a single bronze chest, cloud scroll glinting in the dusk. By now I'd worked out the chests ran like a draw. Wooden D to B, black iron C to A, bronze B to S. Higher grade, better floor and better odds. Though a lucky black iron could give an A, Senyuekin had, and an unlucky bronze only its floor. I pocketed it into the system space, sent Jiayu and most back to build, and took the rest to the pavilion with the game. Midday still, the sun high. Kong met me sour. I'd a good thing and hadn't brought it to my elder brother. The whole street talking of my street-sold liquor while the pavilion, decades in the wine and meat trade, got none, and me known as his kin. Wasn't I slapping his face? Master Kong, I said mildly. The day I brewed it I brought it straight here, meaning to supply you long-term. A certain young master spat on it. His head snapped to Fan, whose ladle clattered into the pot. Mei Zongyuan. Fan stammered that the young master had warned him to silence. Kong ground his teeth. But for that fool, Senyuekin would be on the pavilion's books and the gang would never have got wind. Then, grim, you're in deep trouble. The gang sent men days back. The kitchen's loose mouths sold you whole. Qin Li's put out word he'll have your recipe. I'd heard, I said. He leaned in. So what now? Concede and hand it over, or? I've a heap of faults, but my spine's hard. If I can't keep the recipe, I'll destroy it before I give it free. You can fight the gang? With those few men? My smile deepened. The gang's big, and it's made enemies. He slapped the table, eyes bright. Qin Li was a tiger, but a pack of hungry wolves watched him. Shop owners and small bosses and rival outfits all bowing to his face and hating him behind it. None would touch him first, but let someone overturn the table and the bricks would fly. He'd pass word for me, he said, hoping to ride the Senyuekin trade. But a warning, take the lead and you'd better have the strength. Those old foxes would scatter faster than anyone if I couldn't survive the gang's first blow, a finger drawn across his throat. I sold the game and fish for 52 taels, bought a sturdy mule cart for 15, and started home in the failing light. At the village mouth, a blood-soaked man lay under the old willow, green flies on his wounds. Closer, Jiangyu, his clothes and the mud crusted dark red. See if he's breathing, I told the man. A little, one said. Save him. My knuckles whitened on the whip. Like hell. Move on. Then Jiangyu cracked his eyes, knew me, forced a smile thin as a mosquito's whine. Brother Yen. His hand drew a folded sheet from his coat, blood-soaked. The recipe. Yours. I never sold you out. No one's seen it. My raised whip stopped. I crossed and lifted his head, My hand came away sticky. 3 terrible cuts, the shoulder one to the white of the bone. 3 blades, 6 holes, the price of leaving. A wet cough, foam pink. You were too good to me. I couldn't put you down for a brother. Move. I roared at the gaping man. Help me. At home's second crutch, the barefoot doctor used half his ancestral wound salve and threw down a floor of bloody rags. The gut wasn't pierced. The boy was hard-lived. If he made the night, he'd keep the life. So I'd misjudged him. Not greed, but this savage proof of his innocence. His coming back was good, and it meant the gang knew the truth and would come soon. From tonight, 2 on watch, weapons by every sleeper. I told Jiayu. The new yard was big enough for all of us. Late, I called the bronze chest out, my second. The first had given Xiongpi. This gave a battered breast mirror, the face pocked with sword cuts. Bronze chest opened, dragon armor heart-summoning mirror. A scale from the armor of Long Zhua, a great general of the Chu of the Spring and Autumn Age, soaked in 1,000 battles, enemy blood, and steeped in their killing aura. Single use. Breaking it summons Long Zhua and his 18 guards for 1/4 hour. A protective charm of the highest order, and the old body's memory placed the name. A fearsome general from centuries past, still shrined and burned incense to in the old Chu lands. A pity it ran once in brief, or I'd loose them and clear the gang out entire. But cool-headed, I held off. Kill the gang, and other vultures still circled Senuekin. Even the pavilion's head steward couldn't be fully trusted. The thing had to be spent at the knife's edge, not only to kill the enemy, but to cow every hidden watcher at once. Then Xiongpi barked, and Jiayu pushed in, movement on the village road. Out in the black, torches swayed, hooves drumming nearer. 20 or 30 riders. The yard came alive, sleepers shaken awake, the new men paling. Days in and already real steel. Maybe they're not for us, one croaked. They were. The column halted 20 meters off the wall, a bare-chested, bearded captain at its head with a broad-backed saber, the gang's brand on his chest, 6 or 7 mounted men behind, a score of torch-bearing thugs on foot, iron in every hand. He flicked a whistle. A rider hurled a crock that burst stinking against the posts. Dead snakes and rats, harmless foul. Inside, I'm a hallmaster of the gang, mountain down leopard. Hand over the traitor Jiang Yu and the recipe, or I level this place. Break the men's legs, and the women you don't want to know. Lewd laughter from the thugs. From the shadow, I loosed without a word. The arrow grazed his left eye. He screamed and pitched from the saddle, blood between his fingers. You dare loose a bow on me? So the gang hadn't known I held permits. They'd looked into me carelessly, never reckoning a hunting peasant worth the trouble. Mountain down leopard? Try blind leopard. Maddened with pain and shame, he howled the order. Push the wall. Kill any who resist. No need for the city's restraint out here. Dig a pit and bury them. Out beyond the city, the night belonged to no law. Drawl, Jiayu roared, his 3 quickest, bows already up. The new men hesitated until Chun Lin kicked one. Even if heaven itself meant to kill me, I'd take 2 of its teeth, and they steadied. The volley tore into the press. The lead thug took it in the chest and dropped. Men reached the wall and were met by spear and broadsword out of the dark, 2 dead in moments, the rest dragging their wounded back. Blind leopard, I streaming, hacked a sapling clean through in fury and bellowed his threat. 300 brothers could come and grind the whole village to powder, surrender, and keep a whole corpse. Another arrow drove him rolling in the dirt. It took his horse in the leg, and the maddened beast bolted through the press, scattering them. Fall back. He clawed onto a man's mount and fled, his torches dwindling. The yard erupted, we'd won. But I quieted them. The gang would brood in the city now. Stay out of town these few days. Jiang Yu woke, weak, and warned me from his bed. Don't fight the gang in the city. Their eyes are on every street. Out beyond the walls. That's where you take them. We talked low and long. Next morning, a cart of wine crocks rolled to the pavilion's kitchen, and gang men sprang it, kicked it over, and found only water. Kong came out. He'd had spring water hauled from outside the city, and they'd smashed it. What had the pavilion done to deserve this? The leader, Urgu, released the carter, paid for the water, and warned Kong off. Blind Leopard had stumbled at Kaoshan last night. Qinli was furious and moving men. Anyone who helped the country boy now was courting death. Don't throw away decades of standing for a distant relation. Kong saw them off, then cold smiled. So the gangs that bowled in the city, a flunky threatening Kong to his face. I heard the water carter out and smiled. If the gang's an emperor inside the walls, let's show them who rules outside them. A gang caravan, 10 mule carts, a score of men, only 4 or 5 true gang. The rest hired carters, the blue-black twin-blade banner over it, crawled through the dust. The gang lived by more than gambling dens and protection. Harvest time, they bought grain and charcoal and herbs cheap from the villages to hoard. We dug ruts to snap an axle. The lead cart toppled and blocked the narrow road. As they cleared it, we stepped from the trees, 6 bows, faces cold. The gang? It's the gang's goods I'm here to take. An arrow split the banner pole. The blue flag dropped in the dust. A scarred man took an arrow in the thigh and screamed the order to charge. I dropped the front man and named myself, Zhao Yan. My quarrels with the gang alone. Carters who want to go, go. The hired men hesitated, afraid the gang would punish them for running, until Jia Yu roared. You'd die for a porter's wage? They threw down their whips and bolted. The scarred man spat that I'd not last, every road black and white closed to me. How long I last, you'll never know, but how long you last, I know to the day, and the arrow took his throat. The rest, finished glancingly, went down. I had the men cut them clear. Ragged villagers had drawn near, eyeing the spilled goods with hunger and fear. Take half, I called. The price. When you see the gang move out here, come tell me first. A man nodded eagerly. He knew their banner. We hauled 5 carts away, and behind us the villagers fell on the rest like wolves. We hit fast and hard. In one afternoon, 3 caravans, 16 men dead or maimed, 100-odd tales of goods gone. The word ran the city. The county's biggest outfit, tripped again and again by a country boy. 100 tales was nothing to the gang. The face was everything. Shop owners and small bosses and rival captains murmured and began, quietly, to scheme. Chinli slammed his table. Useless, all of you. And a hallmaster fool enough to suggest going to the yamen got a teacup in the face. The gang lived by the very work it had just been beaten at. Run to officials now and admit it couldn't handle its own, and every watching wolf would spring. He put out the call. 30 couldn't take him, send 300. Not all 1,000. The dens and docks and wharves needed watching, and stripping the home base bare would only invite a rival to gut it. Over 3 days, splitting into 2 bands and living off the villagers' eyes, my 50-50 promise had made every poor soul outside the walls my scout. So the gang's caravans hit an invisible wall every time. We raided a dozen-odd more, the loot piling in the yard. Charcoal in black hills, grain stacked high, white cotton and silk gleaming, herbs perfuming the air, near 800 tales. But I knew it was meat by a wolf's mouth. Lose to the gang and the goods and our lives went together. The gang tried a dirty turn, men posing as mine, stopping an honest grain train, killing a carter and looting it to blacken my name and break my scout net. We were near enough to hear. Arrows out of the trees dropped them, and Jiayu tore a shirt to show the twin blade brand beneath. See it, all of you. The gang dares not come openly, so it wears my face. I, Zhao Yan, quarrel with the gang alone, never with the innocent. The grainmen thanked me and fled. The more they stoop, the more hollow they are, I said. The caravans stopped running. Outside the walls became forbidden ground to them, their country trade dead. Then a rider, breathless. Chinli had massed 360 men, armed, to fall on Kaoshan at nightfall. The whole city knew. Idlers already streaming out to watch. The gambling houses laying odds on whether we'd see morning, the lines steep against us. The gang wanted all Maishan to see who ruled. Good, good. I grinned and tossed Jiayu a purse. Get to the gambling house and bet it all on us. He hesitated, near my whole fortune. To get rich you wager. Win and the money and the name are ours. Lose and what uses silver to a corpse. By dusk the dead little village was thick with strangers from the city, shop clerks, men of other outfits, scattered along the field paths, every eye on the Zhao yard, the gambling house odds running, some hoping the brash country boy would pull a miracle. 360 against a dozen odd. The watchers thought it settled before a blow fell. In the gang's lit hall, Cheen Li poured a 30-year wine for a guest. Constable Chun, mud on his hem. A heavy purse of gold slid across the table. A few fools kept troubling the gang, and tonight might get loud. Would the constable see his way clear? Chin's chopsticks stilled. How loud? A dozen lives, maybe. Country dirt farmers, no roots, no one to ask after them. By dawn, clean, no trace. In the city? Outside. Chun breathed easier, pocketed the gold. Tonight, beyond the walls, do as you please. If you tore the sky open, the yamen wouldn't lift an eyelid. Night fell hard, the cold wind guttering the torches. Hoofbeats, a column out of the dark, dozens mounted and torch lit at the front, the line trailing out of sight, blades cold. 300 or 400 broad-shouldered men with the twin-blade brand, the ground shaking under them. The watchers killed their torches and crouched to see. A horn split the night, the signal. They're here, I said, and threw back the bowl of wine on the millstone. Dragon or worm, it's decided tonight. Take up your gear. The gang's vanguard was Iron Door God, a mountain of a man with a 9-ring saber. Maishin's first blade, who'd once gutted the Black Tiger outfit single-handed. My first arrow flew for his throat, 7 or 8 behind it weaving a net over the riders. He didn't shift in the saddle. The 9-ring saber swept and chopped 3 wooden shafts into 6, the rest only grazing the small men behind. Against 400, our thin volley was a kitten bearing claws at a tiger. Zhao Yan, open your dog's eyes. With that conjurer's skill you dare face the gang? Throw down your iron and open the gate, and I might leave you whole corpses. The watchers groaned. Even untrained, a charge of dozens of horse would flatten the little yard in one pass. A 12-rider wedge could break 100-foot men. The tribesmen had taught Dissuade's border armies that for decades. I hear the gang's full of able men. I called from the millstone, cloaks snapping. All I see is paper tigers that bray. Fight or crawl back to the city. Hundreds of you dithering, you've shamed the gang to its bones. Iron Door God's veins stood. Charge. The column wheeled back and came on like a flood, the road shaking, dust boiling. Fire it, open the gate. A blaze leapt up inside, and a burning mule cart came roaring out of the yard straight into the riders. Then a second, a third, onto a 7th, 7 fire serpents trailing black smoke into the horse. Kaoshan's road runs gut narrow, 4 or 5 horse abreast at most. There was no dodging. Iron Door God's mount slammed the first cart. The charge couldn't be reined, the rear pushing the front into the flames. Bones cracked, horses screamed, riders flew and were trampled. The untrained mounts, blooded never, panicked utterly. The proud column came apart in a breath, the watchers' jaws dropping. Men hauled the bloodied Iron Door God from the wreck. Hard-boned, not killed. He flung off his helpers, took up the 9-ring saber, and made for the gate. Their face was gone. The cavalry broke into laughter across the underworld. Cut Zhao Yin to paste or face the gang's punishment. In the yard, Jia Yu's hand shook on his blade. The new men, 8 of them green, paler than paper. Can we win? Can we even live? All eyes went to me. My face stayed flat. I reached into my coat for the cracked old mirror. Tonight it falls to you, I told Long Zhua, who wasn't yet there, and to the men, get inside. Brother Yin. Now. They retreated, baffled and furious. Does he mean us to die in there? Is he surrendering, alone in the yard? Only Xiaoya, on the bed edge, gripped her hem and said, steady, I trust my brother. He'll have a way. In the shadows, the watchers shook their heads. Finished, his men cowed indoors. Only him left, no show worth staying for, and began to rise to leave. Iron Door God smashed through the failing gate, the 9-ring saber cold under the moon. 300 pouring in behind him like a tide. I looked at the ring of murderous faces and let a cold smile show. My right hand clenched, the mirror cracked in my grip. A cold wind boiled up out of the ground, dust and dead leaves spiraling, and every torch in the yard sank to nothing. Pitch dark, hand before face dark. What devilry! 2 points of crimson opened in the black, nearing, with a metal-grinding creak that set teeth on edge. Iron Door God threw his 9-ring saber crosswise on instinct, and a long cavalry lance came out of the dark like black lightning, shattered the saber to flying chips, drove through his breastbone, and hurled his 200 catty bulk into the air. The scream caught dead in his throat. The wind stopped. The dying torches roared back, lighting all. He hung pinned, twitching, his hot blood running down the cold lance haft to drip tap, tap on the iron boot below. From the dark the lance-bearer stepped, old battered war armor crusted black with blood, 2 red points behind a gold face guard, the plates clashing with each stride, and behind him 18 more, alike. The 300 gave back 3 steps as one, the color gone from every face. Someone choked out. The commander's iron-armored troops. 19 figures, the moon white on their rusted plate, their lance edges bright, 19 pairs of red eyes sweeping the field, the killing weight of them pressing the air flat. The gang lords it over the country and treats the people as less than men, I said, and loosed an arrow into the press. Tonight a few generals will clear this plague and give the place peace. At the shot Long's wrist flicked. Iron Dorgod's body tore in two, and the 12-foot lance swept silver, and 3 thugs' heads left their shoulders at once. The summoned warriors took only my command, fierce, will-less. 18 guards set their killing line in silence, iron boots grinding the gravel. A thug hacked at the lead guard, and his saber chipped on the breastplate, while the guard never moved. Where did you find these monsters? Jiayu had run out, voice cracking with excitement. I said nothing, emptying my quiver into the press, every arrow home. A wounded gang man wailed Ron, and they broke, throwing down weapons, kneeling, kowtowing, their foreheads bloody. Once Iron Dorgod fell, none had the heart to fight men cut down like chickens. From the shadows the blue-gowned man clenched his fists, exultant, and turned to his own. We've watched long enough. The gang seized our ground and our trade for years. Settle accounts now. Blades flashed in the dark. The Chow outfits chain sabers, the Salt outfits flying tiger spikes, the Cartage House wolf-tooth clubs, the watching powers springing out like dogs to a carcass, ringing the fleeing gang. Chunlin spat, spineless fence-sitters, dared nothing till we'd as good as won, then leapt out for the scraps, a pack with the gang. I wasn't surprised. They back whoever wins. And their joining spread the risk. If the night reached the yamen, with so many outfits tangled in it, the magistrate wouldn't know whom to charge. The law doesn't punish a crowd, and the county's trade leaned on these very men. The battle closed fast, the field strewn with blood and severed limbs. The blue-gowned man, Fan Yuan Bin, deputy of the Chow outfit, came smiling to the yard and bowed to the 19 blood-soaked warriors, wanting to make friends, if the generals would honor him. The lance that had pinned Iron Dorgod swung level, stopping 3 inches from his throat. He laughed weakly, sweat sliding down. My error. I'll go. I knew what he was after. Long's was origins, and what they were to me. The same thing every hidden watcher wanted to know. Tonight had made me a far more unreadable thing in their eyes. With 2 or 3 minutes left on the summon, I leaned to Long's ear and played at intimacy, my hand on the iron shoulder, and let the night carry fragments. The commander, brothers in the army, to the straining ears. A few drew sharp breath. This country hunter, arm in arm with such death gods? Then I straightened and bowed to Longzwa. My thanks tonight, brothers. Give the commander my regards. I'll try not to trouble you again, short of a matter of life and death. The 19 iron shapes walked off into the dark of the road and were gone. I felt their breath scatter through the cracked mirror as if they'd never been. The county's loud men looked at me now with fear and flinching. The half-truth I'd let drop had planted the certainty that I had a towering patron, the Hangzhou prefectural commander, a 3rd-rank officer with real troops, a man even the county's 7th-rank magistrate would never meet in a lifetime. True and false mixed. Let them doubt. Who'd wager his head to test it? Fan Yuanbin hurried back, all fawning creases. Why hadn't I said I had such heaven-reaching ties? They'd never have hung back. They'd thought me finished, and their eyes had been blind. The outfit bosses crowded in, all flattery, eyes lit as if they'd found a golden ladder. Brother Zhao, a man needs a footing. You've army backing, but the commander can't fight your every battle. You want a local house to lean on. Fan Yuanbin thumped his chest. Join the Chow outfit, and he'd get me a hallmaster's seat. The Salt outfit's man scoffed. A hallmaster? We want a deputy chief. Nod, and it's yours. The Cartage House elder stroked his beard. He'd a daughter unwed, and his whole estate when he passed. They knew the way of it. Grab a thick leg and live easy. I looked over the men who'd watched the killing from the dark and now scrambled to fawn and let the scorn show. Your kindness I'll keep in mind. But I'm a loose sort. No taste for being ruled. I'd sooner make my own name. My brothers hunt and brew with me. Leave us be, and we live quiet. The gang had fallen tonight, but Qin Li and others were still in the city. I needed these very men to finish it. They wheedled, gave up, and Fan Yuanbin turned to the crowd. Brother Zhao, rest easy. We're all in it now, blood sworn against the gang. Qin Li lives, and none of us sleep. From tomorrow we throw everything in and level them. A roar of agreement. 2 hours clearing and Kaoshan looked itself again. Bodies and wreckage and burnt cart frames dragged to the waste ground and buried. Only blood on the wall left for the next ring. The gang had left 120-odd dead. The rest fled wounded, their nerve broken, for an outfit that lived by menace, fatal. In the Zhao yard Jiayu and I counted the spoils, a dozen-odd dead horses and mules, thousands of caddies of meat, hundreds of tails, dozens of dropped blades, near 800 coppers, and 2 50-tael notes off the dead, and 8 unhurt horses recovered. A live horse fetches 80-odd taels against 20 for the meat. With the half-share already looted from their caravans, I'd come out rich. The full tally: 8 horses, 6,000-odd caddies of meat, 39 blades good or chipped, 127 caddies of scrap iron and copper, 192 taels 6 in silver and notes, 3,000-odd caddies of charcoal, 1,000-odd herbs, 2 finger-thick ginsengs the best of them, near 10,000 caddies of grain, 2 or 3,000 taels all told, and only half of it. The gang's depth told how much it had bled the county for years. A centipede dies but does not stiffen. Without the fence-sitting outfits joining in, even the heart mirror wouldn't have finished the gang cleanly. Will we eat meat every meal now, boss? Chun Lin grinned. I looked at the men. Not one had flinched against the gang. You've staked your lives, harder still these days. I won't shortchange you. 12 of us, me included. Each man takes 100 caddies of meat, 500 of grain, 50 taels, and 10 more in lieu of charcoal and herbs if you don't want them. The yard erupted. Farmers who'd scraped a year for a levy now held more than 5 years' earnings. Chun Lin's eyes reddened. From now my life's yours. You point east, we never go west. 3 taels buys a maiden. A city lord settles a beaten-to-death man for 4 or 5. 50 taels was 10 lives. By the bargain, they were wage men do nothing of the spoils, but I split with new and old alike, and they understood that under this boss they and their families would live, and if they fell there was a settlement to keep their kin. One murmured that if the boss sat the throne the people of Desway wouldn't suffer so, and the others hissed him quiet, "You want your head?" But the words rippled in every chest. At dawn 2 men borrowed a cart and went home laden to see their families. In Xiangya town an old woman, Granny Meow, was dunned at her gate for a tael and 2 by a thick-armed creditor who kicked over her wash basin and sneered that her son was surely beast food or driven home by now, and she stood, owing the debt, unable to answer back, only murmuring that her boy had said he'd earn and give her a good life. He wasn't the coward this man called him. Then the cart bells, Dao, Chao Ju, leading the mule cart in, bright with pride, meat and rice enough for the levy and more, dozens of taels earned in days. He saw his mother's red eyes, the spilled water, the uncle standing over her, and his face hardened. The uncle barked the old line, "Debt's debt, kin or no," and Daju, who'd nearly died against the gang, found the man a small thing now. He caught the swung fist in an iron grip, put a foot in the uncle's gut, and laid him in the mud. "You cheated my illiterate father at the family split, took the good land and hung the debt on us, and we've paid 7 or 8 taels of it. Today I pay nothing, you cough up what you swallowed." The companion barred the gate, a curved blade to the uncle's chest. "Pay, or the road past the pauper's ground is long and a man can vanish on it." The uncle, baffled at the coward nephew remade, went white and went to fetch the money. The mother fretted, "He's your uncle, don't make it ugly." Daju grinned. "You were always too soft, ma. That's why they trod on you. From today it's different. Tile-roofed rooms, the best doctor, white flour and meat, and let everyone who looked down on us look now. I'd run the dressed horse meat into town. Poor meat, poor price. Thousands of caddies for 480 taels. Kong leaned close, half glad. The night's fight had been beautiful. Since midnight, a dozen outfits had set on the gang across the city, dozens of corpses found in alleys, and the moat by morning. Pressed by so many at once, the gang was finished. Most members fled, the rest fell in the brawl, and by noon half its properties and ground had changed hands. The Yamen meant to mediate, but the attackers moved too fast. Luck can help, I said. Half true. Alone I'd never have managed it. Kang's look turned complicated. You know the saying, pull the grass but leave the root, and the spring wind brings it back. I caught his meaning. This morning, with everyone hunting the gang, no one found Qin Li. He's gone. My hand stilled on the silver. I'd never met the man, but Jiang Yu's account had drawn a cold snake. The warm room, the warmed wine poured like for an old friend, the soft hand on the shoulder hiding its strength, the words sweeter than sugar while it bought a man's soul. Most masters who catch a turncoat gouge the eyes or beat him to death. Qin Li wined and dined Jiang Yu and offered him a future. That's the crueler cut. But for the bit of loyalty left in Jiang Yu, and my meaning it when I was good to him, it'd be another devoted Jiang Yu standing at Qin Li's side now. The market's noise seemed to fall away. I felt eyes on my back. A man like that wouldn't go quietly. The outfits had put up rewards. None would sleep easy till he was dead. Understood, I said, and made to go. Brother Zhao. Kong slung an arm round me, warm. The gang down, my Sinuekan could sell openly now. Would I sign the pavilion as sole supplier? I'd long craved it. I played reluctant. Your pavilion only takes the Sioux seller's name. Where would my unknown wine fit? And he flushed. The head steward, on hearing of it, had slapped that fool Mei Ziyu's teeth out. 3 of them. Surely my grievance was eased. I tipped my head. Wouldn't Mei, beaten on my account, hate me the more, and trip a commoner like me? Kong near pleaded. The head steward had sworn to send him home if he didn't land the exclusive. I couldn't leave till I agreed. He'd cling to me. I almost laughed. Where was the lofty second steward of before? Then I caught it. From small hunter to the man who'd toppled the gang, my weight had changed. There's no equal friendship without equal weight. Since the pavilion's willing, of course I'll work with an old friend. In the mist, prison carts creaked along a narrow road. Inside, a bent, gray-haired convict in bloody prison clothes. Past a bend, 2 officers pried the lock and helped the man out into the trees, low-voiced. Master Qin, this is as far as we take you. The convict wiped the grime from a fine, slightly twisted face. Qin Li vanished from under every outfit's eyes. He thanked them, pressed silver on them. Constable Chen's doing, he said. The gang had looked after them all these years. The Yamen had meant to shield the gang, but the outfits moved too fast, and they wished him a comeback and left. He still couldn't fathom how the gang had fallen, how a country hunter had broken 300 picked men. He shut his eyes, then laughed a thin owl laugh into the trees. Hate burning. 10 years' work, 300 men, gone. Heaven let him live, and he'd repay his suffering 100-fold. Sorry, Master Qin, you may not get the chance. A cold voice behind him. He turned to find men with hunting bows stepping from the mist, and a dog black as ink, and me toying with a bow. Master Qin's a clever one, borrowing the prison cart to slip out under every outfit's nose. Nerve and wits both. I'm impressed. His muscles bunched. Zhao Yin. The same. I underestimated you. How did you find me? Easy enough. The night's fight had begun with him sure of victory, no escape prepared, and the outfits had struck the city the instant the 300 broke at Kaoshan. He'd had no chance to leave. Yet they'd turned the city over and not found him. The night before, by the lamp, the answer had come. A thing you can't find isn't gone. It's in front of you, unseen. 2 places the outfits couldn't reach, the garrison camp and the Yamen jail. The garrison answered to grasping Lin Jian, who'd have swallowed the county whole if Qin Li were his. So it was the Yamen hiding him, and the Yamen, wanting no trouble, would send him out, and I'd followed the cart from the prison gate. He backed away, right hand sliding into his sleeve. Kill him, and it wasn't over. The gang's years of graft had filled the Yamen lord's pockets. Cut their take, and I'd never know peace. Every constable he'd paid would settle me. Ever hear that when a man's gone the tea goes cold? I said. He froze. The gang's down. Another rises tomorrow and pays the same tribute. You think those lords trouble themselves over a spent pawn? Your clean escape plan was airtight, and I cracked it. Am I that clever? Or did the officers decide you were finished and sell you out? His eyelid jumped. I'd hit the nerve, his proud face twisting. Die, I said and loosed. He rolled clear, and 3 poisoned willow leaf darts flew from his sleeve. Few knew the scholarly gangmaster was an able hand with hidden weapons. I'd guarded for it. The cleaver knocked 2 down, the third grazing my coat into a trunk that bruised blue. He bolted, monkey quick, but Xiompi tore after him and I behind. At a cliff edge he turned, ringed by bows. He drew a black fire thunder from his coat. The gang had even these, and, taking arrows, smashed it down. The blast threw leaves and stone. When the smoke cleared he was gone, only bloodied rags on the branches. The drop below was Blackwater Gorge, riptides, fanged rocks, a place old hunters feared. We searched the gorge bed 2 hours. Only blackened blood and water-torn cloth. Nothing more. Downstream too. Live, I'd see him. Dead, his body. But the gorge had swallowed him, and even iron wouldn't have lived through the arrows and the blast and the fall. I let it go. 3 days on, the second batch of Senuekan done, I delivered 10 crocs to the pavilion. Kong tore the Su family seller's sign off the wall and hung Zhao family Senuekan. Outside, tax officers stopped me. Liquor's a dear good. For parts in 10, show your account. I only brew for the steward as a hired hand. That's wages, not my trade. The officer sneered. The pavilion has no cellar of its own, so it's tax dodging. Shall I go ask them? Bloodsuckers. By 10 taels worth of wine, they wanted 8 in tax. With the city already full of my name from the gang fight, there was no bluffing it. Jia Yu paid the 8 with a forced smile. The officer hauled my collar, wine on his breath. This is the city. Keep your tail down, 1 copper short, and I'll ruin you with 1 hand. Xiao Wu's fist creaked. I waved him off. You're right, officer. I'll remember. Then, low, in his ear, I don't go looking for trouble. Cross paths and leave it, and we both live well. But press me, and go ask first how your 2 colleagues at the tax office lost their hats. He paled. The Wong banditry case, Garrison Run, the 2 officers exiled, all of it tied to the consumptive son's grabbing of a girl that ended in a household destroyed. Connected to Zhao Yan? He shivered and softened, made his excuse, and left, his back wet with sweat. I'd had the brothers who beat Mei Ziyu, staged as a case of mistaken identity for Qin Li, the white-faced wastrel and the off-duty tax officer drinking together, having just plotted a tax frame against me. Paid off with scattered silver, they'd thrashed the 2, found no twin-blade brand, apologized, and vanished. And when Jia Yu and I arrived to help them to a doctor, the dazed officer cowered, certain we'd come to beat him too. The merchant Su, meanwhile, head of the Su cellar, ruined by Senuekan taking the pavilion, drank in a pleasure house and brutalized a serving girl over a dropped cup, paid the madam 10 taels, and plotted with the other brewers to combine against me, loosing his bitterness on the powerless because he hadn't the nerve to touch me. The gang's fate had taught every shop owner that lesson. Cut a man's living and you kill his parents, he muttered drunk, then caught himself in a room full of ears. At the city gate, I watched a notice posted. Yellow Turban sect bandits had crossed into the territory. Harboring them counted as conspiracy. On the last cloth a lean Taoist was inked, Lu Xiulin, 100,000 taels on his head, enough to buy half a county. Jia Yu knew the name. A little celestial master, son of a Taoist abbot, born to wealth and welcomed by great officials, who'd thrown off his inherited gold crown to bind on a yellow turban and rebel, robbing the rich, killing officials and magistrates, his sect 1,000 strong, a thing the government itself couldn't easily handle. A reward you might live to claim, but not to spend. Lower on the wall, Tiger Head Mountain's chief, Iron Bear, was worth 3,000 taels a head. I shook my head. With my own band and the brewing earning daily, why court men who didn't fear death? I drove the cart out the gate. Late that night, Xiompi's urgent bark. I took bow and cleaver to the door crack. 3 men in black had come over the wall, but didn't rush the house. They stood with hands clasped, asking the master to step out. A friend gravely ill, fresh bear gall needed for the medicine. The city apothecary's out of stock. My marksmanship known. Would I hunt a bear? Name my price. A hoof of horse gold slid from a sleeve. 10 taels worth. Only the deposit. A single gall ran 20 taels. The sick man was no commoner. I'll need to see your tokens first, I said. The left one stiffened, a rasping laugh from behind the mask. A hunter demanding our badges? Does an arsenic seller check your ancestry? Killing aura rose off the three. Jia Yu and a dozen men burst out with bows drawn. Jiang Yu, his 3 knife wounds near healed. The man was hard as iron, stamping a jujube cudgel down. The 3 didn't retreat. The leader pressed his men's shoulders, swept a grim look across us, and bowed. Since you're uneasy, take it we were never here. They vaulted the 3-meter post wall like flat ground, soundless. Brother Yin, could they be off the gate notice? Report them. Leave it. Whoever they are, they're nothing to us. If it were truly the man on that wanted cloth, my little skill wouldn't fill his teeth. Reward money is sometimes the king of hell's summons. The 3 black-clad men slipped back through the city to a great mansion, over its walls and into the rear hall. A room full of bound, gagged people, men and women, ropes biting to blood. On the bed, a wasted young Taoist coughed red onto white robes. Sectmaster, we failed. The hunter would have our badges. He wiped his mouth and laughed low. Gold didn't move the man, nor a hard front cow him. Interesting. His men begged to go kill a bear themselves. One beast, harder than Wuchang's wolf troops? He shook his head and pointed at a fat, terrified middle-class man in the corner. Killing wants a knife, hunting wants a bow. Amang hauled the man to the bed by the scruff. Sectmaster, spare me. It was Chao Yangyi, magistrate of Meishan. This his own residence. The yellow turban master the whole city hunted had hidden in the one place no one would look, the magistrate's own house, the family bound. Chao, you've done little real harm. A not too filthy official in this rotten court. I won't kill you. A small favor. Lend me your seal, and issue an order that all Meishan's hunters go take bears for their gall. The magistrate wept. A beheading crime, his whole family's ruin. The Taoist's cold finger ran down his greasy face like a snake. If I die here, 10,000 believers mark you their enemy. Do you think the court keeps your family safe then? At first light, Chenlin burst in waving a notice. The official seal read, and plain, a reward for bear gall. My temple jumped, so the order had come. Were last night's 3 really not bandits? Chenlin pointed at the figure. 30 taels of gold, and a 1-year tax exemption writ. The gold was 450 taels of silver. The writ was worth more. Like the bow permits, a privilege granted only for great service, a year free of all tax on trade, on heads, on the levy itself, sellable to a gambling house or eatery for 1,000 taels a year. With Sanuekin growing and the wine tax skinning half my profit, it would be a godsend. 1 year was enough. Whoever wanted the gall would pack Great Dragon Mountain with hunters. Come late, and there'd be no soup left. Muster, gear up, into the hills now. Third ant, scrubbing the still, fretted, a bear's hard, thick-hided, vengeful. A man at Xianying lost half his face to one. I didn't fear the gang's blades. I'll not fear a beast. I'd had the smith make bone-splitting arrows, 3-edged heads to punch the hide. At the mountain's foot, 3 or 4 hunting parties were already massed, every eye on our hard bows and good gear. A dark, lean hunter, Wang Yin, sidled up, slung an arm round Jiayu, pawed his bow, fire-cured boxwood, fine grain, and got shoved off. Just luck got them a few permits, he spat at our backs. We'll see how long you swagger. Up the slope, Xiongpi suddenly barked. Jiayu found nothing and rubbed the dog quiet. Brother Yin, now I know what a man fears fame as a pig fears fat means. Every hunter for miles wants to befriend us. I caught his shoulder. Lose the bow. Get rid of it. The yard stared. It was only touched. I held it to Xiongpi's nose. The dog bared its teeth, hackles up as at a great enemy. There's a foul trick some hunters use. Kill a pregnant she-wolf. Take the cubs from the belly, steep them in a drug, dry them to powder. Smear it on a man or his gear, and the maddened wolf packs come from tens of li off. Killing with no blood on your hands. Xiongpi's bark had been a warning, not a find. Jiang Yu turned to go settle with the dark hunter. I stopped him. A tall tree draws wind. We're too prominent in the trade. Envy's natural. I didn't expose him so I could see how many of these parties want us dead. In the hills, if they jump out, We deal with it all at once. We walked on, and a dozen odd men shrank in the brush behind us. Wang Yan's crew, easing back so the wolves wouldn't take them too. One trembled that the Kaoshan band had army backing and had broken the gang. Backing or no? Wang Yan sneered. We're not crossing him openly. Let him die in the hills feeding wolves. What's it to us? 30 taels of gold and a tax writ buys a new life. Zhaoyan lives, none of us eats. And you really think we're the only crew in these hills that wants him dead? By noon the hills were close and stifling. Jiayu surfaced from behind a rock and slid into the column. At least 3 groups trailing us, 15 plus men, 6 homemade bows, a few knives. I scraped at my boot mud and stole a look. Iron glint under 3 crook-necked pines southeast, shapes ducking into shade. More than I'd reckoned, and bowmen, old hunters, their hillcraft no worse than mine. Go to the bear den now, and they'd ambush us on the way out and rob the kill. Change route. A backhanded swift stern sign. Chen Lin at the tail pretended to trip on a root, and the whole band swung west. The wolf powder hadn't worked. I disposed of the tainted bow, so the packs never came, and Wang Yin, trailing, wondered why. I drew them in to a brush-ringed mound and called loudly for camp. Fire, water, clearing it, and the watchers crouched to wait, certain we'd dropped our guard. As men fanned out for wood and water, the count quietly dropped. 2 of us slipped into the trees. A few hundred meters off, Wang Yin crept closer with his men. Light feet, not too near, don't get caught when the wolves come. Brother Yin, these Kaoshan people are no joke, the gang lost to them. And they've army backing. Backing means nothing. We never cross him openly. Even the commander couldn't pin it on us. He dies in the hills to the wolves. What's it to us? He never wronged us. This is cruel. Wang Yin hauled the man up by the collar. Dirt eaters don't play Buddha. 30 taels of gold and a tax writ. Take the money and change your life. Zhao Yin lives and no one eats. We'll burn incense for them later, have a monk chant. And you think we're the only crew that wants him dead? By midday Wang Yin and a handful crept after us. From a rock, Jiayu reported them. I had the band camp on a brush-ringed mound, called for fire and water loud enough to carry. And while the watchers thought us careless, 2 of us slipped behind them. Xiompi's low growl. I pinned the dog and turned. Leaves stirred unnaturally 10 yards off. I raised a hand and the band froze. Wang Yan's crew nearly overran their own stop. Then I came out of the trees behind them, cleaver swinging. A glancing line opened across Wang Yan's chest before he could drop, blood bright on his dark skin. Xiao Wu and Zhang Yu stepped out. Bows leveled on the men sprawled in the leaves. The blow had been meant to kill. Self-defense, mistaken for a boar. Who in these hills could say otherwise? Wang Yin clutched the wound, backing away, accusing me of black-handed murder for the reward. Zhang Yu kicked him. Spare us. If the boss hadn't caught the bow you doctored and dumped it, we'd be wolf fodder by now. The men ringed on the mound sprang up and charged the trees. The other 2 trailing groups were taken. Jia Yu and the others marched 6 bloodied men over. Neat. Fast binding. Soldiers' work. Only flesh wounds. Some little fish ran. Chase them. No. The hills are wide and we've a bear to hunt. Chasing troublemakers and missing the real work. That'd be the loss. We bound them and dropped them in a pit. From Wang Yin, Jiayu drew a sealed bamboo tube, the lid limed shut. The wolf lure. Uncapped. It set a distant bear roaring. I tipped a little onto the captives, and the pit screamed. Help me with one thing, and I won't kill you. I told Wang Yin, and he nodded frantic. Stanches bleeding. We move. And we left them, smeared, for whatever the powder drew. By afternoon, by the map, I reached a cliff face thick with caves, fresh bear sign nearby, droppings under 2 days old. I had Wang Yin stripped to the waist and bound to a tree, his wound torn wider, and the band hidden in the brush. The blood smell carried. After a time a great black bear ambled from the rock, a moving hill, paws thick as bowls. It nosed the bound bait. Wang Yin, roused by the wet touch, screamed, and the bear took him. I didn't watch the rest, only that a black bear, unlike a tiger, isn't quick to kill, and the man's cries thinned to nothing as the thing fed. The watchers in the brush went white and sick. One man feeding another to a beast is harder to look at than a killing. Loose, I called when the bear settled, and 7 heavy bolts flew, for into hind leg and gut, the bear rearing 2 meters in fury, charging the brush. Grapnels. Daju and the others slung iron hooks on cords. 6 bit into the hide, 6 men hauling, the cords near snapping, the bear dragging them through the dirt by main strength. Net. Jia Yu and Xiao Wu flung the barbed net I'd had made. Every knot sewn with hooked iron. The more it fought, the deeper they sank, and the bear went down at last, wheezing pink, pinned. Easy enough. Jia Yu laughed. Too soon. Xiongpi's hackles shot up, a warning yelp, and a heavier roar rolled from behind the rock wall, leaves raining. A second, larger bear came out, fresh blood flesh on its fangs, 3 half-grown cubs behind it baring teeth in mimicry. Jia Yu's grin froze. We've kicked the den. The she-bear reared, claws like 10 curved sickles, its shadow over us all. The netted bear whimpered, and she answered with a roar that hurt the ears. The one in the net's hers, eyes up. A she-bear with cubs is worse than the king of hell. It's them or us today. The cubs spread fan-wise, ringing us, well-drilled. Hold your gear. Daju take 3 on the left, Jiayu the right, the rest with me up front. She came like a moving mountain. My arrow took her left eye and didn't slow her. We backed into a ring, blades out, the netted bear thrashing the hooks deeper. 3 spears thrust at once. Her swing snapped the shafts like twigs and dropped a man, his palms split. A cub broke in. Xiaowu's blade caught its snout, and it raked 3 lines down his thigh before Jia Yu's thrown spear took its throat, hot blood across Xiaowu's face. The she-bear, maddened, reared a wall of black. We scattered as the paws came down and cratered the earth. I drove the cleaver into the netted male's throat to silence it, and that broke her utterly. She came for me. Chen Lin's 3 arrows only rocked her. Boss. I crossed cleaver and bowed a guard. The boxwood snapped like kindling under the paw, and the blow flung me 3 meters into a trunk. Pain blanked my sight. The maw was a foot from my throat, hot breath on my face. Finished, and then an iron tower shape slammed in. Jiang Yu, eyes blood red, 10 fingers hooked into the bear's back, the old shoulder scar splitting open, blood flying, and by main force he heaved the half-ton beast a span off me. Its teeth snapped shut where my head had been. Brother Yen, stab it. He rode the bear's back, hammering its wounded eye socket, every blow wet. I lunged up and drove the cleaver into the crescent of white fur at the throat, the one soft spot on the all-black hide. Hot blood gushed over me. A second stroke, Daju's broadsword came down on the skull, black-red blood fountained, and the she-bear convulsed and went down in a cloud of dust. The 2 cubs fled into the trees. Don't chase, it's near dark, too dangerous. See to Jiangyu. The man slumped on the carcass, shoulder a mess of torn flesh, swearing, "What are you gawking at? Bring the salve." And the band breathed again to hear him curse normally. Xiaowu's thigh cuts had stopped bleeding. Meant to take 1 bear and hit a whole family, but for numbers and gear we'd have stayed here. By the she-bear floated a silver glinting chest, its pattern alive in the bloodlight. Silver chest. It sank into me. 1 bear, 1 she-bear, 3 cubs down, 2 by my own hand. Only 1 chest, a pity, but the reward set my eyes alight. Dusk was falling fast. Dressing the kill would take time. The night rode bad with snakes and beasts. I know a place, the old bear cave we cached the bows in. We took the galls carefully, quartered the bears into baskets, lit torches, and went, the silent watchers on the ridge trailing our firelight at a distance. In the cave, roomy, stocked with old lard and salt and felt, we built a fire and cooked, fish and bean soup gone milky, oil cake shredded in, and bear meat Jiangyu spitted in a ring round the flames, fat dripping and snapping, and the paws set to stew, a thing few in the city ever taste. The men, flush with new prosperity, talked over the fire. Daju had built 3 tiled rooms in his village. The matchmaker come knocking now, the relatives who'd scorned him suddenly fawning. Another had bought good cloth and silver bracelets for his wife, and watched her sneering kin crawl back. But for the boss, where'd we be? I waved it off, thank me by drilling harder. The fish soup whitened, the bear meat ran gold and oily. Jiangyu reached for a skewer. I stopped him. Needs this. I tipped a cloth packet onto the stone. 20-odd small red chilies, the ones from the yard, fast grown from the chest seeds, fruiting in under a month. Kote Angio. I crushed them on the slab to a paste with salt and ginger and rendered lard. A sharp heat filled the cave. I dabbed a skewer and pushed it back to him. He bit, doubtful. Then his eyes flew wide, sweat starting, tongue numb and burning and unable to stop, the meat's char and the paste's bright heat doubling each other. The others fell on it, the cave full of hissing breaths. The gaminess is gone. It's gone. Sour, sweet, bitter, hot. And this age had only ginger and mustard and pepper for heat, nothing like this. Tins of caddies of bare meat, and the paws went clean, and the men sprawled stuffed and content by the fire. Chun-Lin belched and wiped his mouth. Bear paw. Never lived till now. Jia Yu and Chun-Lin dragged dead trees across the cave mouth, a rough barricade against beasts and men. Watches were drawn by lot. The rest slept warm. At dawn, mist in the hills, as they cleared the trees to leave, Jia Yu caught my sleeve. An old pine ahead had a patch of bark hacked away to the white wood, a fierce tiger head carved into it, jaws agape, and a rusted broken blade driven into the earth before it, notched edge cold in the morning light. Not their last night, a mark left in the dark. Broken blade across the road, bandit sign. For 100 li only the tiger head outfit. They've marked us. Tiger head bandits, infamous. They robbed and killed on a whim. The year before they'd sacked a village whose young men dared resist, killed them all, and hung the bodies at the gate tree with the face skin stripped, so a green constable wet himself and another went mad. By the road's rule, a marked party that pays a toll passes, that won't bleeds. They've come for the gall, drawn by the reward. Followed us since yesterday. Jiang Yu put a fist through the cave wall. We near died for these bears, and they mean to take them. Dazhu drew his blade. I walked up and kicked the broken sword spinning into the rocks. Bandits or not, anyone who'd rob me asks my cleaver's leave first, and I leveled it at the carved tiger head. The men's backs straightened. Move. Let's see who dares bar my road. Near the mouth of the hills, Xiongpi's hackles rose, a thunderbark. The band froze. An arrow thudded into the dirt at my feet. Coarse laughter, and 20-odd bandits fanned out of the brush, ringing us, a scarred chief, Black Fong, with a 9-ring saber clashing as he walked. Second chief of Tiger Head. Hunter Zhao didn't see our broken blade order or didn't think much of it. Saw it. Kicked it away. His grin froze. Don't know the road's rules, eh? De Sui's emperor keeps 100,000 soldiers, so he sets the law. You're 100 bandits and fancy yourselves emperors? Stick a blade in the dirt and I'm to hand over my kill? Then here's my rule. I spit on the ground. Do you cut your own throats? The band laughed. They'd faced the gang and didn't cow like farmers. 7 bows, a few broadswords, ready. Black Fong drew the 9-ring saber. Kill them all. Cut the leader's tongue out for my wine. The melee broke. 7 loosed at once. 3 bandits dropped. 1 pinned to a trunk. Jiang Yu, arms swollen, caught 2 thrust spears under his arms and flung the spearman into the rock wall, bone cracking. Chun-Lin's reverse shot took a bandit through the eye. Black Fong's saber came down hard at Dazhu's skull. His spear shaft snapped, and I yanked him back by the collar. The blade grazed my chest, opening the hide coat, and bit the ground, splitting a stone. Ring up. 7 back-to-back, bows working, 2 more bandits throat shot. 1 rushed my back with a spear. Jiang Yu caught the shaft and slammed man and weapon to the ground. Take the leader. Black Fong's saber swept at my head. I ducked it by a hair, swept his knee with my heel, and as he dropped, clamped his sword wrist in an iron grip. He flung lime in my face. I shut my eyes, turned claw to fist, and dropped a hook into the side of his neck. The collarbone went. I unhinged both his arms and set the cleaver to his heart. Stop, or your second chief dies. The bandits froze. The man who tore people apart lay broken under a foot. Drop your gear. Black Fong, spitting blood, choked the order, and they fled into the deep wood. Jiang Yu trust him like a parcel. He still grinned through his ruin, threatening the village, the families, the usual. I struck his little finger off, fed it to him, and kicked out his front teeth. Take him back. Let the village see what a tiger head hero is worth. He raved on. I let him rave. On the road, Jia Yu fretted. The escaped bandits might follow us home. I shook my head. The county's small, the hunting bands few. Black Fong had named me Hunter Zhao. Our cover was long gone. Hiding was useless. I didn't much fear bandits at the door. After the gang, I'd silver enough to move the household into the city if it came to that. Tiger Head dared the countryside only because the constables and garrison wouldn't or couldn't be bothered. Inside the walls, where the rich and the magistrate lived, they'd never make a scene. If they won't quit, I buy a manor in the city and we all move. Or, Jiayu offered, we've army backing. Asked them again, wipe Tiger Head out. I gave a private, rueful smile. With a heart mirror left, I'd do it without a word, but I'd only the name of a patron now, not the substance. The garrison's lords helped once. You can't go to the well forever, and I swore I'd not trouble them short of life or death. They nodded. Favors are the hardest debts. At the village mouth, the band split. Jiayu took Black Fong to the yard. I rode for the city with Jiangyu and a few on the looted horses, the gate tower in sight and half a stick of incense. At the yamen, a constable came out, his face going odd. You're Zhao Yan from Kaoshan? Jiayu murmured. Did I know him? A self-mocking smile. Know him. This was Jean, one of the two who'd come the morning after I killed the uncle and squeezed me for a tail and venison. Master Jean, we meet again. His face soured, then forced a fawning grin. He'd heard the gang fallen to me. A commander behind me slung an arm round my shoulder and slipped me an ingot, 3 odd taels. He'd not recognized me before, no hard feelings. I waited, smiled. Master Jin's too kind. My borrowed tiger skin worked. Not only the city's black road, but the Yamen's own constables now handled me gently, even coughing up what they'd squeezed. He took a gall, handed me 30 taels of gold and the sealed tax writ, and I dropped my voice. One favor. Leave the gate notice up a while longer. He blinked, then narrowed his eyes. You've more than one gall? I said, shaking the pouch. He grasped it. I meant to sell the rest before word spread that the reward was claimed. Not cheating, just earning on the lag. My men to feed and patrons to pay. He chewed it over. An hour, no more. His regards to the commander, he added. Constables dream of transferring to the garrison. Done. I said, empty promises cost nothing. Meanwhile, in the city, the merchant Su, ruined by Senyuekin, heard from his shop boy that a hunter was openly selling fine bear gall at the southern temple. Whoever turned it in took 30 taels of gold and a year's tax exemption. With the Su seller crushed, that writ could undercut everyone and claw the trade back. He raced over. At the temple, Deju had laid out bear meat with a great gall set plainly atop it, the cut still beaded with blood. Su, trained wary, probed. Bought the pelt, asked after the rest, and Daju, playing the honest illiterate, said the gall was for his mother's eyes and couldn't read Su's list at all. Su's hopes leapt. The bumpkin didn't know the reward. He haggled up from 30 to 120. Then, when his boy whispered the gate notice still hung, slapped down 400 taels in silver and notes to beat the field, and bore the gall off in triumph to the yamen. He pressed it on the constables like a life-saving charm, and met silence, a glance heavy with mockery and a thread of pity, as at a fool. Master Su, said the left one at last, flat, you're late. An hour ago someone already turned in a gall and took the reward. The words struck like a hammer. He staggered. But the notice still hangs. The constable shrugged. The brothers were busy, hadn't got round to tearing it down. Their oversight, his apologies. A flawless answer. Su's breath came short, the gall hot as a coal in his hand. The Su seller had been losing money for days. He'd meant the tax writ to turn it around, and instead had bought a 20 or 30 tael gall for 400, 300 down the drain. He grabbed the constable's collar. Your oversight cost me 300 taels. You did it on purpose. Settle this, or it isn't over. Bottled up fury making him reckless. 2 blades came to his neck. Striking an officer? They knocked him down and worked him over, deaf to his pleading, then hauled him out and dumped him at the street's edge like refuse. The merchant who'd brutalized a serving girl days before now no better off than she'd been. The constable shook his fist over him. This coat and this blade are all the reason I need. At the gate, Deju and another handed me 3 and 400 tael notes, full of admiration. Besides the 1 gall to the yamen, the other 2 had fetched near 800. City folk aren't so sharp. I took the notes. When greed gets the better of a man, his wits can't keep up. He knows the risk and tells himself he's getting a bargain anyway. No pity owed. My estate had near doubled. 30 taels of gold, 800 silver, and the tax writ most precious of all. I counted as a rich man in Maishan now. Time to buy a place in the city. I'd had Kong watch for a yard or manor for sale to bring the men's families into. The countryside was unsafe. Tiger Head alone was trouble enough, and though I'd beaten the gang, I knew luck had carried much of it. No one wants to gamble his life on cornered desperados daily. Chun Lin balked. Daju grieved his new tiled rooms. Jiayu, bachelor that he was, waved it off. Stick with brother Yin a while and buy your own in the city, better than the sticks. The hills had grown lawless and dry. The city would end all that. I'll do as the boss says, Daju ground out at last. Pack up, bring your wives and children to Kaoshan first. We move when the city place is bought. Black Fong, trust and bloody, only cursed. Jiayu, who tried even army interrogation methods, couldn't crack him. I wanted Tiger Head's numbers, gear, and terrain. I sat, laid out a packet of sewing needles, and praised him mildly. The man who'd questioned him was a Desway veteran. To withstand that took something. Then I set a needle into the joint gap of his arm and pressed it slow. One needle convulsed him harder than all Jiayu's blows. I'd learned where a body's pain lives, how to wring the most from the least wound. My record's 12 before a man broke. Care to beat it? Another into the wrist. He frothed, sweat sheeting, but ground out that he didn't understand a word. 17 needles went into his joints over a quarter hour. He fainted and woke and fainted and held. I clapped. You're the hardest man I've met. I'll grant I can't break you with this. Send me to the yamen, or finish me. Let me loose, and I repay this 100-fold. 3,000 on Iron Bear's head, 600 on his. Bring them in. 7 or 8 people shuffled in. Hunched, scarred, some missing a hand or foot. Men and women, every eye on Black Fong full of hate. Know them? These are the ones left alive from the villages Tiger Head wrecked. I named them and what was done to them. A man whose family was killed and his arm taken. A father who watched his pregnant daughter cut open. A woman driven mad on her wedding night. Black Fong couldn't place the faces. Tiger Head had ruined so many. They live like the dead, and the one thought that keeps them is revenge on you. I hauled his head up. He's Tiger Head's second chief. He's yours now. The door shut on a low, terrible laughing. Outside, Jiayu fretted the man was too hard. The worst torture isn't pain in the body, I said. It's fear in the heart. Soon a shriek tore through the door. Zhao I'll talk. Everything. Inside, the bandit who tore men apart sat collapsed and soiled, his nerve gone. A villager spat half an ear at his feet, grinning. I had the kin wait outside. Only by his talking could we take the mountain and serve the larger revenge. Now I ask, you answer. Hold back or lie, and I let them eat you alive. Tiger Head numbered 137, deserters and condemned men and the merely desperate. 32 horses, 60-odd bows, 70-odd blades, 28 suits of armor, much of it taken in a botched government suppression that had only fattened them, as past suppressions all had. Loud drums, a few constables circling the foot of the hill. Once an ambush that cost the soldiers a dozen lives and gave the bandits their armor and swords. 3 blows, and he's your brother. 1 question, and he sells the Brotherhood's name. The wall was hard to crack, fewer than the gang but crueler. A viper in the leaf litter where the gang had been a charging dog. The stronghold easy to hold, and their movements never fixed. He begged a clean death, to be spared the kin. When you ruined people, did any beg you? Did you soften? His face went hollow. Then I stretched and laughed. Look at you. 2 hours in my hands. Where would I find that many wronged people on such short notice? The kin outside stood calm now. The earbiter grinned. Acted it well, didn't I, Hunter Zhao? Near made myself sick on the blood. Black Fong understood at last he'd been played, and beat his head on the ground. Keep him from killing himself, I told Jiayu. That head's still worth using. Alone, I opened the silver chest from the bear, my highest yet. Silver chest opened. 3 great returning wound pills. A jade vial, 3 cinnabar pills bean-sized. A sage's wound cure, stops bleeding and closes wounds within 10 breaths, restores blood and breath, mends even severed limbs, but works on any one person only once. Priceless, whatever the wound, while a man had a head and a breath, 10 breaths set him right. Used at the knife's edge, it was another life. Worth depends on who takes it. Drop it into a near-dead general on a battlefield, and the return would be vast. I stowed it. 3 quiet days. The dreaded night raid never came. But I kept the watch and kept pressing calm. Word came at last. A derelict weaving mill in the east. 2 moo and a dozen odd rooms with old furniture. 560 taels all in. I signed and took the deeds. Pack. We move into the city today. Daju eyed the falling dusk and wanted to wait the night. Chinlin too, the old and young along. 3 days no bandits. Surely tonight was safe. But I'd read enough stories to know stay one more night. It'll be fine, is the line that gets you killed. Jiayu, Chinlin, Daju. Take some men and run the old and the children into the city ahead. The rest pack the essentials and follow. 7 carts readied. The looted horses to pull them. 20-odd elders and children went off under 8 men's guard. Xiaoya, holding her grown rabbits, looked back at the home of a dozen years, reluctant. We're only moving to a new house in the city. We'll come back. I rubbed her head. No Kong fire in winter, no mud to the door in the rains, sweets a step away. She smiled, then whispered with Bai Fei, glancing at me. The city will have pretty girls, brother can find a good wife. And Bai Fei, scrubbing a crock, teased that the city had pleasure houses and a man once snared was hard to free. I had no answer to the sourness in it. We stripped the yard bare. Even the chili seedlings dug up roots in soil for replanting. And I gave the fields and old house to the village head's keeping. Out. Dusk fell. I hung a lamp on the lead cart. Jiayu galloped back tight-faced. The road ahead was blocked. Felled trees and stone across the highway. A bandit's trick. Only 8 or 9 fighters left with me, the rest gone ahead. A whistling arrow came from the dark. I cut it down, hollow-tubed, a tiger head signal arrow, fired before they struck so the hidden men would close. Torches sprang up in the waste fields, hooves rolling in, 3 or 4 dozen ringing the carts. They'd watched me for days and held off, wary after the gang fell at the Zhao yard. Now, no wall to shield us and no soldiers near. Their bottled fury broke. Hang the second chief out front. Black Fong, bound, was lashed atop the lead horse, a torch lighting his face. Their chief came forward, vast, a match for Jiangyu. 2 arms like posts, new government-issue armor with the county garrison's mark on the breast like a slap at the law, 2 snowflake axes at his saddle dark with old blood. Big brother, I'm here. Black Fong screamed. Jiangyu's cudgel smashed half his rotten teeth out. The chief raised a hand, and the killing cries stilled. I sit Tiger Head's first seat. The road calls me Mighty Tai Sui, Iron Bear. Zhao Yen, of Kaoshan. Hunting band head. Heard your name, Hunter Zhao. Cool in a tight spot, a man. The gang earned its fall in your hands. A dozen bandits drew fist-sized oil crocks. The reek of fire oil spread. They were crueler than the gang. Even a stout wall would burn. Say your piece. Iron Bear raised 3 thick fingers. 300 taels to Tiger Head every month, not a coin short. Slaughter, the bandits roared. The men paled. 300 taels would bleed us dry. And you don't fear losing your head? Iron Bear drew both axes, proud. Desui's army was rotten root and branch. He'd held the mountain a dozen years and only grown stronger. Don't think to frighten him with the men behind me. His trade was a head-losing trade, and a man who flinched at it would have starved in the gully long ago. A man who wanted money over life. I gave a bitter laugh. Since you ask it, I'll pay. Let my people into the city. The silver comes now. He shook his head, that viper's smile. Did I take him for a child? My brewing recipe earned faster than any hunting. Let us into the city to hide and brew and never come out, and he'd have toiled for nothing. He pointed back at the carts, greed in his eyes. Better the sister come up the mountain a few months. He'd treat her well, and the bandits broke into lewd jeering. Big Chief. 2 ratty figures shoved forward, fawning. We earned a great merit this time, didn't we? Sun Lizi and Huang Sangu. Kaoshan loafers who'd once run with me until I wouldn't teach them boxing and we'd fallen out. Now they'd turned bandit and informed. Jiang Yu's veins stood. That's why we felt watched. Iron Bear granted it. There's the first merit for stopping the carts. The 2 straightened, glaring at me, gloating. While you ate, well, did you think of brothers gnawing bark? I gave a cold smile and pointed at them. I'll take your terms, Big Chief. One condition. I want these two curs' heads. Son Lizzie screamed. I was mad. We're Tiger Head's men now. The chief won't heed you. But their voices thinned. The bandits had gone quiet, parting in a ring, looking at the pair like two pigs for the knife. Iron Bear stroked an axe haft, amused. We earned a merit. The bandits bore them down. Since they've vexed Brother Zhao, I'll take their dog heads to ease him. And the axes swung. Two heads rose and rolled to my feet, disbelief frozen on the faces. In the cart by Fei Fei and Xiaoya shook. These men killed on a word. I looked at the heads and gave two cold laughs. Deal with wolves and tigers. This is the end of it. Then I went to the cart and said softly, the big chief's sincere, so I'll say no more. Xiaoya, you heard him. Go up the mountain with them a few days. I'll come for you. Let me help you down. And reached into the cart. A wolf's howl rose out of the far dark. I spun, a dagger already in my hand, and flung it at Iron Bear's chest. Loose, treacherous cur. The dagger struck armor and sparked off. My men, who'd long known I'd never hand my sister to bandits and had readied since I lowered my voice, loosed 4 or 5 bandits down at once. Kill them all. Iron Bear charged, the others wavering at the human shield Black Fong made of himself. Jiang Yu's cudgel cracked the lead bandit's skull. 5 swarmed him, and he whirled the cudgel so none could reach Xiaoya's cart until Iron Bear's axe split the cudgel in two. I sprang in and took the axe blow on the cleaver. It numbed my whole arm. Brother Yin. Jiang Yu, seeing the chief armored head to foot, drove a bowl-sized fist into the chief's horse instead. The beast screamed, neck caved, bone cracking, and went down. Fierce. I breathed. Xingyi drilled for speed and force, and with his strength he'd dropped a horse. Iron Bear rolled clear as it fell, took 2 cuts and an arrow on his armor, and backed off. Some skill. Pity none of you lives tonight. A dozen of his men wore armor. Armored, a man was near unbeatable here. Then a bandit at the rear shrieked. Wolves. Dozens of green eyes in the dark, a pack closing silent, taking the stragglers, a gray wolf at a lone bandit's throat. Where'd wolves come from? This near the gate. Iron Bear staggered back. No one answered. The swaggering bandits were already tangled with the pack. Xiongpi here. The dog came out of the grass with the reeking bamboo tube in its jaws, the wolf lure, set to draw them. Lucky, the pack's down for food. Clear the road and run for the city, or we feed them too. Jiang Yu grasped it, threw his arms round the felled trunk, up, and dragged a gap clear. I cut down a leaping wolf and laid the whip on. The pack tore after us, wolves big as calves clawing onto the last cart. One drove its fangs through a man's right arm and whipped its head, blood across the boards. Heisey down. I rose on the cart, drew full, and the bolt grazed his hair into the wolf's throat. A black iron chest floated on the carcass. No time. The arrows and howls chased us as I drove the horses flat out. The walls of Anping rose at last, the gate torches like lamps in the black. I went through first, the carts behind, and only when the warm streetlight touched our faces did the men break. One sat down and wept. Another found his clothes soaked through with cold sweat. The bandits knew we were headed here. Jiang Yu choked. The first party. Faces changed. Jia Yu and Chen Lin had taken the old and the women in 2 hours ahead. I hauled the dazed Black Fong from the cart. With him in hand, we've something to bargain, however bad it is. But at the old mill in the west, Brocade Mill, near worn off the lintel, Granny Meow came out beaming with a basin of wash water. The place was clean. Come move things in. Daju's mother. Granny, meet anyone on the road? Only some prison carts. Followed them in. The stone in my chest dropped. The first slow party, third aunt, by Fei Fei's blind mother among them, had come through untouched, whether because the bandits wouldn't act under the constable's noses or simply didn't reckon the old and weak worth it. Jia Yu and Chen Lin came out, saw the blood and arrows, paled. Tiger had hit us on the road, but for the boss drawing the wolves we'd have died outside the walls. They struck within 3 li of the gate at dusk, no fear of the yamen or the garrison at all. The local officers bully commoners 2 to 1 and turn coward before real bandits. I waved it off. Move things in. Stay out of the city's reach a while, and the bandits can't touch us. We worked past midnight into the mill's 18 rooms, quarters by household. 3 big rooms turned to storehouse, brewing room, kitchen, the well suite, the place sound, the door frames and the brick wall around it all serviceable. Heisey and 2 bitten men came back from the doctor, wounds shallow, bleeding stopped. I'm sorry to have dragged you from home, I told them. They wouldn't hear it, but for me, one's mother would still be sick. Brick rooms beat thatch. Yet a few smiled thin. I'd promised bonus pay per hunt, and now, feuding with Tigerhead, we couldn't leave the city soon. Don't fear for your living. Brewing starts tomorrow, monthly pay stands, and a bonus per 10 crocs. That settled them. Mistress Wong, lay on wine and food. Our first night in the city, drink your fill and sleep sound. I woke late to a wide, clean yard and the soundest sleep I'd had since waking in this world. The men were building horse sheds and earth stoves. Even one-armed Heisey mixed mud one-handed. I dragged Black Fong from the storeroom. In the city he couldn't stay. Found, we'd be charged with harboring bandits. 600 taels on this head. We turn him in today. I threw him on the cart and drove for the yamen. In a fine mansion, a richly dressed girl with a vertical crease between her brows smashed a teacup. Someone had moved into the brocade mill she'd had her eye on. Country folk, no less. Bring the guards. I'll teach these bumpkins the city's no place to run wild. A servant warned the men looked fierce, more than a dozen. She scoffed. With my brother behind me. What's to fear? With the gang fallen. Who's hotter in Omping than my brother? At the mill, Xiaoyao was papering windows when a pack of men charged up and kicked the door. Black boot marks on the fresh red lacquer. What are you doing? We just painted that. The guard stepped aside for a girl in apricot yellow who looked Xiaoyao up and down. Cold. Country buyer or hired help? Interrogating her like a servant. My brother bought this mill. Who are you to kick my door? The girl laughed and swung a slap. And Zhang Yu's hand caught her wrist and flung her back staggering. What mad woman dares make trouble here? Off. Touch anyone again, and I'll twist your arm off. You bumpkin, touched me? Know who I am. Zhang Yu and Jia Yu both stiffened. The Chow outfit? Fan Yuanbin. The man from the Kaoshan night. So she's riding Master Fan's coattails. No wonder the nerve. My mistake. Came a cold voice as I stepped out from behind the servants, 2 notes in hand, and walked to the haughty girl. Who in Omping hasn't heard of the Chow outfit? But I can't work out. How have we wronged you? To earn this temper. The men, fists ready, fell silent at the barbinet, mouths quirking. What are you? Fit to speak to me? Fetch your master. Sorry, I'm the new owner here. Her fine brows shot up. She sneered out the story. She'd long wanted the brocade mill. The old owner wouldn't sell. Her brother had given him a final term. 300 taels, hand over the deed. And the old fool had dared sell it to me behind the outfit's back. I saw it now. Since the gang fell, the Chow outfit had risen fast and thrown its weight around. The mill was worth 600 at least, and this girl meant to force buy it half on the outfit's name. Kong, not knowing the tangle, had bought it for me at 560 odd, and the old owner had taken the money and fled to a relative in the next county, leaving the trouble to me. Buying's a willing thing on both sides. The deed signed, money paid. Blame your own slowness. And taking it out on others is hardly reasonable. The men traded looks. The old Zhao would have slapped her by now. Had he taken a fancy to her? She flared. Knowing what the outfit was, I should know its contracts weren't worth wiping with. Cross her, and in 3 days she'd burn this place to ash, break our legs, knock out our teeth. One word from her. By that, there's no law in Omping. Law? The yamen bows to my brother. Black road and white. Who doesn't give me face? I drew a breath and grinned cold at the men. Since the young mistress is so able, teach her what manners are. The men fell on the guards like a loosed flood, and Granny Meow with a crowd of stout village wives swarmed the girl, hauling her by her fine-dressed hair, by her costly clothes, the rough hands of women who'd been trodden on all their lives leaving their mark. They wrecked her finery and her airs. This pampered, young mistress, whom even Qin Li at the gang's height had handled with courtesy, screamed threats. My brother will carve you all and feed you to the dogs. At the Chow outfit's wharf, Fan Yuanbin shot up. My sister was beaten? I pay you every month and you can't guard one person? The marked guards kowtowed. The men were savage. One threw Ariai span with a single punch. He's coughing blood at the doctor still. The bumpkins hadn't even feared the outfit's name. Laughed it off as the gang's old leftovers. Fan Yuanbin's veins stood. The gang down. His outfit was Onping's first now. The old chief retired. Real power his. His standing near Qin Li's of old. And someone dared touch his sister? He called for men. The door burst. His disheveled, filthy sister flung herself weeping into his arms. Avenge me. And he ground his teeth. Shiro, come, watch how they die. At the mill I dragged out a chair and sat tipping it, fingers drumming, Jiangyu and Jiayu at my back. I waved the two notes. De Sui's officialdom was rotten, but it paid bounties promptly. The yamen had verified Black Fong and handed over the money on the spot, 300 a note. Jiangyu, change it to silver at the bank. 10 taels a man, a bonus. A cheer. Leading men is simple. Want the wolf to follow. Let it taste meat. Want men to risk their lives. Pay them their lives' worth. Empty words are the most useless thing. Mistress Wang fretted the girl would come back with a chow mob to cut us down. Jiangyu teased that she'd swung the hardest slap of anyone. Done is done, don't go soft. If the sky falls, I hold it up. Then footsteps, the flagstones trembling. A tide of men in blue jackets with clubs, 200 at least. Fan Yuanbin in his blue gown at the front, the beaten girl beside him. Onlookers murmured in the tea houses. The new mill owner beat Fan Yuanbin's sister. The moat will have fresh corpses by night. I stroked Xiongpi's head, then rose and straightened my sleeves. Brother, it's him. Shiro shrieked, pointing. Fan Yuanbin snarled. Who's the cur that beat my sister and didn't run? Name yourself, so I know what to carve on your stone, and then saw my face. He went rigid, the memory of that night flooding back. The dozen iron-armored shapes like demon gods, the hell-red eyes. His face spasmed, his throat catching. You're Zhao. I shook out my sleeves and bowed deep, hands clasped. A small man of Kaoshan, Zhao Yin, newly come to your fine city. I beg the all-powerful master Fan show mercy and grant me a road to live, a bowl of rice. Silence fell over the street. Fan Yuanbin, certain a lance would run him through the next breath, went blank, sweat sheeting, knees buckling, and sat down hard on the flagstones. Brother, chief. The cries woke him. He pressed his palms to the stone, knuckles white, and forced out a smile worse than weeping. This ground, devilish slick. His men's eyes swept the dry, dusty street. Brother, teach him a lesson. Shiro yanked his sleeve, glaring venom. Quiet, he roared, gripping her wrist till she wept. You unreasoning wretch. Know who he is? Brother Zhao and I are sworn, blood close. You dared come make trouble at his door. A mercy nothing came of it, or you'd have ruined a brotherhood. He hurried forward, caught my arm, forced a grin. When had I moved to the city, why no word, he'd have laid on a welcome feast. The onlookers reeled. The sugar figure seller crushed his candy. The tea house crowd hung half out the windows. Shiro went white, unbelieving. When had her brother a country brother? A man who'd been to Kaoshan whispered to her who I was, and her nails bit her palms, fear filling her eyes. The Zhao Yin who broke the gang's hundreds, with the commander behind him? And she'd preened before him, claimed her brother had crushed the gang. I dusted my coarse coat. Hard times, bandits thick in the country, so I've brought my household to the city for a bowl of rice. We country folk don't know your manners. If we've crossed your sister, will Master Fan let us by? Fan Yuanbin couldn't keep his face. His sister walked over everyone, but knew the men of Onping she couldn't touch, and of all people had run into me. The blood of that night came back. He could swallow a slap to his sister, and worse to his own face, sooner than risk those dozen iron men coming again. Brother Zhao, always joking, he said, knowing too well what lay under that smile, and pulled me into a hard embrace, feeling the coiled strength under my coat like a beast that might spring, playing it for the watching city as brothers at ease. Only so could he keep both my temper and his face. I let it run a beat, then smiled. Brother Fan, I've missed you. I'd staged it to press the local snake into knowing I wasn't soft clay. Better than feuding with the Chow outfit my first day in the city, and with him cowed and my own posture so low, neither of us would slam the door. Cornered, a snake bites, and that's no bargain. He had his men carry off the beaten girl, ordered a feast at the Plum Blossom Pavilion, and neither of us spoke again of the slapping. Sue, ruined and raging, plotted with the other brewers to combine against me. A withered old man named Meow leaned in with a scheme that lit their faces. The brocade mill, now Spring Mood Mill. The gilt sign hung on opening day. I marked with a feast for the poor, 6 pots of porridge at the street mouth, money better spent on goodwill than on lion dances. The rival brewers watched cold. Sue charged, grabbed Daju, screaming I duped him over the gall, and saw at last that Daju and I were one crew, the whole thing a sting. I broke his nose with a fist and would have done worse, but Fan Yuanbin arrived with 20 men and ran the brewers off, gifting me a sword-shaped rockery stone for the yard, cheese surging to the heavens scrawled on it. Fan Yuanbin, ingratiating, sent a fat old monk and his boy to do a rite against the mill's old death, a monk who drank, ate meat, and asked for pleasure house girls, dressing his shamelessness as compassion. If I don't go to hell to save these poor women, who will? Then burned some yellow paper and hurried off with a rouge box under his robe. I put no stock in it. It was money for peace of mind. The new gilt board went up. In 2 months I'd gone from hunting alone for a meal to a band of brothers, a city footing, a brewery, 3,000-odd tales, through the Wongs, the gang, tigers and bears, and the bandits not yet finished, every step carried head in hand. That night, feeding xiongpi scraps in the dark yard, a cold voice came from the wall shadow. Outside Onping, men starve and eat bark, and you feed a dog good meat? 3 figures stepped out, the 3 who'd come by night for the bear hunt. Hunter Zhao's memory is good. Money changes a man. Once you couldn't fill your belly in Kaoshan, now you waste grain on a beast. Here, this dog's worth more than a stranger's life. Then a clear voice. Amang, no rudeness, back. A pale young man in blue stepped out, recently ill, thin, frail-looking, yet the 3 big men deferred to him from the bone. Admiration, not fear. I'd never met him, but I knew the face. The gate notice, 100,000 tails on his head. You're the yellow turban little celestial master, Lu Xiulin. He bowed. My thanks for saving my life. So the bear gall order had been his doing. The sick man needing the gall was the realm's most wanted rebel. I denied it flat. I'd taken the Yaman's bounty, handed the gall to officers. We'd never met. What life debt? And how had a court fugitive issued the bounty through Magistrate Chow? Was the whole Yaman his? No need to guard so, Brother Zhao. In Onping no one dares leak a word. If it got out, the first head to fall would be Magistrate Chow's. I came to thank you, and to ask you to join me in toppling this rotten court. I cursed inwardly. The world was bad, the court foul, but my own life was tolerable now. One glance at the new stoves, the brewery opening tomorrow, the dozens who ate by me. Revolt? Sect Master, I admire you. Born to a noble house, and you'd give up your wealth to rise for the people. But I haven't the ambition. I want my family and friends safe, 3 meals a day. I'm sorry, I can't. He looked disappointed. He'd marked me. Unafraid of those above, unready, some skill, a band of poor brothers at my back, and come by night to win me. No one stands clear of this age, he pressed. The times won't let men live, corrupt officials, bandits, robbers, gangs, all pressing the people, bleeding them dry. You're safe for now. Can you swear it for a lifetime? If I'm ever cornered, I'll ask the sect master to remember today and lend a hand. He gave a rueful smile. The yellow turbans existed to break the strong and lift the weak. Even unasked, he'd not stand by if I met injustice. We talked, and the mood eased. He was nothing like the fiend the Yaman drew, but mild, and I warmed to him a little. He looked up at the stars. Did I know why he'd founded the sect? Why he'd topple the court? Not bitterness, to save the country. Desway was rotten to the root, the people suffering, but worse. For years the tribes to the west and the Turks to the south had pressed the border, and the grasping officials only feathered their nests while even the army's commanders ate the dead men's pay and the levies, and the realm lost battle after battle. Let the frontier break and the tribes pour in, and then would come true slaughter. The court was past relying on. The yellow turbans had to raise a real army, settle within, then drive off what watched from without. Only by pulling down the throne could the outside enemies be held. It struck a nerve. It was as he said. Onping lay 300 li from the nearest pass. Longmen, break it, and the tribesmen would be here in 3 days. We didn't walk the same road today, Brother Zhao, but we'll meet again. He rose to go, then paused. I heard you'd crossed Tiger Head. I settled it for you on my way. How's that? I laughed, helpless. You'll have me owing you a favor then. If you truly did it, my thanks. He left with his 3 men over the broken wall. One murmured that since I wouldn't leave this place, perhaps once I'd nothing left to hold me, a hand drawn across the throat, and the master's slap cracked the night. Emang, when did you learn such filth? When they'd gone, I breathed easier. Tangled with a named court fugitive, the whole mill could be ruined. The Wangs had been wiped out on a mere conspiracy charge, and the yellow turban master weighed far heavier. Lu Xiaolin had spoken of Chao so carelessly, with no cover for him, that plainly they weren't allies. Chao was coerced. With them gone, would Chao recover his nerve and try to claw back the tax writ? A writ and 30 taels of gold cost the county near 2,000 taels, like cutting flesh from him. But thinking it through, the Yamen had already issued the gall bounty in his name, so Chao was tied to Lu Xiaolin no matter what. His safest course was to act as if nothing had happened and let it pass quiet. Any noise risked his family's heads. He wasn't able, but in matters of life and profit, he wouldn't choose wrong. So it proved. Next morning, the carpenter delivered the new board, and Chao, gone several days, held court again. 2 black eyes, his daughter's sudden illness near fatal, saved by that bear gall, and he praised my band before everyone. Said 30 taels of gold was too little, he'd come thank me himself. Word reached the mill as I hung the new sign. The old brocade mill down, the gilt spring-mood mill up. Jiang Yu lit the firecrackers. I bowed to the gathering crowd and called the poor to porridge and tea. The rival brewers watched cold. Su charged and was driven off by Fan Yuanbin's men, who left me the swordstone. Then Jia Yu rushed in, red-faced. Tiger Head's stronghold had been razed in the night. The stockade burned to flat ground. Iron Bear dead of a dozen wounds. Constable Jin's own word. And in the ruins, yellow turbans daubed with blood sigils, left plain for the finders. Lu Xiaolin's hand, his calling card. That favor's owed now. Jia Yu half believed the Yamen's talk that the little celestial master could call wind and rain and scatter beans into soldiers, that a blood sigil had burned the mountain. If he could, I said, he'd have pulled the throne down already, not hidden. Han Gaozu called himself the Red Emperor's son. Chun Sheng stuffed a silk strip in a fish belly, the same trick. The Yamen failed against Tiger Head for years and lost face. Now a rebel did it easily. Call him a god, or look like fools, it's a fig leaf. Tiger Head's nest gone, its chief dead, the stragglers would scatter and run from the law, no trouble to us. Can we hunt the hills again? Jia Yu's hand itched. The spring mood brewing was on its feet. The families could manage. The men's hearts had turned restless in the city, eyeing silk-clad girls, dreaming of wives. And you can't court a good wife without your own house, so they wanted to earn and root here. First batch is out of the cellar in 2 days. Once the wines with Fan Yuan bin, we pack and go up Great Dragon Mountain. The band was stronger now, a match even for Tiger Head's remnants. And I needed to keep hunting, to keep opening chests, to stack my hidden cards. I looked north. The frontier's fires never truly died. The tribesmen a blade overhead, brew all the silver I liked. And if the pass broke one day, it was only money saved for someone else. Meanwhile, Xiaoya, buying grain at a southern shop, caught the dealer passing off 2 or 3-year-old sorghum as new. She knew Senuekan needed fresh sorghum, full of water and sugar, and called him on the dry, crumbling husks and the musty smell until he scrambled to swap it. Browsing on, she backed into a young man and knocked his measure of mixed grain flour into the dust. A thin, clean-featured scholar in a worn, patched blue gown, who crouched scooping the spoiled flour into the hem of his robe. She offered to pay. He flushed and snapped that poor as he was, he, Chung Yunfeng, took no charity. Give it to a beggar. Stung but contrite, she pressed a cushioned basket on him to carry the flour. A scholar oughtn't walk the street like that, and he took it, asking where to return it. Springmood Mill, in the west. The dealer, after, sneered the man was a failed scholar who'd been thrown out of a clerking post for sniffing at the stink of copper, near starving, selling his things to live. But Xiaoya watched the blue gown go. 2 days on, Jia Yu loaded the month's first batch, 170 crocks, 10 days brewing, onto the Chow outfit's carts. Xiaoya came out in a new dress, Jia Yu teased that suitors were already asking after her. Would she let her brother look one over? And she turned it back on his being near 30 and alone, and walked off light as a winning peacock. I stepped from the shadow. She didn't mention it. Jia Yu, hesitant. The girl's mouth was tight, but a girl her age in the country would be wed by now. If she'd met someone she liked, need we bar it? The poor scholar Chung Yunfeng had been coming round to return the basket, too often for a knocked-over measure, and Xiaoya seemed taken with him. From waking in this world, Xiaoya and I had leaned on each other, my nearest kin. A stranger appearing left me sour, not some twisted possessiveness, only a brother's reluctance. Bai Feifei says he's bookish but upright. Have Fan Yuanbin quietly look into him. If he's clean, let her be. Then to the men, pack. Tomorrow, the hills. But that evening Xiaoya slipped not to the silk shop, but to a mossy stone bridge, where Chung Yunfeng waited. She'd brought an inkstone in a brocade box. She'd heard he'd pawned his, and his eyes reddened. Since his parents died, no one had been so kind. She offered him the mill's empty accountant's post. He refused, bitter at being kept by a girl, then said earnestly he'd not forget her even if he forgot his own parents. Too near a thing to say, and her ears went hot. They walked the river. A silk-clad young lord blocked the way, leering, and had his 2 guards seize her. My young lord invites you to drink. And when Chung Yunfeng threw himself between them, a guard punched him staggering, and the lord, drawing a small knife meant only to frighten, slashed his hand open by accident. My brother is Zhao Yin, sworn brother to Fan Yuanbin of the Chow outfit. Xiaoya cried, let go or your whole family pays. And the name struck like thunder. The guard's hands loosened. The lord stammered and fled with them. Chung Yunfeng sank down bleeding. She tore her hem to bind it, near weeping. Why so foolish? He had a knife and you rushed him. And he managed to smile. Seeing her seized, he'd thought of nothing but saving her. Then he leaned in to kiss her. She started back and stood, snatching her dress straight. Master Chung, what are you doing? A flicker of something, anger, resentment, crossed his eyes and was gone before she turned back, mild again. He hadn't meant it, only couldn't help himself. Her face hot, she helped him up. Enough, the wound first. After Constable Jean left, I'd reckon the Yaman's young guests would take 2 or 3 days to set out for the hills.